Ark Survival Evolved has 6 story maps, and I'm gonna try and beat all of them in 1,000 in-game days. But day 1000 is far, far away right now, as I'm still currently killing lystros on the beaches of the island. And yes, that's the footage you've been watching this whole time, so feel free to click back to the start of the video and give me that sweet, sweet retention. I know that I look pretty drippy in my cloth right now, but it's not gonna do much when a Rex decides to take a bite out of me later. So naturally, I crafted a bow and chose violence by murdering everything in a 100-meter radius. And now that I had a bow, bolas, and some food cooking, I ventured inland a little and came across a level 21 tech parasaur. And we all know what happens next. If you didn't realize what was happening with the beating sound effects, I was taming the parasaur with brute force. Anyways, I crafted myself a new set of hide armor just to get another set out of the green drop. Yes, I just got arced. And after gearing up a little bit more, I started a nomadic journey towards the center of the island. There's raptors in here! 48. Come on. Yes, he went to sleep, So yeah, I got pretty lucky and found a singular raptor that was low enough level that I could knock it out. Now, just to wait for it to tame. Bro, I was taking a drink! So I got chased out of the jungle, but I live. Anyways, I managed to get back to the raptor somehow on foot, and I named him Waffles. And now that I had a mount again, I decided to run up the volcano for just 2 pieces of crystal for a spyglass. Playing Ark and not having a spyglass is like pouring milk in the bowl before the cereal. You just don't do it. Oh my gosh. Can I open this? I then made my way back down the volcano and found a level 150 Pteranodon. But it wasn't meant to be. Oh my god. Are you kidding? Well, it's all good because on the morning of day 3, I found a level 156 Argentavis.
Wait, that's illegal.
No, but actually I just turned my official difficulty override to 6, meaning the max level Dino in my game is now level 180. This is because I've been playing with the max level being 150 for years, and I wanted a change for this series. But the problem now is I don't have a crossbow yet, and taming with a normal bow uses a lot more tranks. Never mind, I still decided to trank out the RG with a normal bow for some reason. Sweet, he's out. While I waited for the RG to tame, I took down a stego for some prime meat and hide along with getting scammed by a green drop with a ring. Now I know my loot quality is only set to 2, but that seems a little ridiculous. Anyways, the RG tamed and I named him Big Bird, but I don't have enough resources to craft the saddle yet. Insert bug killing montage here. Now that I had my RG, I wanted to fly around and get some explore notes for some fast XP. Ooh, you know what? Whoa. Pause. You might be thinking,
Wait, that's illegal.
again, but let me explain. The max level for my Ark is level 180. The max level for tech dinos is 1.2 times the normal dino's max level. So this tech Rex is the highest possible level I could have gotten. I probably had a better chance of winning the lottery than this spawning, but hey, I'm not complaining. Moving on, I got the Explorer note and killed an Alpha Raptor, making my RG stats basically ascend to god level. And now that my RG is pretty good, I obviously wanted to tame that Rex. So I tamed a level 66 Parasaur for easier narco berry farming and proceeded to spam left click on every bush in a mile radius. But that's not all. I made a refining forge, smelted metal, made a smithy, made a metal pickaxe, made 2 crossbows, and enough tranks to knock out half of the island's creatures. Day 5, I crafted all the dinosaur gates I usually need to trap a Rex and set off in the early morning with pouring rain to tame the tech Rex. And honestly, it wasn't that hard to trap besides my RG's nearly dying. So obviously I shot tranks into the Rex until it fell asleep, and its stats were kind of underwhelming. But you never know, it could come out amazing when it's tamed. In the meantime, however, I killed another Alpha Raptor, got scammed by a purple drop with a ring, and knocked out a level 174 PT. Don't get too excited, it died quickly after I knocked it out. Oh hey, the Rex is tamed. And I came to the conclusion that the stats were good, but not too good for its level, if that makes any sense. Now that I had an overpowered Rex, I needed to be able to afford the saddle for it. So I spent some time farming metal and also tamed a Dilo next to my base for whatever reason. Okay. Anyways, I flew out to a yellow drop I saw and got some insultingly crappy loot, and by the time I returned to my base, I could craft a Rex saddle. And I did. I then went out and killed everything in sight for levels, and my Rex got so strong that I would put money on my Rex being able to single-handedly take down the Gamma Megapithecus. I also got some decent metal tools from killing alphas, and crafted a primitive set of flak at the end of the day. Day 7 started with some good old metal farming, and now with some metal smelting, I decided to take some time to explore the island and look for a new potential base location. Ooh, Alpha Rex. And I will indeed come back to fight that Rex later. Anyways, I did some more base location scouting and, foreshadowing. And when I returned back to my base, there was a level 102 Ankylospectrally begging to be tamed, so obviously I was very generous and peacefully made him mine. Oh, 168, we're taming that sometime. Day 8, I was streaming as I do once every 7 months, and I was tasked with taming a dodo. I named him John and returned back to base. And if you're watching intently in the middle montage, I looted some beaver dams, but if you didn't, feel free to scroll back and watch again. Anyways, I was mass farming cementing paste for the wooden tree platform because I was planning to build in the redwoods.
You stupid!
So after farming some wood, I crafted a tree platform and placed it out by the lake in the redwood. Now that I have a giant platform, I don't want to spend another second living on this 1x1 thatch foundation. So I spent the morning farming all the necessities, forges, smithies, a boomstick, all the fun stuff. And later on, it was moving time, so I whistled follow all of my gang and slowly waddled my way across the redwoods. I say slowly because the Ankylo had a top speed of 6 miles an hour. Later on, when I arrived, I started to set up my smithies and forges, and I wasn't going to build one of the super elaborate tree houses. I'm a simple man, and toughing it in the outdoors is fine by me. And at the end of the day, I farmed some wood to fill the forges for a metal run I was soon to do. Speaking of that metal run, I'm doing it. And this metal run was quite thick, as my RG could carry almost 3,000 pounds. Anyways, I got the metal smelting and went back to the Redwoods Mountain for some crystal, and then back to base so I crafted some storage boxes. What are you doing? Oh, wait. Whoa! So when the Pteranodon landed, I knocked him out. The bird actually ended up taming before the end of day 10, but I didn't have enough resources to craft its saddle just yet. Day 11, I started crafting some campfires because my food supply was starting to dwindle, and you know, your boys gotta eat. And later on, me and my Rex were moving ourselves out of the redwoods back near the Metal Mountain to fight that Alpha Rex. I wasn't really concerned with losing the fight because I knew my Rex was strong, but not this strong. My Rex was doing 800 damage a bite. Someone please take me up on that bet. Well, after that ridiculously easy fight, I dropped my loot at base and took off with my RG towards the snow for oil. I was already tired of not having cryopods, and oil would just be super useful later on. Yep. It's an alpha. Don't I have to kill this? So yeah, I got the freest alpha kill in my life and got myself a cool new hat, and before returning home I told myself, hey, I'm already in the snow, might as well farm some polymer. This will soon go on to be one of the worst decisions I have ever made. Day 12, I say that because there was also a UD at the penguin spawns, and if you don't know, UDs and RGs don't mix well. It was also nighttime and I was in the snow without enough fur armor, so I had to place campfires and sleeping bags because I was already dying from cold alone. Anyways, after my first death in this series, the UD lay dead and I was dead inside. I then gathered my well-deserved organic polymer peacefully and crafted 6 cryopods on the way back to base. And once I returned back to base, I gathered pretty much all of my resources and took them out to the green obelisk to invest in more cryopods. And just like that, day 12 came to a peaceful... Oh my... As I was saying, day 12 then came to a peaceful... Oh my god. Oh, that's the end. We're dead. Rip. Screw this game. Well, day 13 and time to get my stuff back. I tried to get it naked once with my PT, but it didn't go so well. So I took my Rex over to Thyla and made quick work of it. And now that half of my day was taken with me having to get my stuff back, I decided to stay a little bit closer to the base and do some farming. I finally made a fabricator and then farmed a bunch of wood for my forges, and I was already tired of these little dinky forges, so I wanted the big one. I had almost all the resources, so it was just the cementing paste that was hindering me. Since I can't find any cementing paste in beaver dams right now, I shifted my focus towards a frog. Frogs, commonly known as Bisobufos, harvest cementing paste when they kill bugs, and I live right next to the swamp cave, aka Bug Central. So I farmed narcotics and a 1x1 trap and spent 17 years looking for a level above 80 and finally found a level 156. 156, we're taking it, and frogs are fairly easy to trap and tame. If you're good at the game, that is. Bruh. The frog tame, and I spent a few minutes leveling up before returning to base, crafting scuba and committing mass genocide against the swamp cave's bug population. Day 15. Hey. Dude, where is day 15? Well, from the looks of it, on day 15 I got enough cementing paste and obsidian for the 400 polymer I needed to craft the industrial forge. Alright. And now that I had the forge, I felt accomplished in life, so I decided to tame the level 168 Megatherium I saw earlier. How those two clauses relate, I have no idea. The Megatherium stats came out okay, I guess. I named them Sid and returned to my base. And then I proceeded to farm an ungodly amount of cementing paste. Why? I don't know, it's fun. Day 17, I was still in the swamp cave with my frog, and I got an insane crossbow from a cave drop. Oh, that's a good crossbow. But later on, I was still in the taming mood, so I crowded my Rex to rid this arc of any bad level dino species I wanted to tame. Mainly Rexes. I didn't really find any, but I did kill 2 Alpha Rexes. I was still looking for Rexes on day 18, but I got kinda bored and decided to go get the artifact of the Devourer. You know, for fun. Oh, bro. Have you ever got bored of playing dinosaurs like me? Well, I've got just the thing for you, my fellow keyboard warriors. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever. War Thunder has over 2,000 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships to help you take down your enemies. And the game is incredibly detailed with their individual components and highly immersive combat experience. But War Thunder isn't just for keyboards. You can now play War Thunder on the Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation, and PC. And the vehicles in War Thunder span over 100 years of development, so you can take down your enemies in an old plane from the 1920s or basically a flying Grim Reaper. And you can also eliminate your enemies in 4K with amazing sound effects and insane graphic detail. But my favorite element of War Thunder is the sheer amount of vehicles in battle. There's almost never a dull moment. So head down to the link in the description or the pinned comment and download War Thunder using my link and gain a large free bonus packs for PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. And this works for new and existing users. Day 19, and now that I'm starting to breed a boss killing army, I think it's time to become a little more civilized. So I crafted a generator and lamppost so I wasn't in eternal darkness all night. And later on I decided to go in search of Rexes again and found my 7,000th Alpha Rex. Seriously, aren't these supposed to be rare? Anyways, I spent a little bit more time at Corner Island with no luck, but then I flew back to the mainland and found a level 168 male Rex. Now for all you Ark newbies, you can't breed a Tech Rex and a normal Rex together. So this Rex is really good, but I want to find a male Tech Rex to breed with my already existing Rex. So maybe if I find another high level female Rex, I'll come back and tame this. A female 168 and we found a male 168. Okay, I guess I have to tame it now. Day 20, I started knocking out the female Rex and my new crossbow made it much quicker. And while the Rex was unconscious taming, I flew up and down the rivers looking into the forest for Therazinos to tame. I didn't find any good ones, but before I knew it, the Rex was tamed, and the health was pretty mid, but she had pretty good melee. I then flew back to my base and quickly gathered more resources for another tree platform to keep more dinos. And to end off day 20, I spent refarming more taming supplies to go tame the male level 168 Rex. Day 21 is time to go tame that other Rex and get the breeding line going. And on the way to the North Mountain, I got an apprentice frog saddle. But once I actually got to the mountain, I couldn't find a Rex. And dinos don't despawn in single players, so it had to be somewhere. So then ensued a 15-minute search looking for the Rex, but I found it just down on the beach. Bruh. I named the Rex Snowman, and his health was genuinely insane. His melee was awful, but it's fine because the female's melee was good, but holy, he has 1,000 more health points than the Tech Rex that I tamed at level over 300. Day 22, I returned back to base with my new Rex and started breeding them. I have to get both the good health and melee on the same baby Rex, and that could take a while. And while the Rexes were going at it, I farmed up and placed another wooden tree platform just under my first one. This one would be for baby hatching and raising. I then made a generator and enough air conditioners to hatch a small army, and voila, it works. And while the Rex egg was incubating, I noticed an alpha raptor underneath my base. And it should have been a pretty easy kill, but my Rex actually did almost die.
Oh no!
What the? I'm stuck! Oh, I'm getting hit. I can't. This is not good. Okay, my Rex can turn around and hit him. Oh, the first one. So if you couldn't tell by the Rex colors and the happy grunt noises, the baby Rex hatched out with a health mutation. My luck is insane. And I did a coin flip to see if I should imprint the baby because you usually don't want to imprint your breeder, but I really wanted to see what the imprint stats would look like. We keep the stats, we just make it a breeder, his tails, imprint his heads. Tails. Oh, looks like we're imprinting. And let's just say, I'm gonna have a good boss killing army. Day 23, I connected the top tree platform with my main one, and then I went on a search for either Theries or a Megatherium to tame. And I found a level 144 Thery towards the end of the day. For those who were watching day 24 live, you guys know today was a pain. I knocked out the Thery and decided to keep flying around while I was taming, and I found a level 18 Dodic I wanted to tame. So I knocked it out, and then remembered Theries need narcotics when they're taming or they're gonna wake up really fast. Oh my gosh, I forgot Theries wake up super fast. We gotta go back. So then ensued a frantic fly back to the Thery, hoping it wouldn't wake up before I got back. And luckily it didn't, but I had to sit there gathering and force feeding the Thery narco berries to keep it asleep. Ark can be a fun game, but most of the time it's stressful. I logged back in on day 25 because I needed to take a break because of day 24. Anyways, I was flying back to my base when the first Thery I see is a level 162. It's not like I dedicated a whole stream just a day prior to look for these guys. So I went back to base, recrafted all the taming supplies I would need to properly tame a Thery, and flew back out getting a pretty good flat gauntlet blueprint in the process. And if you have all the supplies you need, taming a Thery really isn't that bad. The Thery was still taming about halfway through the day on day 26 when I spotted a level 144 Megatherium. And my trap wasn't too far, so it looks like I'm spending more time out here. Anyways, the Thery tamed and its stats came out pretty mid, but I now have 2 females, and that just doesn't work. And later on, I got the Megatherium in the trap and started taming it. Day 27, the Megatherium tamed in the early morning, but the stats were kinda... But it's okay, because if the Megatheriums are too bad, I might be able to use Rexes to kill the broodmother, since mine will be godlike. And speaking of Rexes, I got the new male breeding and crafted a fridge, and oh my god, my luck is insane. Speaking of insane, I was making vaults in PvE mode. Anyways, I did some farming and my first baby Megatherium was born. The stats were less than pleasing, so I quickly executed it. Day 28, I was out by the volcano and surrounding mountains farming metal because I was basically all out of it after crafting just 3 vaults. Day 29 started off great. Oh my god. But what I was actually doing flying around the redwoods, I was looking for a Thyla to tame. Thylas are really good for caving and they do way too much damage. And later on I found a level 114 and trapped it. Anyways, the Thyla tamed and I gave it an interesting name. And Thylas are one of my favorite tames, so I took it for a spin, getting the artifact of the pack in the process. And honestly, I've played this game for so long and caves aren't really a challenge anymore. I can't really remember the last time I died in a cave. Cold. Oh, okay. Okay, Day 30 I had to walk myself home because I came to the cave on a Thyla and I didn't bring a cryopotted bird stupidly. And when I got back to base, I set my sights on making troughs to feed my baby Rexes I was about to hatch. I killed some local plebs for their meat and then hatched 5 baby Rexes. And I didn't really know what to name them, so I just started naming them after ARC YouTubers. And I spent the rest of the day at the base raising the Rexes because I did not want to miss any imprints on them. On day 31, I had 3 Rexes basically glitched off the tree platform so they would drop their fertilized eggs where I could easily see them and then gather them.
Sometimes my genius is... it's almost frightening.
Anyways, I farmed some more meat and crafted an industrial grill to keep myself fed. And later on, I found myself in the swamp cave trying to gather more cementing paste, but that trip was short-lived. Oh! So instead I placed pipes from the river below to my base running up to my main platform. I needed to have it later on to have the industrial cooker, crop plots, and water's just kind of nice to have. Day 32 I crafted said industrial cooker and looked what I needed to craft a chemistry bench. One of the things was polymers, and you need cementing paste to craft polymers, so back into swamp cave I go with a new set of scuba. And this trip went a lot better as I got a lot of paste and brought my Megatherium with me, so I was able to grab the artifact of the immune while I was at it. And with the remainder of day 32 I spent it out the volcano farming obsidian because that is what you need for the other half of polymer. On the way back from the volcano on day 33 I got an apprentice sword from a yellow drop and immaculate loot from a red drop. Oh, I get it. We get the Rex Saddle blueprint. But I did craft the Thyla Saddle when I turned to base, and the rest of day 33 and 34 was spent being a single father to an army of baby killing machines. Day 35 was almost all spent baby raising as well, but I decided to go out and lower the local tech dino population because that was a pretty easy way to farm electronics. And I needed these electronics for the chemistry bench, which I crafted. And it's nice to know I can now craft drugs and become a drug lord like this man, or just tame dinosaurs with them. While I had some baby Megatheriums raising on day 36, I knocked out and tamed a level 54 Bronto for easier berry farming. And business was going to be good with this type of production. Day 37 I was doing all this farming for crop plots to fund my veggie cake business. I then crafted myself a pooper and took one too many laxative to fuel my crops. And before the end of the day I tamed myself an Itchy because it's about time I go underwater. And with my Itchy I went back to basic craft scuba, then returned to the ocean to go underwater. More specifically the easy underwater cave. Well, oh Lord. Oh. I managed to get my stuff back and some silica pearls in the process, and the glitch I use is just called the grapple glitch, so look it up if you somehow find yourself in a similar situation. I got back to my base on day 39 and quickly returned to fueling my crop plots. I then crafted 8 tree sap taps and put them around my tree because you need sap for veggie cakes. And speaking of trees, I made another tree platform. Day 40 I was just lining up and leveling Rexes, and it wasn't that entertaining, so here's a picture of my cat instead. I had a few good female Megatheriums on day 41, so I would soon have an army of giant sloths. And later on I collected some sap that I had gathered and farmed some flint and stone for spark powder. And by the time I returned to my base, there was a few little baby Megatherium babies waiting to be claimed. And I closed out day 41 with crafting stimulants for veggie cakes, cooking medical brews, and imprinting the Megatheriums. That batch of Megatheriums were fully raised and imprinted by day 42, and I thought it was about time to start power leveling my dinos. So I flew around the island's beaches and eventually found a Leister to tame because they give double experience boost to dinos. And on the way back to my base I spotted some little monkeys and just had to tame one. Anyways, I returned to my base and threw the Leister out of the cryopod and started incubating some Rex eggs. I bet you can tell where this is going. It may get me sent to hell, but killing babies gives great experience for my Rexes. I was still leveling my Rexes into the early morning of day 43, but all that changed when I spotted a purple drop. Man, I love getting garbage loot from drops. I was really starting to look out for more more drops because I was going to need a saddle blueprint very soon. I've now just leveled about all of my boss rexes so I can do the Megapithecus boss pretty soon. That is, if I get all the necessary tributes. So I crafted some trank arrows for one of the dinos I needed and set out. I mainly took down Spinos for the majority of the day, but I did tame an otter. Yes! Skipper! Skipper, where are you? The first half of day 44 was spent taking down the last few Spinos I needed. I then returned to my base to drop the Spino cells off before grabbing my Thyla and setting out for the Hunter Cave. Megalania spawned in the Hunter Cave, and I just so happened to need 10 other toxin to start the boss fight. But there was only one in the cave, and they each dropped 2 unkilled, so I either needed more Megalania or the trank arrows, which I had. So you see, Megalanias will all wake up with 2 more toxin when knocked out, so I proceeded to knock out and take the toxin out of the same Megalania multiple times. I was finishing up in the Hunter Cave in the morning of day 45, and after that I took my Thyla out to the ocean and somehow managed to kill 2 Megalodons for the teeth because that was the last tribute I needed. Now I had all the artifacts and tributes I needed, including the artifact with the brute, which I got in the easy underwater cave. I guess I just forgot to show it. But anyways, I spent the rest of the day farming for primitive Rex saddles since I'm pretty confident my Rexes will be strong enough to take down the Megapithecus without good saddles. There's only one more thing I'm missing to fight the Megapithecus now, and that is a Ute. So I made a basic trap and set out towards the snow in search of one, and I did 2 full laps around the snow, but everything I saw was garbage, so I eventually found a level 90 and said screw it, I'll tame it. I couldn't get the Ute in the trap to tame it, but since I'm an absolute master at this game, I managed to tame it in the wild. Oh, he's drowning. He's drowning for sure. Oh my god. I was waiting for my Ute to tame on day 47 when I got into a bit of a scuffle, but don't worry, I've got everything under control. But later on, the Ute tamed and I flew back to my base, and when I returned, I made the Ute a saddle and obviously power leveled it. So now that I have everything I need, I think it's about time that I go fight the boss. But one problem, I decided that I wouldn't enable PvE mode in the series that gets rid of cryopod timers, so I can either wait 17 years to throw out each Rex at the obelisk or walk them all the way to the obelisk. And I stupidly chose the second option. Day 49, I had all my Rexes successfully at the obelisk, and I came back to get the artifacts and tributes, which I stupidly forgot. I grabbed what I needed and flew back out to the blue obelisk, but I was looking for something, but I couldn't find it. Oh well, I can probably do the boss fight without it, because my Rexes are super strong. Whoa, 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 why is he there? I got a little lower than I would have liked. Oh wait, since we changed the official difficulty override, the bosses are a little bit harder than I remember. So yeah, if you couldn't tell, 1, I lost my Ute on the way and couldn't find it, and 2, the bosses are all harder since the official difficulty override is now 6. This could make the dragon and broodmother way more harder than they already are. Well, at least I have a cool new flag now. Anyways, I crowded up all my Rexes from the obelisk and brought them back to my base. The Megapithecus didn't really go as well as I wanted it to, but I got it done, so it's now time to set my sights on the broodmother. Thus, I raised a few more Megatheriums for the rest of the day. I began day 51 with crafting a few primitive Megatherium saddles. I was gonna start taking my Megatheriums into Swamp Cave to level because it's just as good, if not better, than killing baby Rexes. And not to state the obvious or anything, but clearing out this cave with an imprint and Megatherium is a breeze. And I also got an insane RG saddle while I was at it. Day 52, I decided to do some more splunking, but this time caves I haven't explored yet. I had my Thyla and went out to the artifact of the Clever Cave in the mountains, and this cave is stupid easy. But you know what isn't easy? The lava cave. It's more just annoying, if anything, with all the bats and lava. I guess that's kind of the theme of the cave, though. The morning of day 53 wasn't really that noteworthy, but the second half,
Yeah, boy.
I tamed a level 168 Itchy and then started taming a level 168 Basilo. I didn't finish the tame on day 53 because I can go to school, work out, pet my cat, and get a full night's rest between the time of the first feed and the second feed. Day 54, I fully tamed the Basilo and spent the rest of the day just standing around my base. I was probably just watching YouTube or something. Well, day 55 I was a lot more productive, first bringing out my inner beekeeper and stealing the honey from all the local bees. I needed the honey for veggie cakes, and I pretty much had everything else to craft some. So I pretty much spent half of the day gathering honey only for 25 veggie cakes. I was back underwater on day 56, this time looking for Tusas to kill for their black pearls because I needed the pearls for a replicator. And in my underwater adventure, I only managed to kill 1 alpha megalodon and 1 Tuso. Oh, it's another one of these. Woohoo! Hey boy. I really need to kill this Alpha Tuso, because they drop a lot of black pearls, tentacles, and I need their eye eventually for the Alpha Overseer. So I healed up my Basilo, who is a beast at this point, and spent the next 20 minutes left clicking the Oversight Tuso. And I have now established myself as the Alpha of this ocean. Day 58, I had 4 Megatherium, and I was back in the Swamp Cave leveling them up. And after eliminating all the nuisances, I finally went back looking for a male Theory, and I just so happened to find a level 180 male before the end of the day. Day 59 went just as how you expect it to. I kinda just sat around waiting for it to tame, feeding it narcotics every few minutes, and high levels take forever to tame. However, I did get a good flak chestplate blueprint from a drop. The Theory tamed basically as soon as the clock struck midnight on day 60. Anyways, I got the Theory back and started breeding it with the others. I then farmed a few berries to keep the baby Theories I was soon to have fed, and later on I was back in the easy underwater cave looking for supply crates. Each day I was becoming more and more desperate for saddle blueprints. I was still in the easy underwater cave on day 61 looking for loot crates. I didn't find any though, so I returned back to my base and did some Theory breeding and killing because the baby didn't have the stats I wanted. But now that the Theories are on breeding cooldown, I flew back out to snow because I need a new UD because I lost mine. Day 62 I found a level 174 UD, and that's quite an upgrade from my old UD, so I was really happy. I named the UD Lost because I lost my other one and then returned home. I crafted more grapples on day 63 because I needed more honey for veggie cakes. No! I don't think I've ever gone 100 days without my otter that I always somehow named Kipper dying. Anyways, I managed to get my stuff back and made some more veggie cakes, and I also gave myself a haircut. Day 64, I went back to leveling up my Megatherium in the Swamp Cave. I could use about 4 Megatherium to clear the cave, so it would only take a few trips to fully level the army. And the Swamp Cave also has loot crates, so I do have a chance to get a blueprint I need, but it's very low. And at the end of the day, I finally got some baby Theories that had better stats. I was running low on metal again, so I flew out to the metal mountain and, you know, farmed metal. And for the rest of the day, I was back working with my Theories. I was out in the volcano in the morning of day 66 farming crystals specifically for a tech replicator. But I still need more black pearls to craft a replicator, so you guessed it, I had to go underwater again. And I actually managed to take down 2 Tusos in the same Alpha Mosasaur 3 times. Because the first 2 times, my power shut off because my PC was drawing too much power. I returned to my base on day 67 with all my loot and kind of just sat around waiting for my metal to smelt so I could actually craft the replicator. Day 68 and I just realized I haven't done a montage yet. Well, sit back, relax while I play Ark and get arced. What about that? Day 73, I decided I was going to fight the Beta Broodmother. I made a bunch of primitive Megatherium saddles because I was pretty confident in my army, just not confident enough to do Alpha yet. Anyways, I started to deliver my Megatheriums to the Obelisk Cryosects because there's no way I was going to walk them. Raw. I had about all the tributes, except I needed a few Sarker skins, so I killed a few of the crocs, and then grabbed all that I needed for the boss and set out towards the green obelisk. My Megatheriums were almost all awake by the morning of day 74, and I had a plan for this boss fight. I was only going to give half of my Megatheriums veggie cakes as sort of an experiment to see how they hold up against the ones with no cakes. And once my army was all awake, I started the beta boss fight. The boss fight was going well, but I tried to switch out half of my Megatheriums mid-fight, but it didn't work, so I just ended up going balls deep. Now, back to these guys. Alright, is the switch gonna work? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, let's just put it back on neutral. I only lost 1 Megatherium during the fight, but a few others had pretty low health. But I think if we get some better saddles and veggie cakes, Alpha should be pretty easy. Oh my god, I saw it coming from a mile away. This 75 and 76 I'm gonna group together because I just spent it raising baby theories and leveling them. And also, did I mention I found my old UD? Turns out it got stuck right under my base in some ruins, and it took me like 20 days to notice this for some reason. I was still raising theories into the morning of day 77, but I decided to grow a pair and go into the ice cave. I needed the artifact that is strong that was in the ice cave, and also some drops to have a chance of spawning in there, so I have a chance to get a saddle blueprint. Well, that cave exploration took longer than I thought it would because it's now day 78. But for the rest of day 78, I made some medical brews and ran the easy underwater cave. Day 79 and 80 would be one of the last days I spent baby raising and leveling. But a peculiar thing started to happen when I'd eliminate the baby Rexes for levels. My boss dinos would all somehow magically switch their aggression settings from passive to attack target, aka the babies. Oh, hey man! And this happened 3 times in 2 days. And the amount of rage this brought me is immeasurable. No, not again! Days 81 and 82 I'm also going to group together because I just spent them regathering the artifacts I need for the Alpha Brood Mother. The artifacts are the Clever, Hunter, and Massive, just like your mom. I pretty much come to the conclusion that I won't be able to defeat the Dragon and Overseer in this 100 days, so you guys can get excited for 200 days, dropping by at least 2040. And I also got some immaculate gauntlets from a yellow drop with a ring. Day 83 I started building gates around my breeding platform. My Theries and Megatheriums would now target anything within a mile radius, and that means they would fall off a lot. Day 84, I finished the gates surrounding the platform and went back to leveling Theries. Oh, no, they're mine! You know how I said I was getting pretty desperate for a saddle blueprint, especially a Megatherium saddle blueprint? Yeah, watch this. Day 94, I first delivered my Megatheriums back to the Green Obelisk so they would have a little time to wake up. And then I returned back to my base and grabbed all the artifacts, a UD, and a Rex. I don't know why I didn't do this all in one trip. Days 95 through 97, I did the thing. Day 98, and I was pretty much ready for the boss. I had crafted a lot of veggie cakes in between that drop hunting montage. I was trying to plan ahead for my next 100 days and get a beehive to produce me some passive honey, but I couldn't get the bee to come out of the hive when I broke it. I was probably just doing it wrong. Day 99, and
time to nut up or shut up.
About half of my Megatheriums had 10 veggie cakes, and my plan was to whistle half of them on the front side of the brood mother and then walk the other half around to its back side so it's getting hit from all sides. Come on, guys. No. The boss fight wasn't going too great. I was losing a few Megatherium every minute. So I decided to put my UD on auto Courage Roar and go in with my Rex to get that extra damage. And it was about this time I accidentally muted my mic. But just know, I was screaming. For encouragement and from fear. Well, that was the most stressful thing I've ever done in my life. Besides editing this video, I did this whole thing in 1 week. I love procrastinating. Day 100. Bye. Day 100, not 101 because I logged out as soon as it hit day 100 last time. And at first I just walked around my base making notes of what I had done and what I needed to do. And one of the things was to farm metal. So I flew off with my Argent and Cleo and farmed all the metal there was to farm on the Redwoods Mountain. And that was pretty much it for day 100. Day 101 I was looking for what I needed to craft tech items later on, and I realized I'm gonna need a lot more black pearls. So I farmed myself a bunch of scuba tanks and then set out on my itchy looking for Tusos to kill. And of course the first one I find is the alpha level 132 that I have no way of killing right now. So I kept looking and quickly found a level 144 Tuso that's too good to kill. Now you might be thinking that was pretty counterproductive because I need black pearls and I just used 50 to tame it. But Tusos are super strong so I can use this one to kill others, especially that alpha. So I spent some time leveling up the Tuso to over 100k HP on day 102. But the thing is with Tusos having a lot of health and a lot of damage, they take forever to heal. And I mean forever. Day 105 my Bastilo and Tuso now had enough health to take down the alpha Tuso. But when I finally went in to attack it, I realized my Bastilo was too low and wouldn't bite the alpha. So I had to retreat and cryo my Bassi. And when I went went back down with just my Tuso, the alpha was gone. The dude disappeared faster than me after uploading. Anyways, I decided to stick around in the ocean looking for more Tusos to kill, and of course when I'm looking for Tusos to kill, I find one that's way too good to kill. Bruh. So day 106, I returned back out to the northeast part of the ocean with Tuso taming gear, once again using my frog as a sacrifice. And after clearing out all the random plebs around the Tuso, it was pretty easy to tame just like last time. Sadly, both of my Tusos are male, so no squid breeding just yet. Hey, remember how veggie cakes require honey to craft, and I need a lot of veggie cakes? Yeah, so I spent the whole day flying around and biting all the beehives I could find, hoping one would have a queen bee in it. But not a single one did. I have to be doing this wrong. The morning of day 107, I finally decided to give up and do something else. That something else is going into the hard underwater cave. I spent about 30 minutes making my way through just the entrance tunnel, killing billions of underwater nuggets. And I thought I would be able to take down this cave on my own, but after I killed 2 squids and then saw more, I was like, nah, and I peaced out. So I spent the remainder of the day underwater killing basilos for their blubber because I needed for the dragon boss fight. Day 108, I killed the last 2 remaining basilos I needed for their blubber. I then went to make my way back to my base, but I was too heavy to ride my Pteranodon, mostly from the black pearls, so I had to walk. Anyways, when I got back to base, I farmed a bunch of wood to craft their Xenosaurs because I plan to fight the Alpha Dragon soon. And I think it's early enough in these 100 days that if I fail the boss fight, I will have time to re-raise an army and craft all that I need for the fight again. So for the rest of the day, I crafted saddles and brought my Theries out to the Red Obelisk. Day 109, I brought the last few Theries and 2 Rexes to the obelisk. I plan to bring in the 2 Rexes, hoping they'll do a decent amount of damage before they die. And yes, they will die. There's no way around. But after that, I still need to get the necessary tributes to start the boss fight. So I brought one of my Rexes out towards the North Mountains to hunt Allosaurus. And I even managed to kill 2 Alpha Rexes because my arc always seems to have 17 Alpha Rexes spawned at a time for some reason. Day 110, I spent still out in the northern mountains killing the few remaining Allosaurus I needed to eliminate. Day 111 started with me getting ripped off by a yellow drop out in the snow. But I didn't fly all the way out here just for that drop. I was here to kill Uties for their lungs. And at the end of the day, I returned back to the ocean with my Tuso in search of a female Tuso to tame and start an army. And I figured I need a few Tusos to successfully complete the hard underwater cave. And being able to breed some in a safe environment rather than taming sounds a lot better to me. I was still underwater on day 112, more specifically venturing into the easy underwater cave. And now I can run this cave with a tiny dolphin, so I had no concern going into the cave with my Tuso that has over 100k HP and 700 melee. But since Ark is an immaculate game, I somehow managed to get pinned up against the wall where I was unable to hit the mantis, jellyfish, and alpha megalodon that were biting me. But somehow after the 3 most stressful minutes of my life, I managed to escape the death trap. I don't know why I still play this game, to be honest with you. It can cause me more stress in 2 minutes than the entirety of my 16 years of existence combined. Anyways, that event caused me to stay on dry land for the rest of the day, robbing beehives for honey. Days 113 and 114, guess what? I was still robbing beehives. Day 115, I emerged from the ocean after getting a lot of black pearls from killing bad level Tusos. I had so much that my PT could not carry me, so I had to walk home again. And after that, I flew out to the Red Obelisk and gathered some fertilized Theory eggs just in case my whole army dies and I need to raise a new one. I decided to try my luck one last time in the ocean on day 116, but I didn't find any Tusos worth taming, but I did manage to kill 1 alpha mosasaur for some more black pearls. Since I can't manage to find any squids worth taming, I might as well get to work on dry land. So I did a meta run to make sure I have a big enough reserve for it for the future, so I'm gonna need a lot of it eventually to craft tech and things like guns and ammo for the Overseer boss fight. That is if this dragon boss fight goes well. I really don't want to spend 300 days on the island. Anyways, I got a good flak helmet from a red drop while farming metal, and that was pretty much it for day 117. Now that I'm starting to have a big, or trying to create a big aquatic army, I need an actual space where they can be out of the cryopod and passively heal. And my base is pretty centrally located, but I'm semi-close to the south beaches, so I decided to make an aquatic outpost out there. So I spent most of the day depleting Ark of its natural resources so I can create a structure big enough for my squids and eventual little squid babies. Day 119, I had a little dock made, but me and my dinos are still open to the elements and other dinosaurs, so I'm gonna fix that. Well, that took way longer than I thought it would. Anyways, on day 123, I crafted myself some more long neck bullets and farmed some more metal. I'm kind of addicted to being rich in a dinosaur game. Day 124, and I'm back in the ocean. Okay, I'm tired of this, and you're tired of this. So I'm finally gonna suck it up, and I'm not leaving the ocean no matter how long it takes.
He would later go on to break this promise in a few short seconds.
Day 125, and as you can probably tell, the last ever Fear Evolved event was active. It's so sad how Ark is about to come to an end. Nah, not really. Arc 2 on top. Anyways, I spent the rest of the day underwater killing an Alpha Tuso, and that will be the first and last time you see the Fear Evolved event on my arc, because after day 125, I didn't play for another 3 weeks because I was suffering from severe bronchitis. Just kidding, I was just bored. After spending all this time underwater, I was running out of scuba tanks, so I made a quick trip out to the volcano for obsidian to make some more. Little did I know this would be one of the best decisions I've ever made, because a yellow drop with a ring came down right next to me with an ascendant pump with 268 damage. I also got an apprentice flak helmet on the way back to base, but that is irrelevant because the shotgun might be what separates me from failing the Alpha Overseer to killing. And when I finally got back to my base, I did a flint and stone run for spark powder to later be crafted into shotgun bullets.
Granty then spent another 3 days under the ocean looking for a damn male Tusothesis.
I'm so sick of the ocean that I've decided I'm just gonna YOLO it. I have 2 Tusos and a Basilo, each with over 100k HP, and if I play it smart, I should be able to successfully clear the cave. But none of them have full health as of now, so for the next 4 days I did meat runs and force fed my underwater dinos to get them to a somewhat high health stat. Day 134, and today is the day, but there is a level 174 right there. I'm gonna have to tame that just to see if the stats are substantially better than any of my current theories. Anyways, I threw out all of my squids and my Basilo and swam them to the entrance of the underwater cave and began the permanent eviction of the cave's inhabitants. Now that I finally have that problem out of the way, I think it's time to chill out a little bit and go tame that theory. So I farmed some narcotics, made a trap, and set out towards the green ob. The theory tamed basically as the clock struck 11:59 on day 136, and it was not worth taming, but at least I know now. No more distractions. It's time to kill this alpha dragon and set my sights towards the alpha overseer. So I spent the whole day of 137 getting my gear together for the boss fight. I brought over 100 veggie cakes out to the red obelisk on the morning of day 138 for my theories. And now all my dinos are ready to go, and I have all the gear I need. Time to just put the veggie cakes into the theories and start the boss fight. Let's go. Huh? Oh my god. I forgot to get the Giga Hearts. So no boss fight just yet. I still have to find and kill 2 Gigas. So I returned to my base and crafted a bunch of shotgun bullets and then set out. And this could take a while. As I was flying around searching for Gigas to kill, I remembered something. Carcharodontosaurus, or however you say it, was just added. And they share Giga spawns, and there can only be one of the 2 on the map at a time, so I sure hope no Carcharodontosaurus spawn instead of a Giga.
Shit.
Well, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. I kind of have the stuff to tame it. It wasn't the best level, but it's a new dino, and it's either tame it or kill it, so I might as well tame it. Well, that wasn't really supposed to happen. Okay, now that I have sleeping bags down, if that happens again, I should be okay. And this Carcher must have genuinely hated me because it took the whole day of me just feeding the body so I could ride it, then tame it. But when I did get on it, it got much easier. Day 141, and now that that distraction's out of the way, I still have to find and kill 2 Gigas. Oh hey, by the way, did I mention my PT died when I was taming that car? So I now have to fly around the whole map looking for Gigas on an RG. Bruh. Anyways, I then spent 4 days flying around looking for Gigas and collecting drops because I was still desperate for either a Rex or Theory saddle blue. But I did find a Giga at the very end of day 144. It lived for about 3 minutes after I found it. It seems after looking for 4 days, the Giga spawns were overloading because I found the second and last Giga I needed just the next day on day 145. And after brutally ending that Giga, just like the first, I now have everything I need to start the dragon boss fight. I have no excuses now, so I flew out to the red obelisk and stood there, hyping myself up for the hardest boss fight so far. Or I was probably taking a leak. I can't really remember which. Yeah, so it's actually day 146 now, and honestly, if I fail this, I don't think I'll have enough time to re-raise an army, so let's not fail this. Oh! Come on, eat those veggie cakes, boys. Oh, some of them are still at good health. This could be doable. Oh, I'm dead. Come on, boys, pull through! Yes! Yes! Honestly, the boss fight didn't go nearly as bad as I thought it would, but I was still sweating buckets during it. Anyways, now that I beat that boss, two things are gonna happen. One, I need to start preparing for the Alpha Overseer, and two, I'm making a full tech suit. I'm gonna be this island's Iron Man, but that's definitely copyrighted, so I'll have to work on the name. Anyways, I have a lot of black pearls right now for tech items from killing a lot of Alpha Underwater Dinos, but I was lacking in polymer, and tech items cost a lot of polymer, so farming organic polymer isn't exactly practical, so I flew out to one of the mountains and farmed a bunch of obsidian. Day 147, and the other item you need to craft polymer with is cementing paste, so I made a quick run into the swamp cave to kill bugs for paste with my frog Kermit. And after crafting some polymer, I had all that I needed to craft a full tech suit, and of course, I made it black and white. I'm Batman. It's safe to say that tech suit will now be my primary method of travel because it sounds like I'm breaking the sound barrier every time I go zoom. Anyways, I went back to the red obelisk and got some of the Therias left over from the boss fight and brought them back to my base to heal. And at the end of the day, I flew out to the snow and farmed some oil because I needed it. Day 148, I logged in to discover I had a chibi in my inventory. I guess I randomly got given the default survivor items. But anyways, meet John Nathaniel Request DeMarcus Bartholomew III. I'm currently the max level 105, so this chibi can help me get an extra 5 levels. And later on, I flew around for a bit, killing an Alpha Rex as well as doing another metal run because I'm gonna have to start mass producing shotgun bullets soon. I wrapped up the metal run in the morning of day 149 and then started killing a bunch of random surrounding dinos for their meat. And I was farming this meat for baby Rexes I was soon gonna hatch. The reason I need more is because you can bring 50 dinos in the tech cave to get yourself to the Overseer. And you bet I'm gonna bring all the help I can get to get myself through that cave to beat the Overseer boss. And so for the next 10 days I did something we all know and love, grinding. Now that I no longer have a PT, I've only been using my tech suit to travel across the map as the RG is insanely slow, but with me zooming across the map sometimes multiple times a day is eating through my element supply really fast. So I want to fight the Alpha Megapithecus again for some more element to make sure I have enough for the rest of my time spent on the island. But I need to gather a few tributes for the boss, and one of them being Spinosales, so I spent the rest of the day flying up and down the island's rivers killing Spinos. The boss preparation grind continued on day 161 with me finishing up killing the last few Spinos I needed. And I then gathered my Rexes I would use for the boss and brought them out to the blue obelisk so they could have some time to wake up from cryo sickness. And that was pretty much it for day 161. Pretty uneventful. Staying on the topic of being uneventful, day 162 was spent waiting for the Rexes to wake up. I'm pretty sure I was just watching YouTube and feeling lazy. But by the end of the day, all the Rexes were awake and ready, so I started the boss fight. Now, I've already shown this boss fight in the previous 100 days, so I'm not going to make it an epic montage like I normally do, but a meme montage.
Yeah, boy.
Locked and loaded. Oh. You picked the wrong house, fool! No, don't do it! I'm joking! You better stop!
Fatality.
Okay. So yeah, that boss is super easy when your Rexes have over 50k HP and around 1000 melee. And when you bring a UD like you're actually supposed to, it's even easier. Anyways, I spotted a few yellow drops and red drops on the way back to base, so I collected those, but there wasn't really anything good. And now that I have 220 more element, it should be enough to keep using my tech suit for the rest of these 100 days and to use for the tech cave. Speaking of the tech cave, I have to figure out how to get 50 dinos into the door within 5 minutes that it's open. And if you've ever seen the entrance to the tech cave, you should know it's not exactly the best place to walk your dinos through, so I wanted to try something. I thought that if I could put a bunch of rafts over the lava, my dinos could just stand on the rafts and basically have a floor beneath them. I didn't really know if it actually worked, but it did.
No shot.
So until halfway through day 166, I mass crafted, placed, and maneuvered rafts to fit together to create a makeshift floor. As I said, halfway through day 166, I got done placing rafts and it looks kinda weird, but as long as it works, that's okay. Moving on, one of the dinos that I'll be bringing into the tech cave and riding the actual Overseer arena will be a Beauty. But right now, I only have a tamed Beauty, but don't get me wrong, this Beauty is really good. But I thought if I tame a high level male and breed the two, having 100% imprint on a Beauty could give me a huge advantage with being able to move faster and have better stats. So I decided I'd tame a male Beauty, but they're always a pain to trap. But I remembered I'm the fastest thing on this map right now with my tech suit, so I can just chase the Beauty with my ascendant long neck shooting it with trank darts. But something that would make that process even quicker would be if I had shocking trank darts. So I quickly ventured out to the ocean, killed a few jellyfish for their biotoxin, and returned to base to craft some shocking trank darts. Day 167, I was out in the snow looking for a good Beauty and killing the bad level. And at first I found a level 120 male, which was perfect, but it got deleted by some diary. But not too far away, I found a level 102, which wasn't ideal, but I can just breed it out with the better stats. So I knocked it out. And it only took about half the day to tame, and when I returned back to base, I bred the two and hatched the egg, and luckily it got both stats. The Beauty took pretty much all of day 168 to raise, as it needed 3 imprints instead of just 1 for Rexes. And I also leveled it, with of course, baby execution. The next 4.5 days were spent drop hunting. I know it seems like a very common theme in the series, and I don't like it either. But if Ark would just give me a Rex and Theory Saddle blueprint instead, this could all be over and I could be raising a Dodo army instead for whatever reason. Like, they don't even have to be good. Anything is better than primitive. I was still drop hunting on day 173, but the Turkey Trial event just became active. You can really see how long this took for me to record because the Fear of All event and the Turkey Trial event are a month apart. But with the Turkey Trial event came Super Turkeys. These little guys drop wish modes when killed for either cosmetics or Dodo Rex. But the problem is they're called Super Turkeys. They have tons of health, do tons of damage, and for some reason take reduced damage. Like, whose idea was that for them to do that? They already have 15k HP. Why do they take 1/10 of normal damage? A Rex that would do 1000 damage a bite to any other creature would do something stupid like 117 a bite to these little things. And then they only drop like 4 wishbones.
4 wishbones? What?
Day 174, it's time to test out if my lava raft invention worked. So I crowded up a few of my Rexes and brought them out to the volcano. And later on I went back to farming for a bit by farming some meat and wood to make into charcoal. For the early part of day 175 I spent farming drops, but later on I did a big flintstone run for spark powder. I wanted to craft a lot of shotgun bullets for the Overseer in case all my dinos died and I had to fly around on the tech suit shooting the Overseer to death. Day 176, it was back to the grind. I was mass crafting gunpowder, farming drops on the surface, and in the easy underwater cave. And while I was flying around collecting drops on the surface, I stumbled across a max level Quetzal. Now, I don't really need it for anything, but you can't really just pass that up, and I still happen to have my shocking trank darts on me. So the Quetzal knocked out pretty easily, but when it fell to the ground, it quickly started getting eaten by some saber cats, which really messed up the taming effectiveness. So I thought, I have nothing better to do right now, might as well let it wake up and re-knock it out to reset that taming effectiveness. And I didn't really want to chase it around the sky again, so I constructed the most scuffed thatch and wood trap around it. The first half of day 177 was spent waiting for the Quetzal to wake up and re-knocking it out. I then quickly farmed a bunch of prime meat and tamed it almost instantly since all its hunger ran down from the first time. And I called the bird a B-42 bomber, which I think is a real thing.
Yes, it is indeed a real thing.
Moving on, I was starting to accumulate quite the shotgun bullet supply. The Overseer is gonna stand no chance. I hope. The day 178 recording was lost to time itself, so I'm just gonna say I drop hunted all day and put the most cursed Ark picture I can find on screen. But I do have the recording file for day 179, and I was looking for a date on. I wanted one to quickly heal my dinos at my base or at the entrance of the tech cave. The Rexes I raised in day 149 through 159 all had a max HP of 50k HP, but they were all only like at 10k health because they hadn't healed that much yet. And healing 40,000 health in 20 days is hard to do, so I thought getting a Daeodon would really speed it up. Nothing about the tame was really that notable. It was a level 168 and I named it Dinner. Day 180 I was back out at the volcano and all my Rexes were waking up. It's time to start trying to find a way to line them up so they all could walk in one by one into the cave, but that's a lot easier said than done because Rexes have the hitbox of a semi-truck and turn radius of a planet. Day 181 I was back on my way to base when I spotted an Alpha Rex semi-close, so I eliminated it. And moving on, the tech cave is hot and the Overseer arena is freezing, but luckily Ark has some items you can craft to counteract these effects, them being Callian soup and Frya curry. They don't offer full immunity from the heat and cold, but they last for 15 minutes and give you some decent hypothermic and hyperthermic insulation, which paired with ghillie or fur could save my life. And they also produce food and water consumption, which is nice. And lastly, I made some... What?
What?
Looks like I left my RG on the floor on pass. Probably a good thing I tamed that Quetzal now. I needed to get a few more black pearls for a few tech things I wanted to craft for the Overseer on day 182. Those being a tech wreck saddle to try and knock things into lava and a spare tech suit. So I spent a little time in the ocean killing some Tusos for black pearls, and for the rest of the day I power leveled my Quetzal and flew out to a mountain to farm more obsidian for polymer. Farming with the Quetzal was much slower than the RG, but it had a lot more weight, so I guess it was kind of a trade-off. But after the obsidian run, I went into the swamp cave and farmed a bunch more paste and then crafted tons of polymer, and that was pretty much it for day 183. Day 184, I crafted the tech wreck saddle, spare tech suit, and repaired my current tech suit with the polymer I farmed the day previous. And for the rest of the day, I spent it arranging my dinos at the volcano, farming meat, and accidentally fighting super turkeys, with beginning to craft stone structures because I couldn't exactly form a good line on the rafts I placed, and sometimes the rafts would glitch and the Rexes would fall through into the lava. I've already lost like 3 Rexes to this glitch. Days 195 and 186, I spent constructing a stone platform walkway for my Rexes and arranging them on it. It was super scuffed and took 2 days because I had to build through the lava, sometimes killing myself just to place one pillar. But the day 187, I thought I was doing something much cooler. Now that my PT and RG are dead, the Quetzal was my only flyer. But you can place a platform saddle on the back of the Quetzals and place structures on it as well. And I have a lot of gear that I need to bring over to the volcano, so I put some storage boxes, a generator, and a fridge on the Quetzal and put all of my Overseer gear in there. I accidentally J-whistled on day 188, meaning for 3 seconds, all my dinos in the volcano tried to follow me, messing up the line. So I had to spend the whole day fixing the line, and comment if you know where my Rex with the tech saddle's name is from. Day 189. I need you guys to hear me out, please. You know what? Just watch this. I was just trying to move my Rex closer to the Daedon so that I would heal it faster. And since I got killed from mesh protection, my body poofed and I couldn't get my stuff back. So please forgive me, but I had to respawn and all my gear back in. But I tried to get it as close as the original gear I had before I lost it. I'm really sorry, but there's nothing I could do about it. And I'm not losing all my good stuff to something stupid like that. So for the rest of the day, I spent it looking up admin codes and spawning my gear back in. I know, this is a big group of days to put together right before the end, but hear me out. I was pretty much ready for the boss and didn't really have anything else to do except craft and get my Rex's saddles who didn't have any at the time. They were primitive, but it was better than nothing. But as I said, I've kind of done everything there is to do on the island, so I kind of just stood around waiting to do the boss. Day 198, and let's just get into it. I was streaming this fight as it was my first time doing the Alpha Overseer, and I figured my viewers could probably give me some help. But no more messing around. It's time to make my way through this cave, kill the Overseer, and descend off the island. Let's do it. Alright, let's send it. Too long for this not to work. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening? Wait, did I? Oh, I got him. It worked. Oh. Alright. Going back for more. Gonna have to leave it there. Alright, I'm comfortable with this. That's actually really good, guys. Okay. Figured it out. Kills. Everything. Ooh. They all sprint, they shouldn't fall into lava. They should be able to just... What? There's another! This could go really bad. Oh, it worked. Now they're both down there. Now that I've successfully made it through the tech cave, it's time to battle the Overseer. But I don't think this battle will be nearly as challenging as the battles you can fight in Enlisted. Make sure to use my link in the description to download Enlisted today for free and get a head start. Once again, make sure to head down to the description and download Enlisted today using my link and get a head start. How big is it? Oh, it's huge. We're good. Oh. Yeah. Oh, oh, he's on top of me. No thanks. Can I move? I'm encumbered. Oh, what did he turn into? What did he turn into? Monkey, monkey, monkey. Why is my... Hey guys. Attack him. Sorry, mother. My Grimlock got launched. This is the one I'm worried about. Yes, 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 he's dead. Oh, he's so low. I want the kill. Oh. That was like really easy. Like nothing died. Oh, music, music, music. Day 1 on Scorched Earth, or Day 201 in my 1,000-day journey to beat all 6 Arc story maps in 1,000 in-game days. I had just beaten the Alpha Overseer on the island on Day 200, so make sure to go watch those 2 videos before watching this one. Or not, I can't really tell you what to do. Moving on, I spawned in South Zone 1. That's supposed to be easy, but we'll see about that.
Yep. Back at it.
And I quickly got to making cloth armor, as it keeps you somewhat cool and it gets about 120 degrees Fahrenheit in the day here, so I'm gonna need all the help I can get to stay cool. And I also had a new cool cowboy hat. I then crafted a pickaxe, hatchet, and then knocked down and tamed a red Jerboa, which I named Cheeto. And the turkey trial event was still active while I was recording these 100 days, so that's why you see some cool colored dinos. And after that, I started crafting my first weapons and eliminating some of the local population for their hide. And towards the end of the day, I found the level 12 parasaur I was gonna kill, but I decided to tame it after I was already tired of being on foot. Since Scorched Earth is a desert, the days are really hot and the nights are really cold, because that is how climate works for some reason. Anyways, I was wandering around on my newly tamed parasaur when I spotted a yellow drop, and since I'm playing on the same character I played on as the island, I was able to open the drop, but all I got was a windmill. But after a little more adventuring, I found a plateau hill thing looking over the sand dunes with a water vane, so it was as good enough as real estate as any, so it'll now be my home.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he on X Games mode.
Well, it isn't exactly good looking, but it's my house, and it's better than being out in the wild, so I'll take it. Day 3, I had my first refining forge going, thus smelting a few pieces of metal I managed to gather back on day 1. I was also setting up my future crafting station with catwalks over the forge and a smithy on top. And with this smithy, I was able to craft a metal pickaxe, desert cloth, a metal hatchet, and a crossbow. Desert cloth still doesn't offer much armor, but it keeps you cool just like cloth, but it's better. And later on, I started crafting narcotics because I was already tired of riding around on my parasaur, and I thought a suitable upgrade would be a Procoptodon, as Scorched Earth has enough Procoptodons for an entire army of them. But Procoptodon saddles are really expensive, so I farmed a bunch of metal in the afternoon and set out to look for a Procoptodon to tame in the evening. Day 4 started with an electrical storm, but since I'm currently the poorest man on this arc, I don't have any electrical things to worry about being shut off. And later on, I found a level 48 Procoptodon, which really isn't good, but neither is this level 12 parasaur I have, so I tamed it. And for some reason, Procoptodon saddles require pelts, so I had to kill a few other Procoptodons for their pelts so I can make a saddle for my Procoptodon, and I'm already tired of saying Procoptodon. But now that I have the saddle, I can quickly hop around the map. So I ventured to a nearby mountain and farmed some crystal for a spyglass. And I also learned I can launch other dinos off cliffs, and it's now one of my new favorite pastimes. Day 5, and I know I've only half finished the house for about 3 days, but I'm already ready for an upgrade. So I farmed up and crafted another forge for higher metal production, along with cranking out a level 138 nearby Dodic I found. And for those of you who don't already know, you can't live in stone structures on this map because you'll bake faster than pizza rolls. But luckily, when Wildcard was making Scorched Earth, they were feeling nice and added a structure called Adobe, which keeps you warm or cold depending on what you need. But the problem is, it costs fiber, wood, thatch, and clay. And you have to craft clay and a mortar and pestle with cactus sap and sand, so it's not exactly a fun building process. But luckily, this Dodic I was knocking out happened to be an excellent sand gatherer. And while I was waiting for the Dodic to tame, I farmed a bunch of cactus sap with the Procoptodon and placed storage boxes in my base. My Dodic was tamed on day 206, and I named her Rock, because she is a rock. Anyways, I went straight to mass farming sand and crafting clay. And around midday, I started to farm other resources I needed to craft Adobe with. And towards the end of the day, I began placing Adobe walls. Day 7 was also spent working on the base. Day 8, there were a few good drops coming down, so I spent the morning out collecting those, and I even got a Mastercraft chainsaw. There aren't really any good wood farmers on Scorched Earth, so this chainsaw will now make wood farming much easier. And when I returned to base, I added a few railings on the roof of my house because it kinda looks like the first house we all make in Minecraft right now. Now, I know I just tamed a Procoptodon, but I want another high level, but it shouldn't be too bad to find since I'm already on one. So I spent the rest of the day bouncing around the map searching for one. Day 9, and I wasn't really having any luck, so I added a few things to my base, like another smithy and a fabricator. But you need gas to turn on your fabricator, and you need oil and hide to make gas, and I'm missing the oil. But I spent a few minutes killing oil jug bugs because I believe this is the only way to get oil on the map besides having oil rigs, and I don't have any right now. But now that I do, I crafted an oil rig with my newly placed fabricator, and I went out towards the green knob and placed the oil rig, and I guess if I can't get a high level Procoptodon, I might as well start searching for an Archie. And luckily I found a cool looking level 174 at the end of the day. The Archie was pretty quick and easy to tame on day 10 because it was in a trap, and I named her Rio because of her cool colors. I then proceeded to fly around looking for explorer nodes to quickly level up Rio, but I ended up finding a level 174 Procoptodon. You can't ever find what you're looking for in this game, but as soon as you stop looking for it, you always find it. Anyways, I knocked out the kangaroo and went back to my base to farm some more rare mushrooms to tame it. But when I returned, the Procoptodon was under the ground.
What?
And I don't care that I use Ghost here. I should be able to tame it normally, but it legit just goes under the floor when I leave for 5 minutes. I swear if Arc 2 has these same glitches. Day 11, the kangaroo was mine, and a few good drops are coming down around the map, so I decided to grab them on my new tame. Now that that is out of the way, it's time to get back to work. Oh, and I'm just now realizing I got an Ascended shotgun in one of the drops. And moving on, I got a few oil rigs in the drop, so I flew back out towards the green orbs and placed them. And I started crafting narcotics, bullets, and loading wood into the forges. Day 12, and now that I have wood in my forges, I need actual metal to smelt, and to get that metal, I need an Ankylo. And there just so happened to be a level 150 Ankylo right beside my base. So I trinked it out while a heat wave was happening, so that's always fun. And while the Ankylo was taming, I farmed some more wood for the forges and added a hatch frame at the top of my base for flyer access. But the Ankylo tamed towards the end of the day, so I flew back out towards the green obelisk to perform my first thick metal run on this map. I brought the first metal run back in the morning of day 13, and that's right, I said first, because I did too. I will become the richest survivor to ever walk this arc. After that, on day 14, I started mass farming flint with my Ankylo and stone with my Dodic to craft spark powder. I was gonna need spark powder from gunpowder to craft shotgun bullets and advanced rifle bullets, because I was planning to use turrets to kill wyverns as I steal my first wyvern egg. And later on in the afternoon, afternoon, I went and checked on my oil rig, and they were producing quite the supply of oil. And I also had about 3 windmills I'd collected from drops, and I was gonna need electricity soon, so I decided to set them up. And I actually found a spot on the plateau thing I live on that has 100% wind, so I will always have sustainable energy. Day 15, I connected the windmill power to my base with cables and then farmed for more wood for the forges. I then started crafting taming gear because I actually found a level 187 tech rex while I was doing some of the metal runs. But I didn't feel like leading the rex halfway across the map when I tamed it, so I figured it's time to make some cryopods. So I flew out towards the dunes to kill a few mantises for some organic polymer and took my Ankylo to a nearby mountain to farm crystal. I finished farming crystal in the morning of day 16 and then went out to the green obelisk to craft the cryopods as it was a relatively safe place to do so. I then went over to start to drink out their rex, but for some reason I hate myself and didn't make a trap, so I ended up just doing it on the back of my kangaroo and it took the whole day to tame. Day 17, the tech rex tamed and it was alright. I probably won't find a good enough male tech rex to breed it, but you can't really pass up a dino that's over max level like this. And for the rest of the day there was a heat wave, so I just had to chill out inside. I got some more food on the morning of day 18 and took my newly tamed rex out to lower the local population and higher its stats. I also got to crafting some cementing paste I got from killing bugs. I then went out back to the dunes to kill a few mantises for their polymer because as usual I wanted an industrial forge. Day 19, I had all that I needed to craft now to craft the industrial forge, so obviously I did. So I transferred all the unsmelted metal out of the normal forges and into temporary storage to place the forge, but there wasn't enough space in my base. So I took out some of the walls and added a few more foundations and then placed the forge. And I spent the rest of the day farming adobe walls and ceilings to case the forge back inside my base. Day 20, I put the unsmelted metal into the industrial forge as it was now fully functional. And I now want to keep upgrading my base, so I think it's time to make a chemistry bench next. As I said earlier, I plan on stealing my first wyvern egg with turrets, killing the wyverns that are chasing me. But advanced rifle bullets, the bullets that are using turrets, are really expensive. So I'm gonna have to craft quite a lot of gunpowder. But there is a sandstorm now, so I can't go out and farm the resources I need for a chemistry bench right now. But I do have wood, hide, and fiber. So I think it's time to place some spike walls around my base, because while I was AFK crafting the spikes and waiting out the sandstorm, my RG got by a raptor. Yeah, these spike walls are really necessary. The first half of day 21 was spent finishing off the spike walls, but I now have to go tame a new RG. I found a level 156 RG in the morning of day 22. It didn't have any cool colors or anything, but I needed RG. And as soon as I returned to my base with my new bird, it was a heat wave in the middle of the day, so temperatures were like 150 degrees Fahrenheit, so I had to AFK in my base and waited out till it was over. The first half of day 23 was spent leveling my new RG by getting explorer notes and killing mantises. And later on, I added a few windows to my base and crafted a chemistry bench along with 2 fridges. I know that I've only been playing permanent for about 25 days now, but man, did I miss the luxuries of having industrial structures back on the island. Day 24, I stayed with the theme of upgrades by crafting 4 vaults to replace my storage boxes. And after that, I crafted an industrial cooker, so I now have pretty much all that I need for these 100 days on day 24. And if you haven't guessed it already, Scorched Earth is a really easy map in my opinion. Maybe just because I'm the best Ark player ever, or that there isn't enough content or danger on the map. But if I really wanted to, I bet I could beat the map by day 50. Day 25, I actually spotted a level 162 female RG. So if I tame this, I could have an imprinted baby RG. And since I'm probably going to be stealing a wyvern egg on an RG, being a little bit faster and taking some less damage would help. And there was a sandstorm while I was taming it, but luckily your boy comes prepared and I had a tent. And the RG took about half the day to tame, but when I got back, I realized I don't really have any place to hatch the eggs, so it's time to build a hatching area. And I went with the classic triangle foundation hexagonal design. I think that's a hexagon, and I don't really know. I didn't do too well in geometry class. I also added this railing barrier to the back of the hatching area, so when I kill baby rexes to power level my dinos, they cannot escape their imminent doom. And then I added a metric load of air conditioners because wyvern eggs need about 10 million of them to even think about hatching. But moving on, I hatched the RG egg, and luckily it came out with a good weight stat, and I spent the rest of the day raising it. I farmed more wood for charcoal in the morning of day 27, and then I got to crafting the structures I needed to hopefully safely get a wyvern egg, including 3 turrets. Hopefully that's enough. It wasn't enough! It wasn't enough! Day 28, and I now have everything I need to successfully get a wyvern. So I flew out towards the wyvern scar on the side of the map, and there was an electrical storm as well, so hopefully that's not a bad omen or something. But first, I actually forgot the generator and cables that turned the turrets on, so I had to fly back across the map and get them. But anyways, I got back to the scar with all my stuff I needed for the second time and set up the turret box, and the rest was history.
Yoink!
Oh.
Come here, boy!
What? Turrets, please, I beg of you. It wasn't enough! It wasn't enough!
Cheeto.
Well, yeah, that didn't really go as well as I hoped. I took one of my Procoptonons back out to the turret box, and all the wyverns were finished off by the turrets by then, but it just sucks they couldn't do it 5 seconds faster. Anyways, I got my stuff and returned to my base. Now, a level 96 wyvern isn't really good at all, but I can use it to get better wyvern eggs. Anyways, later on, the lightning wyvern egg hatched, and I named it Ryder, and I spent the rest of the day raising it. Day 30 was spent flying around and leveling up my wyvern and getting used to riding one again. I haven't flown one of these things in over a year, but while I was flying around, I spotted a female level 174 Rex, so I obviously have to tame that.
I need this thing to go to sleep.
Well, it's nice that was all for nothing. Anyways, for the rest of the day, I just spent it out in the wyvern trench, but I just got a bunch of trash eggs I'm not gonna hatch. After that Rex catastrophe, I spent the majority of day 32 searching for a new Rex. There's a spot towards the bottom of the map near my base where if you kill a Rex and fly around, another one will spawn almost instantly. So obviously I abused this until level 156 female spawn. And great news, this one actually knocked out like it's supposed to. Day 33, the Rex tamed and it was pretty meh, so I still need more. I found a level 162 female on day 34, and its stats came out much better, and it was purple. After spending some time looking for a male Rex to tame on day 35, I gave up and went back to the wyvern trench. And good thing I did.
Oh.
Yoink.
Max level. Good enough for me.
And when the egg hatched, I didn't really want to give one of those classic fire wyvern names like Torch or Flame, so here is my best at being creative. Day 36, my fire wyvern was fully grown, so I spent most of the day leveling it up. Day 37, I actually spotted a level 168 Thylacoleo, which is really good for caving, so I farmed up a stone trap, kidnapped a Thylo with my wyvern, and tranked it out. And Thylos are pretty weird to tame, as they like cooked meat more than raw meat. So I tamed it with cooked prime meat, as I didn't have any sheep to get mutton to perfectly tame it, but it will still turn out good. Day 38, my Thylo was tamed, and I went for a test ride. And I also looted a red drop with a ring and got a pretty good rock golem saddle. I'll have to tame one of those later on. Anyways, for the rest of the day, I leveled up my Thyla by murdering other dinosaurs. Day 39, I went back on the hunt for a good male Rex. It took about half the day of killing and letting Rexes respawn, but I eventually got a level 150 male to spawn, which I needed. And obviously, I tamed it. The male Rex came out decent on day 40, so I can finally start breeding my Rexes. So while the two of my Rexes were going at it, I farmed some raw meat to feed the future babies. And speaking of the baby hatches a 251 male with all the good stats. I got really lucky. So I spent the rest of the day hanging around the base, raising the baby and crafting the things like gunpowder. Now that I have a perfect male, I have to get a female. So throughout the day, I had 2 more eggs. One was a good male I could use for the boss, and the other... But while I was waiting for the breeding cooldowns and for the eggs to hatch, I farmed things like wood for charcoal and looted drops. Day 42, I finally got the perfect female Rex I needed. So I spent the day raising that female, farming raw meat to feed the future babies, and looting more drops. There's so many good drops on Scorched Earth, but they never have anything actually good like a Rex saddle blueprint. Day 43, I'm starting to amass quite the supply of gunpowder and supply of other resources in general. But I need all this gunpowder for more advanced rifle bullets because at some point I'm gonna have to farm 20 wyvern talons of each type to start the Alpha Manticore boss fight. But I'm not gonna do that today, as I'm ready to have some medical brews, and to craft medical brews I need an industrial cooker. And I had most of the metal and other resources, but I did have to venture out to the dunes to kill some mantises for some more polymer. And I also killed a death worm just for fun. But anyways, by the end of the day I had my industrial cooker. Now onto the problem of piping. You see, I thought I could just run pipes from the water vein in my house, but I would come to realize that the water vein isn't infinite water. It takes some time to regenerate, meaning mass crafting medical brews and other things isn't exactly possible. But I wouldn't realize this mistake until a little later on. So for the rest of the day, I farmed all the stuff I needed to craft a bunch of medical brews and waited out a sandstorm inside my house where I thought medical brews were crafting outside. Day 45, I finally realized my mistake and quickly got the crafting and placing water pipes from a somewhat close water source. And it took about half of the day, and for the second half, I spent it raising Rexes. Staying on the topic of Rexes, for the next 9 days until day 55, I spent time raising and leveling my Rexes by slaughtering baby Rexes. Now, I know this is a really big time jump, but after over a year of making these 100 days videos, I've come to like dedicating a certain amount of time to raise and level all of my boss dinos in one chunk. I like this system so I don't have to sporadically raise and level dinos every few days, as it kinda messes up the flow of some things. Moving on, with my Rex army now fully raised and leveled, I still need a UD to rise and encourage one of my Rexes in the boss fight. So I crafted up a basic UD trap and spent the whole day flying around the West Mountains looking for a decent UD and killing all the bad levels.
Day 57 was also spent looking for a UT to no avail.
Day 58, and guess what? I didn't find a UD. And there was also a heat wave, so I had to sit in my base contemplating my very existence for at least 10 minutes. But when it was over, I said screw the Yudi and took my Thyla to the church cave to get one of the only 3 artifacts on this map. Seriously, Wildcard must have been feeling extra lazy when making this map, because why is there only 3 artifacts? The island had like 10. Like, only having 3 artifacts is kind of a joke. I'm pretty sure Aberration only has 3 artifacts, but those ones are at least in like somewhat cool and challenging caves. Anyways, day 59, I got the artifact in the church cave and artifact in the central cave, I think it's called that. I don't know, and neither do I care. And day 60, I got the artifact out in the mountain. And look at that, in basically 2 arc days, I got all the artifacts on the map. And I don't even know their names, they're that forgettable. That's what she said. Most of day 61 was spent farming metal, but I also crafted some more gunpowder and some more advanced rifle bullets. Pretty soon I'm gonna eliminate the local wyvern population, but that won't happen today because today I'm circling the map looking for loot crates. I believe at most 2 loot crates can spawn out in the dunes, which are supposed to have even better loot drops than normal supply drops, but after spending the whole day flying around just to get 1 loot crate with absolute dookie inside, I'm not convinced. Day 63 and I'm feeling violent. So I thought it was good as time as any to travel back out to the Wyvern Scar and begin what only can be described as the great wyvern culling of 2022. Now that my reign of terror is officially over on the local wyvern population, I pretty much have everything I need to ascend off this map on day 67. And yes, you heard me right, ascend off this map, because on December 14th, 2022, the Scorched Earth Ascension cinematic was being added along with 15 extra experience levels you can get from killing the alpha variant. But anyways, I still have some time to kill and a Titanosaur to kill.
No, don't do it!
And I wasn't just killing this Titan for fun. Titans give a lot of experience when killed, and I got an added 15 levels of experience when I killed the Alpha Overseer back on the island, so I want to get myself to max level again.
Oh, brother!
While I was mass murdering wyverns a few days ago, I also picked up some decent wyvern eggs of each variant. I don't really need any more wyverns, but I might as well hatch them. And I named the lightning wyvern Jupiter as a nod to Zanny Zebra's 100 Days in Scorched Earth video. He will be missed. He isn't dead, at least I don't think, he just doesn't upload anymore. And I named the other 2 wyverns after space stuff as well. Day 69, I returned in search of finding a good Yudi, and after only like 2 minutes, I found a level 168, and that's good enough for me. So I quickly built a trap and knocked out the Yudi, and then pulled quite possibly one of the most bobbiest moves of all time. So yeah, I'm gonna let the Yudi wake up and then re-knock it out so I can actually get some good taming effectiveness on it. So for the rest of the day, I added spikes around the Yudi to keep it safe from other dinos while I was sleeping. Days 70 and 71 were spent mostly waiting for the Yudi to wake up, as well as flying back and forth between my base and the trap to force feed the Yudi stimulant so it would wake up faster. But towards the end of the day 71, the Yudi woke up and I re-knocked it out and tamed it. Day 72, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't do anything except level up my Yudi by killing a few baby Rexes. Day 73, I started the day off with killing some surrounding dinos for raw meat to fill up my dino's feeding trough so you know they don't starve. And I also stood around my base. Yeah, I've been doing that a lot lately. You know what? I'm gonna tame the rock. So I gathered a few resources, made a cannon, farmed some more resources, and crafted a few cannonballs. Day 75 and I found a level 102 rock, and that's good enough for me. Oh yeah. Day 76 and I now officially have a rock. It doesn't really do much besides throw other rocks and roundhouse punch. Oh my god! Day 77 through day 85 was spent killing baby Rexes with an XP boost to get myself to max level. After 8 days of killing probably over 100 baby Rexes, I hit the level 122. I had 2 extra levels from a chibi I had back on the island, so I have an extra 3 levels when I get another chibi. And I did have some from Christmas present drops that were dropping because of the Christmas event, but there were no alpha spawn in Scorched Earth besides alpha wyverns. I did one last big metal run on day 86 to have enough metal to craft all of my Rex saddles. The entirety of day 87 was spent crafting saddles for my Rexes, crafting up cryopods, and then delivering my Rex army to the green obelisk to have them time to wake up from cryo sickness. Day 88, I grabbed everything I need for the boss fight because I was going to end this 100 days 10 days early. I've basically already beaten the map, and the only thing left to do is get a phoenix, and they don't really serve any purpose, so there's not really any point. And if you're mad about me not playing the last 10 days, feel free to dislike the video. Oh wait, day 89 was just spent waiting for my Rexes to wake up, but day 90, well, I guess I'll just call it day 100, but day 100 and it's showtime. Once again, make sure to check out War Thunder on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox and use my link for a free large bonus for new PC players. Do it, or I won't release another video until 2040. Once again, head to the link in the description and download War Thunder today. This is quite possibly the most boring boss fight of all time. Day 1 on Aberration, or Day 301 in my 10-part series to beat all ARC story maps in 1,000 in-game days. So make sure to go watch the previous 3 videos multiple times to give me more ad revenue. Recap the series for yourself so you know what's going on. Anyways, moving on, I spawned in Fertile Lake 2, a supposed easy zone.
Hi, how are you?
No. Well, let's try that again. I spawned in Fertile Lake 2 again, but this time I didn't instantly die, so already off to a better start. And I quickly got to crafting a pickaxe, hatchet, and spears to then quickly eliminate a few lysers and tame a bulldog, which I named Chonker. With my track record of keeping shoulder pets alive, I'm guessing there will be at least 5 different Chonkers in this video. Anyways, I killed a few more small surrounding dinos and crafted myself a set of hide armor, as this map is not blazing hot like Scorched Earth. And I also got myself some bolas along with a bow and put the glowing eye skin on Chonker, so now he looks like he either has laser eyes or is on crack. So yeah, speaking of drugs, I'm gonna have to constantly eat mushrooms in this video because I tend to walk in those hallucination patches quite a lot. Well, now I've made it to day 2 relatively unscathed. Anyways, it's time to get myself a mount, as running around on foot is just asking to get eaten by raptors again. So I managed to get myself up on a cliff and crafted myself a parachute and then jumped off to get a lay of the land, and I found myself a level 150 stego that'd be a great berry farmer and tank for me to ride on. So I decided to set up a makeshift base against a large rock wall, as well as making a stone trap to tame the stego with. And as I was making the stone trap, I spotted a pack of ravagers with a level 138 being the alpha, which I now have to tame. So I completed the trap and led the ravager inside, but I didn't have enough trank arrows at the moment because I was going to use a normal bow to knock knock it out, because I didn't really have that much metal yet. So the rest of day 2 was spent farming narcotics for trank arrows. I had the Ravager knocked out in the early morning of day 3. I then set out to look for an Ovis for mutton to tame it, but I didn't find any. So I ended up just killing a Diplo for prime meat, as well as gathering metal and spotting a max level stego. That is 30 points better than the 150, so yes. Anyways, the Ravager tamed and I named him Green Lantern, and I also had a smithy and forge by now to craft the saddle. And now I want to tame that stego, so it's time to farm for some more narcotics. Day 4, I had all the trank arrows I needed, and I had metal tools and a crossbow, so tranking out the stego shouldn't be too bad. I trapped the stego using a few wooden billboards, and it just got done fighting a raptor before I knocked it out, so I half thought it was gonna die, but it ended up knocking out okay. But then it took the whole day to tame because it needs around 17,000 mayo berries, and I didn't put enough in its inventory, so I basically had to restart. What? Well, day 5, the stego was tamed and it was absolutely terrible, but at least I'll be able to farm some berries. But more importantly, while I was waiting for the stego to tame, I looted an immaculate purple drop. So anyways, I got my stego back to my base and farmed even more narcotics with it because you can't fly on aberration and everything can get you. So I decided I wanted a small army of dinos before I moved from my current base. And once I had enough trank arrows to probably tame another Ravager or Carno or just something, I ventured a little upstream, but a pack of raptors found me first. Dude! And my Ravager ended up dying, but I managed to get my stuff back and my boob dog, who somehow didn't die. So for the rest of the day, I knocked out a low-level raptor, scorpion, and another Ravager because any mount is better than no mount. But don't get too attached to the raptor or scorpion. What? They died almost immediately after I tamed them because I was preoccupied taming a level 120 Carno, which almost definitely will keep me safe. And I also tamed another low-level raptor that was nearby. And when I returned back to my base, I made a Carno saddle and healed up my Carno next to one of those sus-looking plants. And after that, I pre-crafted myself a few things I could use in my new base and set off to look for a new place to live with my gang. And I know I've only been in the starter location for a few days, but there's almost no metal around. And on a map where you have to walk every dino back and forth, walking 7 miles with a full inventory of metal isn't exactly ideal. Day 7 started out with my gang murdering a rat because I wanted a few of the red gems it dug up. But I also spotted level 138 Megalosaurus I thought was stuck.
Is it stuck? This could be the freest megalo of my life.
Oh. Megalos are pretty much the Rexes of aberration, and I plan to use a small army of them to get myself some rock drake eggs. But while I crafted a few more trank arrows I needed to tame the Megalo, I actually found out it wasn't stuck.
Oh no, it's out.
So I now actually have to farm a trap.
Bro went into the back rooms.
Anyways, my trap is made and it's time to tame that Megalo. Well, it actually is stuck now, so I knocked it out, and while I was taming, I spotted a max level Ravager. Looks like Ark is trying to be nice to me after screwing me over a few days ago. Day 8, I actually had to farm some crystal and kill a Carcinos for some polymer to craft a cryopod because my Megalo tamed, but it was legitimately stuck in unbreakable rock, so I'd have to cryopod it to get it out. But now that I tamed the Megalo, it's time to tame that level 180 Ravager, which I actually managed to get into the trap. And I had to farm a few more trank arrows since it was such a high level, but it ended up knocking out okay.
Oh my god, I miss these things.
And yeah, my Megalo came out really good. The Ravager took a little bit to tame on day 9, so I went around killing a few things with my Megalo. But after it tamed, I packed up once again, and me and my now small, strong army of dinos set off into the blue zone to look for a new base location. And going off what I said earlier, how the starter base wasn't near any metal, that stands true for basically the whole green zone. The blue zone is much more dangerous, but it has a lot more resources. And maybe if I can find a semi-secluded or block off a portion of land, I should be safe. About a quarter of day 10 was spent wandering around the blue zone, but eventually I found this cliff thing on one of the large rock pillars. It only had 2 land entrances and was surrounded by water, so I thought it was a safe enough place as any to build my base. So the rest of the day was spent building the actual base. I went for a 5x5 platform on pillars because there wasn't a super flat place to build, but it didn't turn out too bad, I don't think. Day 11 started with placing campfires so I can finally have some more cooked meat. And I then started to fill my 10 refining forges with wood and metal. I got about 300 raw metal into each forge before I crafted a set of flak armor and then placed down some mortar and pestles because it's time to refocus on taming. Day 12 and mass crafting narcotics have never been easier in the primitive stage because of the stego I've tamed. I wanted to craft trank darts to start taming stuff because I planned to craft the long neck blueprint I got from a drop a few days ago. So I also began to farm gunpowder for the rifle bullets then turn into trank darts. And I had the long neck crafted by about midday and I set out on my Megalo to look for a high level Ankylo to tame. And I guess it's my lucky day because I found a level 174. I got the Ankylo knocked out in the morning of day 13 and I put spikes around it to protect it. And while I was wandering around waiting for the Ankylo to tame, I found another male Megalo level 144. And I had enough trank darts and trank arrows to knock it out, so I made another trap and then knocked it out. Then quickly after, my Ankylo tame, and later on so did the Megalo. I got my new tames back to base on day 14, and I developed a way of farming where I rode my Ankylo around farming the metal, and I had my Ravager whistle to follow me and hold the metal. And if you didn't know, Ravagers do have weight reductions on certain materials, so they're kinda like the RGs of this map. Anyways, after a few trips, I got 3 stacks of metal into each forge, and towards the end of the day, I set back out towards the green zone to look for a Dodic to tame. It took about half of day 15 for me to find a Dodic worth taming. Looking for dinos to tame right now is really slow because I have to move at snail speed running around all over the map. I cannot wait till I have a rock drake. And the Dodic wasn't that great or anything, but it'll farm me stone just fine. And well, I was making my way peacefully back to my base with my newly tamed Dodic, but then Ark remembered that it's Ark. Well, I managed to get my stuff back on day 16, and luckily my Ravager survived, but Chonker did not. So I tamed Chonker 2 and 3 on the way back to my base just to be prepared for the imminent death of number 2. Anyways, when I got back to my base, I farmed a bit of stone with my new Dodic, and then placed another smithy down and then a fabricator. And my current way of farming is pretty inefficient, to be honest, so it's time to tame a Carquinos. Carquinos can pick up dinos with their claws, so it makes farming much easier. So I spent the rest of the day farming the trap, since it's kind of complicated. Day 17, I was out in the green zone, and I found a level 174 Carquinos. So I set up the trap and got it ready to tame, just to realize I forgot the catapult. You know, the thing that knocks the crab out. But it all doesn't matter, because when I tried to return to my base to get the catapult, my game crashed. I love spending thousands of dollars on my PC just for my game to crash. I only got put a few minutes back to where I was before the crash, so I turned to my base and grabbed the catapult. I managed to get back where I was before I crashed and started to build the trap, but as I was, the crab already walked in, and I thought it was stuck. But I would soon learn when I was trying to knock it out, it was indeed not stuck. What? And it was torpor running by now, so there's no way I could get it back in the trap. And I tried to get another high level back into the trap, but since Carquinos have some of the worst AIs in the game, it didn't work out. And day 18 was pretty much one big failure. Day 19, and I actually got the crab into the trap. Oh! It might actually be in. I don't even know what level it is, to be honest, but just know that it's bad. And it only took a few minutes to tame eating spoiled meat, but then it takes about 10 minutes to get back to my base since I have to walk. Pretty much the story of my life on Aberration. Farming is a breeze with my new crab. It was a real pain to tame, but it was so worth it. And I farmed a metric butt ton of cementing paste and crystal, because you should all know by now, I want that industrial forge. And I only had some slight trouble getting the crystal back to my base. No! I'm getting pretty close to being able to craft an industrial forge. The only resource holding me back right now is oil. And the only way I believe you can get oil on this map, besides farming it on the surface, is by killing trilobites. So I made my way to a river in the green zone, which has a bunch of trilobites, and I slaughtered them all. It took basically the whole day, but I got more than enough oil, and some silica pearls too. Day 22, and I crafted the industrial forge. My metal production is going to be insane now, especially on this map. And after spending some time destroying the old forges and placing the new one, I did a massive stone run to craft some more stone structures. I was going to build a bottom level to my base where I was going to hatch baby dinos. Day 23 started with me adding some stairs so I could easily move between the crafting floor and the lower hatching floor. After that, I quickly made my way across a land bridge to the mainland and killed a Carquinos for more polymer to craft an industrial grill. And after that, I made a preserving bin because I'm still too poor to craft a fridge. And to end off the day, I wanted climbing picks in case I found myself in a bad situation, so I ran out to the green zone to farm some green gems. I had a lot of charcoal from using so many wood burning forges for so long. And with charcoal and spark powder, you can craft gunpowder, which I'm going to need a lot of to craft shotgun bullets so I can kill off a Rockwell. So I did a big flint run and began mass crafting spark powder. Moving on, I've been grinding for a while now, and I think it's time for a little adventure. Specifically an adventure into the Glowtail cave for an artifact. And the cave was pretty uneventful because it's stupid easy on the back of a Megalo. I obliterated literally everything in my path, except when an Arthro broke most of my armor. It took me over half of the day to get back to my base on day 25. But I spotted an alpha Carquinos just before I walked into my base, so obviously I killed it, because I need his claw to start the alpha Rockwell boss fight. And I finished the day by doing a thick metal run. The entirety of day 26 was just spent crafting behemoth gates and spike walls to completely isolate myself from the outside world. No wild dinos are getting into my base. Day 27, I saw time to craft a chemistry bench to make things like crafting gunpowder much more easier. So I had to do a little bit of crafting, but by the end of the day, I had my chemistry bench and a generator to be able to turn it on. I made another trip up to the Trilobite River on day 28 for some more oil. I also don't know when, but I crafted a gas collector at one point. Hey, and don't get mad at me for not showing it. You tried sorting through hours of footage from multiple videos in a row.
Content creation is far greater than
Turns out I made the gas collector on day 26.
Moving on, day 29, I basically finished the bottom level of my base and then killed another Carquinos, and just like that, I have 4 vaults. Wood farming is still a struggle for me. This metal hatchet just doesn't cut it anymore, so it's time to tame a rat. But to tame a rat, you need honey, and honey comes from beehives, which took me a whole day to find, but I find a high-level rat right next to it, and I named it Biggie Cheese. It took me a little while to get back to my base on day 31, but when I did, I crafted the insanely expensive roll rat saddle and began farming wood with it. And it's safe to say the roll rat was a really good investment, and I used most of the wood to burn into charcoal for gunpowder. And after that, I farmed a little bit of stone and crafted a Ravager trap because I want a dude Ravager so I can have little baby rat dog things. It took basically the whole day, but I found a level 180 male Ravager. I told you looking for dinos to tame is slow right now. Anyways, the Ravager nearly died before I could tame it, but I managed to get in the trap and it knocked out, so it's fine. The Ravager tamed pretty early in the morning of day 33, and when I returned to base, I got them breeding, and not too long after, I had a little red rat dog thing. Oh, and did I mention the Christmas event was active the whole time I was recording this? I mean, it's probably obvious by now, but whatever. My Ravager was fully grown on day 34, and it was nice being a little bit faster with 100% imprint. So I spent the rest of the day running around the blue zone looking for another Megalo to tame so I can finally start my Megalo line. And again, it took me basically the whole day of day 35, but I did find a level 150 Megalo, and that's good enough for me, so it shall be mine. The Megalo took about half of the day to tame, so now that I have a breeding pair, it's time to make some air conditioners so I can actually hatch the eggs. I placed around 10 air conditioners down and hatched the first Megalo egg, and it came out as a perfect male. And while the Megalo was growing up on day 37, I crafted and placed a turret on a pillar. I haven't really been showing it at all, but random dinos keep falling into my base and attacking my dinos. And after killing about 17 Titanoboas, I was pretty over it. But yeah, now my Megalo is fully grown, so I spent some time running around and killing everything in my path. And now that I have all the Megalos I need to start crafting hazmat gear to be able to get myself some rock drake eggs. Looks like I have to do some good old-fashioned grinding. So yeah, if you don't know what just happened, my power shut off. Oh, well, I should only be a few days back, so it won't be too bad. Nope, my character got deleted. And I'm not gonna lie, this was the closest I've ever been to putting a hole in my wall. And I never created a tribe, so I couldn't get my stuff back or my dinos back. So as bad as it is, I had to delete the world and create a new one. I built my base again and spawned in dinos that had stats close to the ones I had. And I also gave my character the island ascension, but I couldn't figure out how to get the kills for the dragon, monkey, spider, or manticore. So basically, I had no tech engrams, and I'm missing a whole ascension. I mean, I can live without tech engrams for now, but on extinction, I'm definitely gonna need those. So if you guys know any admin commands that can help me, make sure to put them in the comments. Anyways, day 46 through 49, I spent raising 5 Megalos and leveling them back up so I can use them in the rock drake den and they won't get clapped instantly. Also, I don't have any resources now because I didn't think I could really spawn them in, so I'll have to refarm them at some point as well as refarm boss tributes. But I actually managed to find and kill an Alpha Carquinos on day 49, so luckily I got that back. Day 50 and I have 5 fully grown and level Megalos, so it's time to get some rock drake eggs. But from my base to the drake den is a very far walk, especially when I had to stop and heal up my dinos. So it took the whole day just to even get to the radiation zone. Day 51, I didn't find any good drake eggs. I didn't get any good eggs on day 52 either, but since I have 3 hazmat suits, I can basically live down here. But day 53, I got my grubby little hands on a level 102 egg. Now that's not really good or anything, but it's a high enough level where I should be able to safely come back down to the den and search for more better eggs. I got back to my base on day 54 and wanted to hatch my drake egg, but like wyverns, rock drakes need almost thousands of air conditioners to consider hatching. So I had to farm some more polymer, metal, and crystal. But hey, I managed to craft a fridge and another singular air conditioner. I needed more electronics to craft air conditioners, and I didn't have any anglerfish to farm silica pearls, so I ran around killing tech dinos for a little bit. And towards the end of the day, I still did not have enough air conditioners to hatch the rock drake egg. But no worries, because I had enough to hatch the egg on day 57. And I even tried to get some nameless venom to raise it, but I couldn't get any. Anyways, the egg hatched, and it had some pretty good colors. And I spent the rest of the day at my base to make sure I could get the imprint. Day 58, I'm gonna be honest, I had no idea what I was doing. I was just wandering around on my Megalo, and I got red gems. Guess I was probably out looking for red gems then. I would make a rock drake saddle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Day 59 and my rock drake is fully grown, and yeah, I'm happy to finally go fast again. And I'm not gonna lie, I spent the whole day flying around because it was so fun. Day 60 I was back in the drake den looking for a better rock drake egg, and luckily I found the level 192 egg after only a few bad ones. So I hatched the egg, and oh my god, I got twins. And I named them after a certain college football team I don't exactly like because sadly they had the exact colors of the school. Day 61 was primarily spent raising my 2 rock drakes and cleaning up some stuff around the base. But when my rock drakes were fully grown, I once again had a field day flying around and leveling them up. The early parts of day 62 were still spent flying around and leveling up my drake, and I got it to about 20k health and 2,500 stamina. And I'm gonna use this one I'm currently on as a basic travel drake, and the other one I'll level into health and it'll be the boss drake. But since I now have a really good travel drake, I decided to go into the artifact cave in the radiation zone, which is incredibly easy to acquire since I could just turn invisible and nothing would attack me. Day 63 I farmed a bunch of wood with my rat for the forge to burn into charcoal, and I set up my megalodes in the most efficient way possible for me to get the most fertilized eggs. I returned to the glowtail cave on day 64 since I no longer had the artifact because my character got deleted into oblivion, and as you can see, it didn't go too well. And I even ran back in naked a few times just to see my stuff wasn't there.
Dude, where's my megalo?
So I came back with another megalode, successfully made my way back into the cave, but my megalo and bulldog were gone. And they didn't die because they'd be in the tri-blog, but they just weren't there. And this was probably the second closest time of me nearly putting a hole in my wall. Day 65 I log ducked in because I wasn't filled with rage and left the glowtail without even getting the artifact. And I repaired my gear when I got back to the base and claimed a bunch of baby megalos that somehow hatched without me being even in render distance. And I also spent day 66 at my base working with megalos. The first half of day 67 was also spent raising megalos. But once I got to a good stopping point, I farmed some stone and almost farmed some flint. It's time to really start ramping up the gunpowder production as I'm already 2/3 done with this 100 days. But the actual reason I didn't farm the flint because I noticed it was 90% night. That means it's the safest possible chance for me to go out on the surface right now. So I quickly jumped home on my craft, grabbed my drake, and then began flying around the closest service entrance. So yeah, I didn't get anything good, but it's 90% night and 10% day, so the days go super fast, so by the time I got out to another surface entrance, it was already night again. Once again, nothing really great, but definitely better than last night. But I guess I have one more night of it being 90% night, so hopefully I have some better luck this time. Yeah, I didn't have better luck. Anyways, I finally did that flint run and crafted a bunch of spark powder. And then later on, when it was done crafting, I crafted a buttload of gunpowder. Rockwell was gonna stand no chance. I hope. Day 71 through 73, I raised the rest of the megalos I need for the boss fight. And if you're wondering about the stats, after leveling them, they all had around 35k HP and 700 melee. I made sure to give them a lot of health because I'd rather them stay alive longer than do more damage. Day 74, I began the day getting explorer notes and killing spy notes to level up my rock drake I would use for the boss fight. And I got their drake to about 40k HP and 1500 stamina. The goal of the drake is just to tank and stay alive so I can move around fast in the boss. And I also looted a purple drop and I got a pretty bad shotgun that won't really cut it for the boss fight, but a shotgun is better than no shotgun. And when I returned to my base, I crafted a holoscope for the shotgun and did a small stone run. Day 75, and I think it's time I get myself a reaper. So I crafted up a small stone trap from Captain Fat Dog that I'll link in the description if I remember.
There is no way he is going to remember.
And here you can see me finding the first reaper I came across.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's more than good enough for me. So I quickly built a trap, led the reaper in, and bit the aberrant giga until she glowed red. And I think we all know what happens next. Luckily, killing the Reaper got all the XP I need to get an extra 75 levels on the baby. So I quickly built a small stone shack to give birth to the Reaper and then let it eat me. And it was green and orange, so obviously I named it Carrot. I then proceeded to spend the day raising Carrot, and when he was fully grown, I ran up and down the green zone massacring Spinos for levels. Day 77, I got back to my base from killing Spinos, and Carrot was kind of overpowered now. I love boosted single player stats. But moving on, it's 90% night cycle again, so the next 3 days were dedicated to looting drops on the surface, and I got much better loot this time.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Day 80, and now that I have pretty much everything I need for the boss fight, it's time to start actually getting stuff to start the boss fight. And I needed basically everything except the Alpha Carcino's Claw, Rock Drake Feathers, and that one artifact that I don't know the name of. And while I was on my way to the Glowtail Cave, I found the Basilisk I tried to kill, but it didn't come out of the floor for whatever reason. But no big deal, I still got the artifact in the Glowtail Cave by the end of the day. Day 81, I crafted myself a scuba tank and then got the last artifact in the... I don't know what cave this is called, but it looks really cool. In the morning of day 82, I was back out in the radiation zone killing a Reaper. I only needed a few more Reaper pheromone glands, so it wasn't that bad. And after that, I started getting bullets crafting, and yeah, that's pretty much all I did. I was on the hunt for basilisks on day 83. These oversized snakes are literally everywhere when you're not looking for them, but as soon as you start searching for them, they all disappear off the face of the earth, so I only managed to kill a few before the end of the day. Day 84 was basically just a carbon copy of day 83. I just spent it killing a few basilisks. By this time, my Megalo army has pretty much eaten through all the food on my base, so I did a meat run with my Reaper in the morning of day 85. And after that, I queued some more bullets to craft and eventually found an alpha basilisk. I guess Ark is trying to make up for being mean to me earlier and not giving me any basilisks. I thought I'd level up my Megalo a bit by killing this alpha Carcinos. Oh, nah. That is level 162. But yeah, I don't think I could kill that with just one Megalo. And in the night of day 86, I started looking for an Alpha Reaper back on the surface, but I didn't find any sign of one. Well, after doing a Dino wipe on day 87, yes, I'm allowed to do those, I found one. And with 2 mate boosted Megalos, it died really fast. Hopefully just like Rockwell will. So I think I have all the boss tributes I need now besides Nameless Venom, which I'll get before the boss. So yeah, now it's time to just start preparing my gear. I got some red gems and crafted another gas collector so I can repair my hazmat. And for the next few days, I always had bullets crafting, so don't be surprised when I face Rockwell with 17,000 bullets. Just kidding, I'll only have like 1,700, which is still a lot. Day 89. Eating a sub from Penn Station. Well, day 90, I was actually productive. I added piping from the water below and an industrial cooker to make some medical brews. I'm actually really surprised I made it this long without having medical brews. Usually if I don't have them by day 50, I'm like this. Day 91, I farmed flint for spark powder for more gunpowder. I then farmed berries for more medical brews, crafted megalo saddles, and crafted cryopods so I could safely get my megalos down to the terminal. Day 92 was super boring. I had to saddle up all my megalos and sit at one of those plants all day waiting for them to heal. But if Aberration didn't have these plants, I don't think my dinos could get the full HP before day 100. I spent the next 2 days throwing out my megalos out of their cryopod at the terminal. I didn't want to cross them because I honestly didn't know how long they would take to wake up, so I decided to play it safe. And I also put all the tributes I had into the terminal, which I would soon learn to be a big mistake. Day 95 and time for that mistake. When I went back up to my base to grab the last few megalos and everything I needed for the boss, my items despawned into the terminal. I'm guessing it's the same glitch that happened to my megalo and Blue Dog like 20 days ago. Oh, Wildcard, please fix this. Aberration's my favorite map, but I haven't exactly had a good time during these 100 days, especially since my character got deleted and now I only have the island ascension. Anyways, now that I'm done ranting, I had to summon all my tributes back in. Day 96. Okay. Day 97, I farmed all the Nameless Venom I need to start the boss, and more for my rock breaks since they heal health when you force feed it to them. But anyways, I'm starting this boss now. I've basically beaten this map, and I'm worried if I spend another day here, my whole world will get deleted because of the way it's been going for me lately. What? What? Oh my god.
Drop your guard.
I'm finally on Extinction after beating the Island, Scorched Earth, and Aberration. And it's currently day 1 or day 401 on my 1000-day journey to beat all 6 Ark story maps in 1000 in-game days. But if I want to defeat the Alpha King Titan in only 200 days I'm going to spend on this map, I don't have any time to waste. So I quickly got to gathering some nearby resources to craft a stone pickaxe and then use that stone pickaxe to craft a stone hatchet. And by now you guys might be like, Grant, your game looks really good right now. Did you get a new PC? I got a new PC. And an OSC just fell out of the sky over there. Well, I can't defend one of those for loot anytime soon, but I can smack these tables for crystal to make a spyglass. And while taming this low level horse I just found, I'll tell you about my new rig. It has an i9 3900K and an RTX 4090. And for those of you who aren't PC nerds, it's basically top of the line parts, so I can now run Ark in 4K, sitting around 70 FPS. In other games I'd be getting around 150 FPS, but since Ark is horribly optimized, I have to deal with it. Anyways, my horse tamed and I named it Larry. I then proceeded to run around killing some small dinos for hide and crafting myself some tools like a bow and some bolas. And also, this isn't the exact character I had back on Aberration. I don't think I can really transfer characters across computers, so I just made a new one and gave it similar stats and the boss engrams and ascensions I had. And later on I spotted a level 102 Carno that would be a really strong mount to protect me right now, so I need to set up a small base to farm up a trap for it. But as I was farming the resources to do that, Larry was killed. What? Larry! I even put him in a tree where I thought he'd be safe, but I guess not. Anyways, I still wanted to tame that Carno, so I spent the rest of the day farming up a stone trap while I had meat cooking in a campfire to keep me fed. And it's day 2. Jeez. Day 1 was insanely long. I'm playing 35 to 40 minute days. I don't know the exact number, but all my settings I use will be linked in the description. Anyways, I had the trap all crafted up, but I need some narcotics now to actually trank out the Carno. So I set up a thatch foundation in some random corner to go farm narcotics with. And while I was farming said narcotics, I spotted a level 174 PT.
Oh my.
And that PT is now my main priority because a near max level flyer this early in the game is game changing. So yeah, I ran over to the bird when it landed and knocked it out with like 3 trank arrows. Moving on, I killed a nearby Ovis for some mutton to tame the PT, which I named Flappy. And for the rest of the day, I spent getting explorer notes to level up my bird and crafted a forge to start smelting metal. Day 3, I had a smithy, but more importantly, I was experiencing lag spikes. This should not be happening on my new PC. And I'll put an example on screen now, and for those of you who don't see it and think I'm crazy, it's literally right there. And this would continue for a few days until I finally found somewhat of a solution after I dove deep into the trenches of my graphic card settings. Anyways, I need to actually focus on things that are happening right now. So I farmed some more metal to have the forge smelt it into ingots while I was doing other things. And by other things, I mean farming even more narcotics because there's a level 174 Ankylo literally 7 feet from my starter base. So I proceeded to trank it out while I was having lag spikes every time I turned my character more than 2 degrees. Anyways, after putting spikes around the Ankylo when it was unconscious, the rest of the day was just kind of spent mindlessly walking around. But what I was really doing was watching how to fix my lag spike problems on my other monitor. Day 4, I had the Ankylo saddle and also a decent amount of oil on electronics. Tech dinos are all over this map, so don't be surprised later on when I have mountains of the stuff. Anyways, a few minutes later, the Ankylo tamed and I named it 4K Metal Farmer now, because it'll be farming metal in 4K now. But anyways, now that I have an Ankylo, I want an RG to carry it. So I quickly farmed up a simple RG trap. I then flew out to the green obelisk on the west side of the sanctuary because that's the only place where RGs spawn in the city. But there was only like a total of 4 RGs and they're all terrible levels, so I had to venture out into the wasteland for the first time. And as I was flying around the Sunken Forest entrance, I spotted a level 144 RG and a level 168. And I'm only gonna tame the level 168 because I don't have the resources to tame both right now. The RG only took a few minutes into day 5 to tame and I named it Chick. And if any of you are confused why it's not dark like 3 AM in game time, is because outside of the biodomes there's no day-night cycle. And this is actually explained in Ark's lore because the earth is tidally locked. Extinction obviously facing the sun at all times. Moving on, getting back to my base took forever because I had to lead the RG back on whistle follow command because I didn't have any cryopods yet. But now I had to farm some resources to craft an RG saddle, and while I was farming them I found the level 180 Pteranodon. I love Extinction in its high levels. Obviously I knocked the bird out so I could have a good breeding pair, and I gathered all the rest of the resources I need to craft the RG saddle, most notably chitin. And for the remainder of the day I once again flew around the sanctuary getting explorer notes leveling up my RG. Day 6 I was still trying to find some explorer notes to level up my bird. I haven't played Extinction that much compared to other maps, so I only knew where like a total of 3 explorer notes were, and I had already gotten them. But I did manage to get some cementing paste from nearby beaver dams, so it wasn't a total loss. Anyway, when I returned to my base there were some defense units attacking my Ankylo, but they were pretty quickly dealt with. So now that I have an RG I can ride, I think it's time to move to a more permanent base location, and I chose the nearby Coliseum. And it was pretty big, had a city terminal where I could craft element dust forest into element and had a naturally surrounded barrier that would be easy to fill with gates to completely block off the area. So I crafted a decent amount of stone foundations and even lower them to be somewhat level with the terminal. Day 7 I crafted a few structures I would need, like smithies, forges, and a fabricator I managed to scrape together. Then moved over all of my items and some tames, as well as crafted some wooden storage boxes. And after that I farmed up a bunch of wood and put about 2 stacks into each of my 10 forges. I wanted to go on a big metal run so I could have a big supply as fast as possible. The thing is, my RD's weight isn't exactly where I want it to be, so I once again flew around looking for explorer notes to quickly level it up. They're like impossible to find for me at this point. I returned to my base in the morning of day 8 and farmed a few hundred narco berries to craft some narcotics with. And by now my RD had some somewhat actual decent weight to do a metal run with. And I desperately needed metal, so I flew out and managed to find a few groups of 2 or 3 metal nodes in the southern part of the sanctuary, and that would be enough for now. I don't think Extinction really has any condensed resources locations like the island's metal mountain or Aberration's entire blue zone being filled with metal. Everything is kind of just scattered across the map. Anyways, I got the forges burning and then I crafted up some trank arrows and stone dinosaur gates because I want to tame a gas bag. While gas bags don't do like any damage and are pretty easy to kill, they are one of the best flyers on the map. They're really fast and usually have around 4,000 weight or more if you tame a high enough level. But the only problem is though, they spawn in the wasteland, but there just so happened to be a level 132 fleeing from some corrupted dinos that was all alone, so it was a prime target for being abducted. I managed to first trap the inflating jelly bean with some wooden billboards, and then I secured it so it couldn't float away with some stone dinosaur gates. And these boys take a lot of tranks to knock out. Day 10 I had to run back to my base real quick to get some mayo berries for the gas bag to tame. And I also crafted some ghillie the day before because it's super hot in the wasteland, so don't lose your cool that I didn't show that, Karen. After that I farmed a bit more chitin for the surprisingly cheap gas bag saddle and tamed it around midday. I named it Poop Bag because it's brown, but most importantly I forgot how fun these things are to fly. And you really only want to upgrade oxygen and stamina on these guys so you can just fly farther. And now that I have good maneuverability around the map, there's a lot of stuff I still want to tame. And I need cryopods to transport them around the map, so I killed a few corrupted creatures for the corrupted nodules, as corrupted nodules act as organic polymer. So yeah, I floated out to the King Titan terminal in the back of the map because you can't craft cryopods in city terminals for whatever reason. And now that I have cryopods, I want a Chodic. Dodic. I actually found the level 174 Dodic on day 12, and I managed to get it in a safe isolated area by farting on it with my gas bag. And while my future rock farmer was taming, I spotted a level 168 Velonosaur. 1, I forgot these things existed. 2, I want to tame some of those. That one especially because if you don't know, Velonosaurs are basically portable turrets that use stamina instead of bullets. Anyways, I returned to my base and crafted a Dodic saddle and a log neck because I wasn't a brokey anymore. But now that my Dodic is tamed, I want to start making some dinosaur gates I was talking about back on day 6 to protect my base. I'll come back and tame that Velonosaur in a few days. Days 13 and 14 were both spent farming and placing stone dinosaur gate frames around the perimeter of the Coliseum. By day 15, almost all of my metal was smelted and I had a bunch of charcoal. So I crafted a few mortar and pestles and did a flint run to make myself some gunpowder for bullets. I also finally bred my PTs, but I wouldn't just hatch the egg just yet because I wanted to go tame some Velonosaurs. I can't decide if velos are hard or easy to tame. They move slowly so you can just block them with wooden billboards, but they are also lasering you down with needles the whole time. And I managed to find the female level 168 I found a few days prior. And it wasn't too hard to trap, besides the fact that it broke my leggings in 2 seconds. The velo tamed pretty much as soon as it was day 16, and I don't know if it's good or not, but I'm not complaining. However, I want another male velo so I can have a breeding pair. And after not too long of flying around, I spotted another level 168, which I quickly trapped and tamed. After that, I returned to my base and repaired my flak because it got melted off taming velos. And I crafted a bunch of gunpowder with the spark powder and charcoal I farmed back on day 15. Moving on, I actually had more than enough metal for an indie forge somehow. I just needed a few other resources like corrupted nodules. And towards the end of the day, my velos popped out their first fertilized egg, then I tamed an otter. But don't get too attached, it's definitely gonna die soon just like the other 17 in the series. I lost count how many otters I had back on the island. Day 17, I crafted my first generator and air conditioner so I could hatch my velo egg and PT egg you all forgot I had already. The velo egg hatched with pretty mid stats, so don't worry about it, but the PT on the other hand was amazing. I then proceeded to spend 10 minutes raising and imprinting the two because they grow up pretty fast, and after that I sat AFK for the rest of the day. I was probably just dropping a deuce IRL and forgot to pause the game, but I was back and actively playing on day 18, but more importantly I was shooting down every creature inside the Coliseum with my new imprinted Velonosaur, so I spent half of the day out in the wasteland massacring literally everything in my path. It's super easy to take down dinos when you're outputting like 400 damage a second somehow. What the? And it's also really efficient for farming resources like hide. And moving on, I hatched 2 more Velonosaur eggs, which were both terrible, and for the rest of the day I farmed stone, wood, and began actually putting the gate doors into the gate frames because I was tired of having wild dinos wandering into my base. But I would soon learn this would all be basically useless because dinos can still spawn in my base. I finished putting in the gate doors in the morning of day 19. And after that, I spent basically the entirety of day 19 out in the wasteland farming corrupted nodules with my velo. But at the very end of the day, I managed to craft an industrial forge and a fridge. I demolished and placed in the new forge in the morning of day 20. And now I have basically no metal, so I flew out into the wasteland for a pretty big metal run. And I also got jump scared by a corrupted reaper I didn't hear coming while I was eating. That very easily could have been the end of me, my RG, and my Yankee. That also would have been the end of my play session, because I definitely would have rage quit. But I managed to get the metal safely back to my base, and then I added some more foundations before getting some raw meat to feed the 7 velo eggs I'm gonna hatch. It's crazy how fast these things reproduce. The first part of day 21 was spent raising the baby velos and crafting saddles for them so they wouldn't be so squishy in a fight. As I said earlier, I want to use these guys to defend element veins and orbital supply drops, so it's really important they do not die. Later on, I looted some beaver dams for more cementing paste and saddled up 3 of my velos for a long journey to the desert cave. Mantises spawn in the desert cave and they drop a lot of organic polymer and chitin, so I decided to make the journey out there because I wanted to craft some vaults, and going out in the wasteland and hunting for corrupted dinos doesn't sound too fun. But I should have just gone into the wasteland because after leaving my base I was jumped by a max level megalosaurus and a capro at the same time.
Hey, bitch! No! No! No!
What?
I did manage to get my stuff back right before the end of the day, but it was still traumatizing. Pretty much all of day 22 was spent walking out to the desert cave, and when I finally got there, murdering everything inside of it. But I was right to think that I would get more than enough organic polymer for a while, and I'll also never have to farm chitin ever again. I got back to my base about halfway through day 23 because there was a meteor shower keeping me from traveling through the wasteland. I know I could have just grown a pair of balls, but I didn't feel like getting exploded by a meteor. Anyways, I spent like 10 minutes killing random tech dinos around the sanctuary for electronics and oil so I could craft one of the most game-breaking items of all time. But I have to get back to my base right now to craft it. I crafted 4 vaults. Yeah, I know I overhyped them, but I needed it to be dramatic for me getting stuck to be funny. Anyways, I crafted some wooden catwalks and placed my vaults above my smithies and fabricator. I spent the first few minutes of day 24 sorting out my items into vaults and then crafting some Volanosaur saddles. I had around 8 velos fully imprinted with saddles ready to go, and all I had to do was just level them. So I leveled up one for a few minutes by eliminating literally everything in the surrounding area before placing more cables under my foundations in my base and finally placing the fridge I made a few days ago. Now my velos are pretty strong, and I think they will only get stronger when killing corrupted dinos, so I think it's time to do an OSD or element vein, whichever I find first. So I took a quick lap around the wasteland on my gas bag and found an element vein with 10k health. And for those of you who don't know, element veins can either spawn with 10k, 25k, 50k, or maybe 100k HP. I don't know if 100k element veins are actually a thing or not, so let me know in the comments. But the difficulty of the amount of corrupted dinos and how strong they are is the dependent level on the element vein. The lower the element vein, the easier it is. And I think I can easily take down a 10k element vein with my velo, so I returned to my base and grabbed a few things I would need, like canteens. Day 25, I started the grand trek out of the sanctuary and into the depths of the wasteland with my velo packed towards the element vein. But when I finally arrived to the element vein, it had despawned, but there was a blue OSD literally right next to where it was. I guess Ark is trying to make up for taking a whole element vein away from me. And OSDs are like element veins, but instead of element, they drop loot that's supposed to be good, but it's rare that it actually is. And there's 4 variants of OSDs, being blue, yellow, red, and purple. Blue being the easiest, and purple being literally impossible for a solo player like me. Anyways, I started doing the blue OSD, killing a few weak dinos that spawned in each wave. And I only made it through like the first or second wave before a whole corrupted giga spawned literally on top of my velos. That's not even supposed to spawn when you're doing an OSD. It literally just spawned in naturally. At first, I tried fighting it, but I was panicking and didn't think my pack would be able to kill it, so I just whistled followed on my pack and managed to peace out while the Giga got distracted. Well, I'm not gonna go back to that drop anytime soon. And after that, I returned to my base and made some dino leashes. They basically just keep your dinos from leaving a certain area, so I figured they would be useful to keep my velos near the dropper vein I'm supposed to be protecting. And I still want to complete a dropper vein, so I flew around and found another blue OSD, and it went much smoother than the last one. I completed the OSD about 2/3 of the way into day 26, and it was not worth doing. I could probably get better loot from killing random dinos around my base. Anyways, after that huge waste of time, I returned to my base and threw up my velos so that they could heal, as well as craft more dino leashes, because they are actually pretty useful. Moving on, for the rest of the day, I farmed up a bunch of narcotics because I want to tame a Managamarmar. Okay, I still don't know how to say it, but I want one of those fast ice jumpy boys. They are really strong and fast, but that's also the same reason they're a pain to tame. And also, they like to attack literally everything within a mile radius of them, so keep
keeping their attention to lure them into a trap is near impossible. Day 27, I had the weird trap you need to tame in. I also even had trank darts to try and make this as quick as painless as possible.
Warning: the following content will be aggravating to watch and may cause you to throw your phone, punch your monitor, or hurl your remote at your TV screen for those of you weirdos who watch a 16-year-old play Ark on your living room TV.
I set out to the Arctic biodome, and after only a few minutes of looking, I spotted level 138, which was more than good enough for now. I found a relatively flat spot nearby to trap it, but when I was building the trap, my IQ reduced to 0, and I couldn't figure out how to build the trap.
What?
Even though I literally had the tutorial on my other monitor. So I had to demolish the first trap and fly over to some trees and rocks to refarm another. And then I even messed up the second trap and ran out of foundation support. But that didn't even matter because the man had died trying to fight 2 woolly mammoths.
No!
But not to worry, because after 10 minutes of searching, a level 156 spawned right next to where the 138 died. And I also watched it die to mammoths again. Day 28, I got a level 162 mana into the trap that was literally outside of the Arctic biodome somehow. But looking back now, it was probably a good thing since I didn't have a bunch of woolly mammoths to attack. Anyways, I knocked out the mana and nearly insta-tamed it since I lose food when they jump around trying to get out of the trap. And I didn't know it at the time, but the stats were really good. After returning to my base and crafting a saddle from a new main travel companion, I spent the rest of the day killing corrupted Rexes in the back of the wasteland to power level it. I got it to around 15k health and 5k stamina, and then just pumped straight melee into it for the rest of the playthrough, so the Ice Breath was basically like a minigun that freezes you at the same time. Day 29, my mana was now an Apex Predator, so I decided I want to take on an Element Vein with a few help from my Velos. I spent most of the day searching the wasteland, and I managed to find a 10k Vein that was perfect. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I have no idea how to edit defending Element Veins or OSCs to be entertaining. So the council of the 4 brain cells I have left decided to put weird music and a picture of my cat over the defense footage. Enjoy!
What? Where was Kipper, dude? I haven't seen him in like 15 days.
As you can see, I got around 100 element from the vein, which is okay for now, but I'm gonna need a lot more for the things I have planned. Anyways, when I returned to my base, I started crafting the element dust into element in the city terminal, and I farmed a bunch of oil and electronics for some reason, even though I want to craft a tech replicator. But speaking of tech replicator, I loaded up most of my metal and poly into my gas bag and put them in the King Titan terminal. And to end off day 30, I farmed hundreds of crystal, literally in seconds with my Ankleo. Days 31 through 34, I spent farming black pearls by killing large corrupted dinos. My god, was this horrible. I did a metal run towards the end of day 34 because I needed more metal for the replicator, but you guys need to understand. I spent hours killing random corrupted dinos just to get 1 or 2 black pearls at a time. Sometimes I didn't even get any at all. And there's only 2 ways to get black pearls on extinction to my knowledge. You can either kill hundreds of corrupted dinos like I did, or tame gachas. But at the time, I thought it would be faster to kill dinos, but boy was I wrong. Day 35, I did another big metal run, so I actually had metal to craft stuff with when I had the tech replicator. I then delivered even more resources to the terminal just to see I need even more metal ingots and polymer. So I farmed some cementing paste and corrupted nodules by killing even more corrupted dinos. Now, I thought I had everything to craft the replicator on day 36, but I capped the terminal with corrupted nodules and there wasn't enough space for the rest. So I have to craft actual hard polymers, so it's good I grabbed the cementing paste earlier on. Anyway, when I returned to my base, I had to look up where obsidian is on extinction, and it was in the sunken forest, so it basically took the whole day to get there, farm it, and then come back. I had all the polymer I needed on day 37, so I could craft a tech replicator on day 37. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just out here being the best Ark player to ever walk the Arks and Earth. I spent a little while trying to figure out where to place the replicator, but I managed to find a good spot where I could have an efficient crafting area. I don't really know why I made such a small crafting area when I literally have one of the biggest base locations I've ever had. Like, I had a bigger one back on the island when I was living on tree platforms. Moving on, I farmed some element dust, but more importantly, crystal with only a few swings for my Dodic. But if I want to craft more tech items, I'm gonna need more black pearls, and I'm not gonna kill any more corrupted dinos. So I spent the rest of the day taming gachas in search of one that can produce black pearls for me passively. A little less than halfway through day 38, I got a gacha that produces black pearls.
Oh, yes, black pearl.
I actually got one way faster than I thought I would. I only tamed like 20 gachas before this one that I just left dotted around the sunken forest. And I'm not gonna lie, I've never done a full playthrough of Extinction before this video, so I have no idea how gachas worked. All I knew is that they ate war maps and stone. So I crafted up a bunch of war maps, but I realized I'm one of the laziest people to walk the earth, and I didn't feel like doing that anymore, so I just farmed up a bunch of stone and filled his inventory for him to start producing black pearl crystals. To defeat the King Titans, I'm gonna need to tame Titans, but I'm also gonna need an army of Gigas to do some good damage before probably they all get stomped
stomped to death. So I checked out near the Arctic biodome, but all I found was a Carcrow that would magically disappear in a Dino wipe. Anyway, the gacha was actually producing decent black pearl amounts, and I wouldn't have to worry about farming black pearls ever again. And later on the day, I actually spotted a yellow OSC, which was a bit harder than blue dots, but it should be doable with my mana and a few velos. So I grabbed a few of my elite soldiers and started the drop defense. It was pretty easy. The only problem was that the corrupted Paracers would take forever to die, so some of the smaller dinos would be able to attack the drop, but they never did any concerning amount of damage. I encountered my first enraged trike on day 40, and honestly, it was kind of the joke. Like, the Arthros were more of a threat. And here's the loot I got from the drop. Definitely a step up from the blue drop, but still meh. I then flew home and sorted out all my loot, as well as crafted a holoscope for my new shotgun I got, as well as crafted a chemistry bench. For day 40, I'd say I'm doing pretty good, and it really helps I'm playing on Fibercraft. Started day 41 by farming some wood and then expanding my stone platform. I'm gonna need to construct a hatching area soon, so better to start earlier than later. But that's boring right now, so I want to do something more fun. By that I mean tame a snow owl, because I believe snow owl poop is good for gacha production. Yeah, they literally like to eat
shit.
After a bit of looking around in the Arctic, I found a level 168 snow owl who would also be good to heal my dinos with their freezing healing ability thingy. Half of day 42 was spent doing another 10k element vein, but I got even less element than the first time, which was a big bummer. This primitive pickaxe is really not cutting it anymore, and neither is 10k element veins. But after that, I did some basic grinding, like cracking open gacha crystals for black pearls, and crafting myself some more shotgun bullets and another mana trap, because I want to tame another.
Oh my god!
I started day 43 with farming some narcotics so I could actually knock out the mana, and I then proceeded to spend the whole day actually looking for a decent male to tame, but I didn't find one. I seriously want to fight the employee at Wildcard who made mana so hard to find and tame, but I guess the Wildcard employee is safe because I found a level 156 where I tamed my current mana last time, and once again it's pretty easy to tame it when it's in the trap. And when I returned to my base, I got the 2 manas doing it because an imprinted mana is basically jumping death, but the baby was bad so it got terminated. I looked what I needed for some dedicated storages, and they were actually pretty cheap, so I farmed some corrupted nodules and had 5 by the end of the day. I started day 45 with a pretty big metal run because I needed metal. Now, going back to my primitive pickaxe and not cutting it anymore for element veins, I figured I can tame one of the mantises in the desert cave. But to tame a mantis, you need bug repellent so they don't see you coming from a mile away. And to craft bug repellent, you need crops, so I started crafting a lot of crop plots. And I did that for the rest of the day because crop plots are one of the most annoying things to craft in the game. Day 46, I finished placing the crop plots, but I still need pipes to supply water and a toilet to actually fertilize the plants. But luckily, toilets really aren't that hard to craft, so I made one quickly as well as the pipes. And after clearing out my intestines, I went on a search for a decent giga to tame, but I didn't find any, so I just spent the rest of the day farming the crop seeds I needed. Another baby mana was born on day 47. It was also slaughtered less than a minute later. I then spent the rest of the day expanding my base platform and crafting some stone railings to make new walls of the hatching area. And that's all I did because I went AFK in my Dodic's inventory so the game wasn't paused. Day 48 wasn't that commentary worthy, but it was montage worthy. I placed my new tech generator in the morning of day 49. So subsequently I demolished my gas generator and the little hatching area. Anyways, I spent some time messing around with the generator's range and then spent some more time searching for a giga and actually spotted a level 174. So I trapped a giga nearby where I tamed my snow owl with some stone dinosaur gates, and if you don't know, gigas can break through stone structures. So I had to rush back to my base and make metal gates before the giga could destroy the stone ones, but your boy had it all under control because I am speed and I wasn't in render distance, so couldn't even bite the gates. And also, I didn't have any narcotics to actually knock out the giga. Didn't really expect to actually find one, so I had to farm those for the rest of the day with my Ankleo. I managed to successfully retrap the giga into metal gates, and the rest of the day went about how you'd expect taming a giga. I shot hundreds of trank darts into it all day long. The giga tamed pretty early in the morning of day 51, and I think it came out okay. I don't really know anything about giga stats. And when I returned to my base, I did things like craft myself some more rifle bullets since I spent all of mine crafting trank darts, as well as claim another baby mana who didn't actually need to die. And I then spent the rest of the day crusading around the map on my giga, killing literally everything in sight because it's just something you have to do when you get your first giga. I spent the first third of day 52 walking back to my base because gigas are really slow. But after all that time away from my base, I finally get another baby mana. Yeah, maybe next time. Anyways, I crafted more trank darts to tame a Bronto because farming narcotics with my Ankleo is horrible. And I actually found a level 114 towards the end of the day, which is more than good enough for me. The problem isn't knocking it out, it's waiting for it to tame since each berry only gets 2.2 taming percentage. Day 53. Told you this would take a while. Anyway, eventually the Bronto did tame and I wanted to make a platform saddle, but I needed more silica pearls. And I don't know any great way to get pearls on this map, but I do know you can get silicate, which I have no idea how it works. So I did go to the back of the map and got like 2 silicate, but I realized I don't need a platform saddle and I don't know how silica works, so I just went home and crafted a normal saddle. But farming narcotics with a Bronto is so much better. And after that I farmed some wood and burned it in the forge for charcoal so I can keep crafting bullets. I need more tranks to hopefully tame another male Giga soon so I can start a breeding army. I plan to do the Gamma King Titan by the end of these 100 days, so I'm gonna need and start an army as soon as I can. I was back farming wood and killing babies on day 54, you know, just the huge. I want to make a lower level on my base specifically for baby Giga raising since they grow up to be really big. I know putting a floor down wasn't really that necessary, but it's kind of just nice to have, so I spent the rest of the day hitting trees, crafting darts, not finding any wild Gigas to tame, smacking rocks, and making stone foundations. Day 55, I finally got a mana worth raising. It had all the good stats except the weight, which is okay. So yeah, I had to stay around my base for a little while so I could get full imprint on the mana, but I did venture to the sunken forest for some cementing paste just for general use. Pretty much the entirety of day 56 was spent leveling up my new mana, which I named Land Dragon because he will be landing and dragging these nuts. I also healed the mana to full health with my Snow Owl, and it was actually pretty efficient, which is nice. With all this wood farming, I want a Theria to help it go by quicker, and I have a tech replicator, and I'm still farming wood with a hatchet for some reason. I have to sort out my priorities. But luckily, not too long after of looking, I found a level 162 Theria. Once again, Extinction is blessing me with these high levels. And Therias are pretty easy to tame, except when you forget narcotics to keep them knocked out, so you have to travel halfway across the map, panicking, hoping it doesn't wake up. But they also do take a long time to tame. Theria tamed pretty early into day 58, and I cryo-sicked it when I got back to base because, as I said earlier, I have 4 brain cells left. But it's okay, I guess, because they do wake up fast. And eventually when I woke up, I started farming wood, and it was a really good investment. And also one of my best investments was the gas bags. Seriously, even though these things don't reduce weight, they're the ultimate loot in wood carriers. And I managed to complete my pointless stone platform at the end of the day and craft bug repellent from the crops I started growing earlier on. Day 59, yeah. So I tried taming a mantis with woolly rhino horns that I'm just now realizing I forgot to show me getting them. And not only did that mini rock golem throw a rock at me, I can't actually tame the mantis because they are cave creatures. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty stupid right now. Anyways, I then took my rage out on a wild car that was blocking Giga spawns. And note to myself and to all of you, don't fight wild Gigas. Like, ever. I thought I could kill a level 6 with ease, but my Giga actually ended up nearly dying because of the bleed effect. Seriously, my level 315 Giga nearly died to a level 6, but at least I got a Giga heart. An OSD fell right from the sky in front of me on day 60, but it was blue, and I'd say I'm above needing to do blue drops right now. And then I really spent the entirety of day 60 looking for a male Giga to tame. And towards the end of the day, I actually grabbed all that I need to actually tame a Giga, so what happened last time doesn't happen again. And while I was looking for a good Giga to tame on day 61, I spotted a yellow OSD below the giant ribcage. This, in my opinion, is one of the best places to do an OSD or element vein since it's all flat around it, so no dinos can literally jump on top of you. So I returned to my base and healed up my Giga because it was still on life support with the encounter from the wild level 6. And I didn't really have any major problems with this OSD this time around. I brought like 4 velos that weren't really killing anything anymore. They were kind of just a distraction for the corrupted dinos to attack instead of the drop. And when my mana could no longer take down everything with ease, I just threw up my Giga and went to town. I honestly think I did more damage to the drop by accidentally biting it than corrupted dinos did to it. And here's what I got. And also, it must have been my lucky day because I went back to searching for a Giga and there was a level 162 basically waiting for me. Thought I had everything to successfully tame it on me. So I trapped it and started shooting it with tranks. Notice how I said I thought I had everything I needed to successfully tame the Giga. Yeah, it turns out I don't have like any narcotics to keep the Giga asleep. So I had to return to my base and farm hundreds of narcotics and trank darts. And I spent the rest of the day shooting the Giga with more darts because it definitely lost a lot of torpor in the time that I was gone. Day 63 and the Giga actually knocked out way faster than I thought I would. I guess it actually didn't lose that much torpor when I left render distance. And I spent like 10 minutes waiting for the tame and it came out almost identical to my first Giga, so I'm not going to spend any time trying to get a perfect breeder set. Anyways, I started incubating the first egg when I returned to my base, but it needs over half an hour to hatch. Once I get a decent supply of these eggs, I'm going to start doing a few mass hatchings because I simply just can't hatch eggs when they take half an hour to hatch. So while I was waiting for the egg to hatch, I did some organizing around the base and farming some electronics and element dust with my RG and Dodic. Day 64 was pretty much all spent raising my baby Giga. And imprint on these guys are insane. I crafted a primitive mech on day 65. I had pretty much everything at my base I needed to craft it, so I didn't really have to farm anything besides it for corrupted nodules for like the millionth time. And I named the mech Optimus Prime because the Transformers franchise is the best movie franchise, and I don't care what you say about it. Anyways, the rest of day 65 was spent getting the final 2 imprints on my Giga and healing it to a somewhat decent HP, and then going out into the wasteland to power level it as well as farm corrupted nodules. I started incubating 4 Giga eggs on day 66, and this is just an announcement. From now on, the whole time I'm doing stuff, my Gigas are breeding and breeding on cooldown, so I was basically producing Giga eggs every day for the rest of these 100 days. And after that, I crafted 4 fridges because I need more storage for spoilables. And even after that, I got the splitting meat to spoil and farming narco berries and tinto berries for medical brews. I honestly completely forgot about medical brews. I haven't really needed them so far. I also crafted more feeding troughs because baby Gigas go through raw meat faster than I disappear after uploading. I had the 4 Gigas hatch on day 67, so that also meant I spent the whole day at my base. I know that all of these Gigas are likely gonna die in the King Titan fight, and I could just give them a little bit of food and let them grow without imprint. But 100% imprint gives these guys like an extra 12k health, which might actually allow them to survive another hit or two, so I'm gonna do it because who knows, that extra hit might be the difference of me failing or beating the boss. I found an element vein with 25k health, and I need more element to craft literally anything tech right now, so I'll give it a try. I actually completed the element vein on day 69, and it was actually really easy. I didn't even need to use my Giga. And while I was harvesting the vein, I did get attacked by Corrupted Reaper, but since my mana is an absolute unit, I took it down with ease and got just above 300 elements. So it was a lot better than 10k veins and very much worth doing. But honestly, if I find one, I think I might be able to do a 50k vein. And that was the whole day, because even though element veins and OSTs are super boring, they take forever. When I returned to my base on day 70, I balled out with my new element and crafted myself a whole tech suit. When people ask me how I got this rich, I don't know, man, it's just a lifestyle. Later on, I checked out the King Titan summon requirements, and yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Moving on, I started incubating 7 Giga eggs. And since the eggs took forever to incubate, I had time to do a whole metal run. And while I was on said metal run, I spotted a 50k element vein, and I'm totally doing that. I'll probably have to destroy the little veins to protect the big one, but as long as the big one survives, that's still hundreds of element. I did the element vein with ease on day 71. And don't worry, I picked up the Giga eggs before I did so. And as I suspected, I did have to destroy most of the little surrounding veins to protect the big one. But it was worth it because look how much element I got. And I even had to fight a random corrupted Giga that showed up. I'd say that's revenge though for the one that spawned on top of me doing my first OSD. But after returning to my base, the rest of the day was spent smacking light posts with my Dodic for crystal because literally anything tech costs hundreds of crystals to craft. I went back to farming corrupted nodules on day 72 because I want some tech troughs. They have more slots for food and the food lasts longer inside of them, so it'll be a good investment. But instead of crafting them right away when I got back to my base, I demolished a part of the hatching area's railings because I want to craft more and expand it. So I expanded the railings along with crafting more air conditioners and tech troughs because I'm just a baller like that. Farmed hide and raw meat on the first part of day 73 while my Giga eggs finished incubating. But when the eggs did eventually hatch, I had to spend the rest of day 73 and the entirety of day 74 and 75 raising them. Because even with my rates, Gigas take around 50 to 60 minutes to raise, which doesn't sound like a long time, but I'm on limited time here, people. I have things to do, titans to kill. I healed up one of my Gigas on day 76 and crowded some velos to do a yellow OSD. And here's what I got. And besides doing these things because they're super easy with a Giga and have decent loot, my Giga also gets a lot of levels doing it, so it's just a big win all around. Now, I basically did the same exact thing on day 77. Except this time I found a red drop. Now from what I know, I should be able to successfully solo the drop with a Giga if I'm smart. Never mind, I didn't even have to be smart because my Giga does more and more damage as I level it up. And the corrupted dinos just keep dying faster and faster, so it was another walk in the park. And after getting stuck on part of the OSD that shot off, here's what I got. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot more of these red drops. Like seriously, I got a good mana saddle and a mech blueprint. This loot is
Beautiful.
I started the next day with another metal run, because if I want to keep crafting tech stuff, that mech especially, I'm gonna need mountains of the stuff. Man, what'd I do to do one big metal run on Aberration right now? Anyways, after that, I kind of just sat around my base, because you gotta slow down every once in a while and really breathe it in.
Boy, if you don't...
Day 79, I did a red OC, and here's what I got. Okay, next day. Day 80, and the reason I'm so excited is because I'm gonna try and tame the Ice Titan today. All I need is a mech with some element, and I should be able to just harness my inner sharpshooter, and bam, the Ice Titan is mine. So I crafted another primitive mech that I named Megatron in case one of mine died. I crafted a primitive one because you don't want to do damage to the actual Titan. You just want to hit the corrupted nodes, and it doesn't matter how good your mech is against the nodes, each shot does 1 damage to it. Moving on, I cryoed up both the mechs and finished gathering the last few Theory Claws I needed to summon it. All you need to summon the Ice Titan is 10 Theory Claws, 10 Spinal Sails, 100 Corrupted Hearts, and the artifact that you get in the cave. And even after that, I began making my way through the surprisingly big cave, and I didn't even reach the end by the end of the day. I got the artifact on day 81 and summoned the Titan, and it went a little like this. Meet Snuffles. Since I am the best Arc player ever, I managed to get an alpha variant on my first try, meaning it's as strong as it can possibly be. And good thing I brought 2 mechs as well, or Snuffles would have eaten me a while ago. Anyways, I got Snuffles back to my base and just kind of sat there and admired his size and strength. The King Titan is gonna stand no chance. Day 83 in the party isn't stopping now because I want to tame a Forest Titan. I figure if I can have an Alpha Ice Titan, an Alpha Forest Titan, and an army of Gigas, I would be easily able to whoop the King Titan. So anyway, I farmed the last few remaining corrupted hearts I needed and began clearing my way through the Forest Titan cave at the end of the day. I began taming the Forest Titan on day 84, and it was super easy because the Forest Titan is really slow and its attacks aren't really that threatening. But the thing was, it took 2 whole days of shooting to tame it. Maybe I was just missing a lot of my shots, but I had to dip into my element reserves that I used for my tech armor. I burned through over like 200 element, but luckily it tamed out an alpha, so it was worth it. Going back to the Forest Titan being really slow, I had to walk it out of the sunken forest, through the wasteland, and into the sanctuary at a basically penguin waddle speed. And now that more of half of my day was gone, I started doing a 25k element vein, because you can never have too much element. But don't get too excited, because while I was almost finished with the vein on day 87, this happened.
Bruh. What?
Yeah, despawned literally in front of my eyes because apparently I was too far away from it. I feel like I wasn't even that far. Anyways, after that preposterous disappointment, I began incubating more Giga eggs for another mass hatching. I think after these Gigas would be fully grown, I would have about 20 battle Gigas, but I'm not sure because counting was never my best thing. And I also did a meat run to feed the babies and added some more wooden stairs to the hatching platform just to make it more convenient for myself. I did some berry farming in the morning of day 88 to keep my berry eating boys fed and for more medical brews. Also, look how many Giga eggs I have now, and I still have the ones incubating. And speaking of the ones I have incubating, they were starting to hatch, and I spent the rest of day 88 and the entirety of day 89 raising them as well. And I also named all my Gigas Titan Killer and then whatever number. I don't really know, I was just bored. Okay, day 90 and I have some explaining to do. So as I said earlier, I've never done a full playthrough on Extinction before this video. And for some of you experienced Arc players, you probably realized my mistake a few days ago. You need the trophy of each Titan to spawn the King Titan. And I have 2 of the Titans tamed. You're supposed to spawn the Titan and kill it, and then spawn another later on and tame it to fight the boss. So yeah, the 2 Titans I have now are basically useless and they have to die. So I can then spawn another of each Titan to kill, and then I have to spawn even another to tame. And about killing the Gamma King Titan by the end of these 100 days, yeah. I'm not sure that's going to be possible. But moving on to stuff I actually did on day 90, I tamed the level 132 Quetzal I found. Since I need to kill all 3 Titans, the Desert Titan included, I had the idea of putting the Giga on the back of the Quetzal and just letting it bite to death. It sounds pretty dumb, but I watched one YouTube video on it from 4 years ago, so I know it has to work. But when I got the platform saddle on the Quetzal, I quickly ran into the issue of not being able to place enough structures. And it won't let you place gates on it, so this is not going to work. So knowing that my Quetzal strategy won't work, I did a bit more research and saw that I should be able to just shoot down the Titan with my mech's gun. But something that would even make that faster is a better mech, so I farmed hundreds of corrupted nodules and corrupted hearts and crafted the ramshackle mech blueprint I had. The Mastercraft one was way too expensive, and I had to farm some of the tributes like Sarko skin, so I spent the rest of the day doing that. After gathering all the tributes I needed, I got everything I needed from my base and started making my way through the desert cave. I brought like 400 element just in case, but I don't think I'll need near that much. And the desert cave was much shorter than the others, so I made it through by the end of the day and summoned the Desert Titan. And there was a pillar I could stand on with my mech and shoot the Titan, but it wouldn't be able to come near me. Basically, I have over 200 IQ. I killed the Titan in the morning of day 93 and got some pretty bad loot, but I got the trophy I needed, so that's all that matters. And I spent the rest of the day leveling up a Giga by doing a red OSD because I just couldn't resist. And I was also farming corrupted hearts now because I was summoning Titans left and right and I was burning through them faster than I could passively farm them over time. And here's what I got from the OSD. I'm not excited for day 94. Today is the day I decided to sacrifice my tame Titans to the corrupted zone so I can spawn some other ones to kill. It took the whole day to get both Titans back in the zone and have their 400k health eaten down by a combination of corrupted Rexes and Gigas. And I'm not gonna lie, I was actually pretty sad. But things get worse before they get better, right? Now that my Titans were in the bellies of corrupted Gigas in the wasteland, I could spawn new ones in the kill with my Gigas and get the trophy. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how these boss fights will go. I had about 20 Gigas ready to go with saddles, but that's still a whole Titan they have to take down. Anyway, I decided to get the tributes for the Forest Titan first, and then threw out all my Gigas at the spawn zone, and then going into the cave for the second time to summon it.
I'm Groot.
So yeah, that was way easier than I thought it would be, and turns out the combination of gigas and boosted single player settings are really good. Well, after that easy fight, I cryoed up all my gigas and returned to my base to deposit the bad loot. And after that, I killed more Theries for their claws so I can summon the Ice Titan. But now, I have basically 0 corrupted hearts, so I spent the rest of the day killing corrupted dinos and most of day 97 doing the same. But I also did start another 25k element vein later in the day because I have to make a boss fight happen at the end of the video. And I'm kind of addicted to having element. I'm kind of like Rockwell at this point. Day 98, and after harvesting my element and dropping it off on my base, I delivered my gigas to the Ice Titan spawn and then began making my way through the cave. Seriously, this cave is massive and takes forever to get through. The size of it feels comparable to the size of Aberration. Day 99, and you guys know how this goes. I have to kill that Titan right there, and he can freeze my army, but I can't freeze him. That was also way easier than I thought it would be. So I returned to my base and lined up my gigas so they could heal, and yeah. Day 100. Yay. I'm back on Extinction, and I only have 100 more days to kill all 3 variants of the King Titan and ascend to the Genesis simulation. I'm starting on day 100 because I logged out basically instantly after I hit day 100 in my first 100 days. And I had just killed all 3 Titans for their trophies so I can summon the Gamma King Titan. But before I do that, I need to tame at least the Forest and Ice Titan so I don't get folded like a lawn chair. Now, taming them is pretty easy. I just have to shoot the corrupted nodes on their body a few times and boom, they're mine. But to summon them is a different story. I need 100 corrupted hearts for each Titan, and those take forever to farm. But luckily for you, you're the viewer, so you don't have to watch me spend 3 hours of my life killing corrupted dinos. Anyways, I spent days 100 through 104 massacring corrupted Spinos, Paracers, Wyverns. Basically, if it had the word corrupted in its name, it didn't have very long to live. Day 105 was a little bit different. I had just collected 300 corrupted hearts so I can spawn in each one of the Titans if I wanted to. But to spawn in the Titans, you need a few other tributes like either sauropod vertebrates or Therizino claws, for example. And I happen to need both of them. But I got 10 of each of them I needed in under 15 minutes because Theris can be found literally everywhere in the northwest part of the wasteland, and Brontos can be seen from half a map away. But I also spotted an element vein while I was out in the wasteland. I wasn't exactly running low on element, but I went through at least 100 element minimum when I was shooting the Titans to tame them. So I proceeded to absolutely dominate any corrupted dino that came towards the vein, and boom.
Look at all that element.
Element for me is basically like oil for the United States, so if I find out you have even a speck of element dust, I will find you. Anyway, when I returned to my base, I crafted the element dust into element because there's no point of me just having dust. And after that, I gathered everything I need to successfully summon and tame the Forest Titan. And towards the end of the day, I began making my way through the Forest Titan cave on the back of one of my imprinted gigas. It only took me about 5 minutes into day 107 to make my way to the summoning platform, and there he was, the copyrighted man himself. Now, this may look bad, but this weird grass ability has pulled me off my mech many times before and nothing's happened. And Groot, I mean the Forest Titan, usually just kind of looks at you while this happens. So I had no worry in the world until his green, glutinous, gargantuan, grimacing, ghastly grappling tree ability plucked me from the ground like a 4-year-old finding an 8-month-old McDonald's french fry in the back seat. And I then proceeded to get spiked into the ground like a football. And to make it even better, I did not have a bed I could respawn at. But that doesn't matter, I guess, because I managed to run back to my base, get on my gas bag, and begin flying back to the sunken forest. I managed to get back on my mech in the morning of day 108, and I then managed to lead the Forest Titan away from my body, and I got my stuff. And turns out when you get thrown into the ground by a Titan, all your armor breaks, so it's not gonna be fun repairing my tech armor later. Anyway, the next 20 minutes were spent finishing the tame, and Groot was mine. Again. I had to spend like the first half of day 109 walking the Forest Titan back to my base. These Titans are super fun to fight with, but transporting them literally anywhere makes me want to eat chalk. But anyway, I still have to tame the Ice Titan. And the mech I was using to tame the Forest Titan did get hit a few times, so I'm gonna craft a new one. You can't rapidly heal mechs with a snow owl for some reason. It might be because they're a hunk of metal, or who knows, maybe snow owls are just racist. Moving on, I crafted a new mech, grabbed a giga, and began making my way through the Snow Titan cave, battling polar bears and yetis that do more damage than some bosses. Day 110 went a little bit like this. Kill, 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 click, shoot, 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 claim. And just like that, I have an Ice Titan. I actually don't mind moving the Ice Titan because it actually has a moving ability. Look at that vertical. With the 2 Titans I need to fight the Gamma King Titan now tamed and at my base, I ventured to the King Titan terminal to see what I actually needed to spawn in. And I had pretty much everything I needed except the Titanoboa Venom. Okay, I now have everything I need. But remember how I just spent all that time walking the Titans to my base? Yeah, well, I now need to walk them up to the arena. Why I didn't just get them up there when I first tamed them? Beats me, dude. I don't know.
Granty then proceeded to spend the rest of day 111 and all of day 112 walking the Forest Titan up to the terminal while watching Kitchen Nightmares and eating Pringles.
Well, day 113 wasn't that much to call home about either because I had to spend more than half of the day getting the Ice Titan to the terminal. Moving on, I have somewhere between 20 to 30 gigas I'm going to bring to the fight to do some damage before they all inevitably get massacred. But however, I decided to do my gigas a solid and make them saddles for all of them, so they might have 10 more seconds of life before they meet their maker. But giga saddles are really expensive, especially when you craft a lot, so I farmed fiber and did a metal run towards the end of the day. I was finishing up crafting my giga saddles and cryoponied them in day 114. And I just got done playing my Primal Fear 100 days before this, and I was not used to how slow the Industrial Forge was. Giga saddles need like 120 metal each to craft, and times that by 30 is way more than I can count. Anyways, after that I threw out all my gigas in the arena and then returned to my base to grab all the tributes I needed to summon the Gamma King Titan. I now had everything I needed for this fight, but the only thing holding me back was my Forest Titan's health. Since the Titans take so long to move, it sustained a lot of damage walking up to the Corrupted Zone to get into the arena. The Corrupted Gigas must really have a foot fetish because they tore my poor guy's feet apart. Anyway, so the rest of day 115 and all of day 116 was spent AFKing so the Forest Titan could heal up about 40,000 health. Day 117 and it's go time, baby. Now this is only the Gamma King Titan fight, so it's not exactly worthy of me putting excessively loud boss fight music over it.
Baba Booey.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was supposed to go into that big circle. Nah, screw those 5 ascension levels. I got the Gamma King Titan head, which is all I really needed. And remember how I told you all of my gigas would get massacred? Well, here is what remains of them. Moving on, after collecting all of my dead giga saddles so that they could be used in the Beta King Titan fight, I returned to my base and placed the awesome flag I got from taking down the Titan. About 25 gigas died for this. Anyway, to end the day, I started incubating more giga eggs because I gotta pump my army numbers back up. And for the next 5 days, I raised a bunch more baby gigas. They were being raised like lambs to the slaughter, but their sacrifice won't be in vain unless I fail the boss. Then it'll be in vain. I started off day 123 doing a meat run because when you raise like 30 gigas at a time, your feeding troughs are basically always empty. And after that, I actually found 2 element veins right next to each other. One being a 10k vein and the other being a 25k vein. And obviously I did the 25k vein because I don't have time for those poor element veins. And now that I'm done with the element vein, I return to my base, and the metal that I had farmed finished melting so I could craft a bunch of giga saddles. And after that, I spent a little time saddling up all my gigas and leveling them up a little bit. Now, since you all know I killed the Gamma King Titan, the next one for me to kill is the Beta King Titan. But one problem, I need Titan heads to summon it. So my Ice and Force Titan have to die so I can summon another Ice and Force Titan to kill them for their heads. And I'm gonna have to kill each Titan twice so I can have the heads for the Beta and Alpha King Titan fight. And even after that, I have to summon each Titan again to tame it to use against the King Titans. And I did the math. For me to spawn each Titan 3 times, then spawn the Beta and Alpha King Titan, I need over 1,000 corrupted hearts I have to farm. I literally made the same mistake in my first 100 days. I'm so stupid. Day 125 basically didn't exist because I just had to sit there while my Forest Titan slowly got its toes eaten away until its eventual death. Well, it's day 126 and knowing I have to farm over 1,000 corrupted hearts is basically putting me into a depression. But whining about it doesn't do anything. At the end of day 128, I had just over 300 corrupted hearts, so that's not terrible for only 3 days of farming. But more importantly, there was a 50k element vein. Now, if I did this element vein, I would get 1 fat stacks of elements, and 2 corrupted dinos would just literally come to me. If this isn't the most high IQ way of farming corrupted hearts, I don't know what is. After finishing the element vein on day 129, I had gotten over 500 element and only 45 corrupted hearts. So yeah, it wasn't as nearly great as I thought it would be. Anyway, day 130 and back to corrupted heart farming. Day 133, and look at that, exactly 600 corrupted hearts on the dot. And that's enough to spawn each Titan twice, so I'm gonna stop farming corrupted hearts for a while because I'm beginning to develop a self-hatred. Instead, I now get to farm tributes like Fairy Claws, Sarco Skins, and Sauropod vertebrates. Isn't that so much better than mindlessly killing corrupted dinos for hours on end? Days 134 and 135 were spent getting said tributes. Day 136 and time to kill some Titans. Just kidding, I forgot the tributes that I need to spawn it. 1 second.
Yoink.
Okay, now let's kill some Titans. Well, that's one down and another one to go. Okay, day 137 and I have the artifact. My Gigas actually took some pretty significant damage in that fight, so I threw all of them out and tried to organize them a little bit so they could heal. And speaking of healing, I have a snow owl that literally has an ability to make healing quicker. So I spent the rest of day 138 and half of day 139 healing my Titan killing boys. The second half of day 139 wasn't that interesting either. I couldn't really remember where the Forest Titan cave was, so I spent like 20 minutes bouncing around the sunken forest looking for it until I finally looked up a video and found it. Day 40 and... You're gonna want to sit back for this one. I had finally made my way into the cave where the artifact spawns, but it wasn't there. But after only waiting about 5 minutes, it finally spawned, but I quickly realized I didn't throw out my Gigas at the arena. So I had to fly back out of the cave, throw out the Gigas, and then come back into the cave. But when I was back in the cave at the terminal, I realized I grabbed the wrong tribute, so I couldn't even summon the Titan. So I had to fly out of the cave, throw out my mana, go back to base, get the right tributes, and come back in and do it all over again. And just to top it all off, I got Perlovia. I didn't die or anything, but it just kind of sucks when it happens. But no worries, because on day 141, the Forest Titan died faster than my Raptor. Anyways, I have to do that fight again, so back into the cave to get the artifact. What? You know, Arc is fun most of the times, but sometimes it just sucks. Anyways, I got my stuff and the artifact and killed the second Forest Titan. So all I need to do now is kill the Desert Titan twice more and kill the 2 King Titans. I got all my Gigas thrown out and organized again on day 142 to heal. And I also needed the space because I plan on hatching some more babies soon. And yeah, I know like 90% of the Gigas probably won't even damage the Alpha or Beta King Titan, but the more chances I have to do damage, the better. Anyways, instead of hatching more children, I did a metal run instead to start preparing for mass crafting more saddles. I returned from my metal run adventure in the morning of day 143, and then it was back to being a dad.
Granty then proceeded to spend the next 2 days raising baby Giganotosaurus.
Alright, so as you guys can probably see, my baby raising area is getting pretty small, and I'm trying to have a whole army of Gigas attack the Alpha King Titan at once, so this isn't exactly gonna cut it anymore. So basically, my plan is to build a giant platform with air conditioners underneath it so I can hatch like 100 Giga eggs at once. I won't be able to imprint any of them, but let's be realistic, they're all gonna get one shot. So prepare yourself, my friends, for the mother of all montages. Day 154, and I'm not done constructing the hatching platform. I just can't bring myself to edit any more of that montage. Anyway, I started out the day going on a metal run in the wasteland because when you craft like 200 air conditioners, your metal stocks basically drop to 0. And for some reason, air conditioners also require crystal. But luckily, since Extinction has these lampposts that drop at least 400 crystal each swing, it was never a problem. And yeah, make sure your Gigas have a saddle on it before cryopotting them so moments like this don't happen to you. After massacring the corrupted dino population for their meat, hide, and nodules, my mass hatching area was finally ready. Just kidding, I need to do another metal run because I already burned through the last one. And at this point, I think I farmed about 70% of the metal on this map, so I had to fly to the very back of the wasteland to farm it. I know I could just turn my resources respawn rate up, but honestly, I'm way too lazy to do that. Day 156, and I finally had all the air conditioners I needed. Now, if I threw down a Giga egg anywhere on this platform, it would start incubating. But my crystal reserves were pretty low now, so I did another crystal run. And after that, I remembered I still have to kill the Desert Titan twice before I wanted to tame all 3 of the Titans. So after flying through the cave and grabbing the artifact, I summoned this little loaf that is a Titan. I say this because on day 157, literally look how I'm killing it. I'm literally killing it and watching this hour-long video of a chip spinning in circles. Yeah, I know I'm cheesing it because the Titan can't come over here, but like, bruh, even if I was over there, it didn't have any harmful attacks. Anyways, after I killed the first Titan, I made my way back into the cave, but I had had to wait like 10 minutes for the artifact to respawn, so I wasn't able to finish killing the second Titan by the end of the day. Day 158, and after mindlessly clicking for a few more minutes, the Titan was dead, and so was my will to live. Anyway, it turns out I lied because I proceeded to craft another 40 air conditioners for the hatching area. But now I'm done, I swear it. And it's now time to start laying out these eggs. Holy shit, that's a lot of eggs. This was a mistake. This was a mistake. There's so many babies. I need more meat. I need more meat. They're eating all of it. The baby gigas were finally under control on day 161. But I now have to farm 300 corrupted hearts so I can summon all 3 Titans and tame them. Day 166, and instead of farming corrupted hearts, I'm farming element. I'm gonna need a big chunk of element to tame the Titans again, and there was a 50k vein, so it was a match made in heaven. And I had also gotten this ascended pickaxe from killing one of the Titans, and it was insane for harvesting the vein. Day 167, I was farming Titanoboa venom. For some reason, you need 20 to summon the King Titans, which was actually really annoying. The snakes are really hard to find, and 90% of the time, they don't even drop any venom. And not to mention, they also spawn in the sulfur fields, which is always above 150 degrees Fahrenheit. I was back out killing corrupted dinos on day 168 for corrupted nodules this time, and believe it or not, I had actually lost like 3 of my mechs. I legitimately did not know where they were. I'd even lost the super good one that took like half the map's resources to craft. Anyway, I crafted another primitive mech, and then it was time to tame the Force Titan, which you all have seen a million times by now, so I won't milk it. But it seems like even the Force Titan knew what was going to happen, because halfway through he kind of just gave up and stood there, making it super easy for me to hit the corrupted nodes. But even with him making it super easy for me to hit the nodes, it still took like a third of day 169 to tame it. And I then had to spend until the morning of day 171 waddling up to the King Titan arena. This guy moved so slow, I was going insane. Later in day 171, I killed a few more Theres for their claws, because it was now time for me to tame the Ice Titan. And I won't milk that either. I just had to fly around and shoot the Titan's corrupted nodes while it wasn't facing me. Day 172, I finished the tame and got the Titan up to the arena in only about 10 minutes. It really helps that I don't have to walk the Titan hundreds of meters out of the sunken forest, and that the Ice Titan can jump. And after that, I began healing my Quetzal with my Snow Owl. I was gonna tame the Desert Titan. And the method I'm gonna use to tame the Titan is to sit under the Titan's corrupted nodes with the Quetzal and let its own lightning attacks damage them. But I needed a few more Sarkov skins towards the end of the day, so I did that. Day 173, I perched my Quetzal on a nearby pillar where the Desert Titan would spawn. I then made my way into the cave and had to wait like 10 minutes for the artifact to spawn in, and then boom, there he was. And the taming process is also super boring. You just have to follow the Titan around and hover under its nodes until it dies to the lightning strikes. And the process also takes a really long time because the entirety of day 174 was spent in the air hovering under the corrupted nodes. But day 175 and the Titan was all mine. And after I got the Titan out to the King Titan arena, all that was left for me to do was get my gigas out there and farm corrupted hearts. I need about 600 total to summon both the Beta and King Titan, so basically I'm ready to jump off a cliff.
I hate farming corrupted hearts.
It's day 178 and I have everything I need. My troops are ready, I have all the tributes I need, and it's time to take down the Beta King Titan. Well, that didn't go exactly how I planned it, but I still managed to beat the Titan. And yes, before you comment how my Ice Titan was doing so much damage, I do have single player settings on, and I've been using these same settings the whole series. I didn't change anything for the fight to be easier. And I also did remember to go into the Ascension portal, so I did get the plus 10 levels. Day 179, I spawned back in and flew my gas bag over to the arena to collect all the loot. I won't really be using any of this because I pretty much already have the best stuff in the game, except the Mega Mech spawner. I will be using that because it was in the thumbnail and I don't clickbait. Anyways, after that, I got the saddles of all my dead gigas in return to my base, and then I crafted some more saddles for the gigas that I'll be using in the Alpha King Titan fight. Okay, day 180 through 182, I farmed the last 3 corrupted hearts I'll ever have to farm to summon the Alpha King Titan. I started off day 183 doing a metal run in the sulfur fields because, as I said earlier, I farmed basically all the metal in the wasteland, and crafting over 100 giga saddles really eats through your metal supply. And after that, I began putting the crafted saddles onto my gigas and cryopotting them for them to be transported to the arena. Day 184, I was up at the arena organizing the Titans and throwing throwing out around 30 of my gigas. And after that, I came back to my base and farmed a bunch of fiber because I basically managed to eat through all of my stock. Now, I'm just gonna jump to day 190 because I basically did the same thing for the next 6 days. It was a combination of crafting saddles and throwing out my gigas at the arena. Okay, so once again, I decided to stop at day 90 because there isn't really anything for me to do. I've beaten the map and I have the right to reserve those 10 days in case I need them on another map. So I now have 20 spare days since I also did this in my Scorched Earth video. But now, my friends, it's time for the final battle to get me off Earth and into the Genesis simulation. Me versus the Alpha King Titan. As soon as the Titan was summoned, I tried to transform my 4 mechs into the Mega Mech, but I was too far from the Titan to do it. So I panicked and jumped onto my Ice Titan and tried whistling my army to attack it, but none of them attacked it. After taking a few hits on the Ice Titan, I returned to where my mechs were, where I can now transform into the Mega Mech. And I managed to get a few good hits in until I got dismounted. But it's okay, I got another one in before I got dismounted again. I kept getting dismounted over and over again, but the Titan was quickly dying, until suddenly none of my creatures or even my Mega Mech was able to do any damage to it. I was still getting dismounted over and over again, and I was progressively getting more and more mad. And on top of all that, my Desert Titan died. It was looking hopeless. None of my attacks were doing any damage. My Mega Mech was taking hit after hit, and I couldn't do any damage back. I was about to be defeated until one of my hits actually registered and killed it. This game has caused me more stress than I've experienced in my entire life combined, but at least we get to watch this cool cutscene together.
Absolutely beautiful. Go on, take a look. It's finally begun. Arcs are coming home. Each one carries with it the seeds of new life. Plants, animals, and humans. And these seeds will take root across the far corners of the world. Once they do, all of life will be unleashed. From there, it will spread, grow, and thrive. And this world, our home, will bloom once more. As for the rest of the infection, well, the arcs can take it from you. Every last bit of defense. But make no mistake, this is all thanks to you. I'm just glad I got to see it. Look at that. Sun's rising.
After killing the Alpha King Titan on Extinction, I am now in the Genesis simulation, and I have to kill the Alpha Master Controller within 200 days. Day 1, I spawned in, and HLNA was already making me want to jump off a cliff. But besides that, I had all my stuff from my Extinction 100 Days videos. So now that I have all this free stuff, just kidding, I threw it all on the ground. Don't worry, I don't cheat that much. Anyway, I had chosen the bog to spawn in because it's the easiest out of the 5 biomes. But just letting you all know, none of the biomes are easy, and you will see examples of this very soon. Anyways, after crafting my first pickaxe, hatchet, and bow and arrow, I teleported myself to the bog northeast because it was right next to Dodo basketball, which is exactly what it sounds like. You throw dodos into a basketball hoop. It's amazing. And it's probably the easiest of all the missions in Genesis, so that's why you get next to nothing when you complete it. And it's so easy I did it on Gamma, then went straight to Alpha difficulty and beat it with plenty of time to spare. But the reason I even bothered to do Dodo basketball is because it gives you a few hexagons that can be used to buy resources from HLNA that are difficult to get when you're first starting out, like hide. So after only 10 minutes of playing, I had some pretty decent gear. And after that, I proceeded to get attacked by a Capro, but since I'm the best Arc player to ever live, and I have over 500 health, I managed to kill it. Moving on, I got a campfire going for some quick food before exploring and finding a little plateau with some metal that'll make my temporary home, because being on the floor of the bog is basically instant death. And as day 1 came to a close, I placed a forge, mortar and pestle, and smithy, and got my first metal tools. I began day 2 by farming narco berries, metal, and crafting a crossbow because I wanted to tame a frog. Beetle buffos are pretty easy to tame. They have a cheap saddle, are pretty decent to travel on, and they are everywhere in the bog, so it was the obvious choice. And after farming up a stone trap, I found a level 162 not far from my base and made him mine. His name is Kermit, and we're gonna conquer the world together. And after Kermit tamed, I was leading him back to my base when I was picked up by a Capro without consent. I had to kill him for his crimes. Later on, I now had a full set of flak armor, and Kermit had a saddle, and I forgot how fun these frogs are to bounce around on. And I then made 2 more forges to speed up metal production, and I kept getting attacked by insect swarms. These things are so annoying, and I'm gonna have major beef with them later. And after killing another rogue insect swarm, I tamed a raptor in honor of the raptor man himself, Rampy. Moving on, a thought occurred to me. What's better than a Beetle Buffo? A Giga. But I won't be able to tame one of those for a while, so I decided I wanted a female frog so that they could breed and I could have an imprinted frog. And that's exactly what I did. I knocked out and tamed the level 156 Beetle Buffo, and they had weird froggy sex under the water. Day 3 started with a tragedy. I threw out the egg I got from the 2 frogs too high above the water, and it poofed out of existence. So after carrying out the fastest abortion of all time, I decided to play some Dodo basketball to ease my pain. Later on, I decided I was done getting poverty hexagon amounts doing alpha missions, so I decided to do Wave Race 64. It's basically just Walmart Mario Kart and Arc, but I did manage to do all 3 difficulties. And I got a decent amount of hexagons and a really good hazmat helmet. And later in the day, I did some more metal farming and bred my frogs once again for a baby that would actually hatch this time. And 3 minutes later, this little bundle of joy was brought into the world. I named him Squishy, and he was gonna be my best friend until he got eaten by baryonyx not even 5 minutes later. I guess I'm just not meant to have an imprinted frog. So I returned to my base at the end of the day, sad and depressed. Oh, and I tamed a parasaur in the time between Squishy's birth and death, but he wasn't that important. Day 4, and I was tired of the bog. It's sad and depressing with all this rain and fog. And with all the death and destruction surrounding me, I decided I wanted a protector, and a perfect protector would be a Rex. More specifically, a max level tech Rex from the lunar biome. So after farming taming equipment for about a third of the day, I was off to the lunar biome for whatever awaits me there. Do not go to the lunar biome. Repeat, do not go to the lunar biome. I was freezing to death while being attacked by tech monsters, and it was basically hell in space. Anyways, I managed to safely teleport back to my base, but I somehow decided, hey, maybe if I have fur, I'll be able to survive and tame a tech Rex. And I decided to go back on foot this time, as the Beetle Buffo wasn't really doing that well in the low gravity. It was the worst decision of my life. I ended up on a tiny ledge with like 10 defense units trying to kill me with drones shooting me. But I somehow managed to teleport back to the bog, and yeah, I'm not going back to the lunar biome for a while. So instead, I decided to tame an X-Rex in the volcano biome. I then crafted and placed a fabricator to make canteens because there's basically no water in the volcano zone. However, I had to spend the rest of the day farming hexagons so I could buy obsidian to make polymer to make canteens, since organic polymer is way too expensive to buy. Day 5 was a painful day. I found a max level X-Rex being a level 180, and thinking this was going to be the easiest Rex tame of my life, I set up my stone gateway trap before a rogue magmasaur decided I no longer have the right to live. But since I'm a pro, I managed to avoid all the fireballs. And I even managed to get the Rex into the trap before the
the Magmasaur gave me a huge middle finger by directly hitting my trap, setting the Rex free. After that low blow from the Magmasaur, I made and placed another trap a little bit down the hill and managed to even trap the Rex in it. However, after only putting a few trank arrows into it, my chat quickly informed me that I wouldn't have enough arrows to knock it out. And yes, you heard that right, I streamed a large part of this 100 days on my YouTube channel, so make sure to subscribe so you can see me suffer live. Anyway, I teleported back to the bog and went through the mind-numbing process of crafting narcotics and turning them into trank arrows. And then I was back in the volcano biome and the grand shooting montage began. Day 6 and the Rex was finally out. I'm pretty sure I put over 300 trank arrows into this Rex. And if you didn't know, X variants of dinos take less torpor and damage, so they're basically just normal dinos but on steroids. And the Rex actually took most of the day to tame because I only managed to get 2 prime meat, so the rest of the tame was on raw meat, which is super slow. You can't really kill many big dinos that drop prime meat on a frog. Anyway, the Rex finally tamed and I instantly put it to great use when I was attacked when I teleported back to the bog. And when I returned to my base, I crafted the Rex's saddle and repaired my armor before committing many murders against random dinos in my path. And to end off the day, I began making my way towards the King of Swing mission, as I heard it was pretty fun and gave some decent points. Day 7, I started the game of King of Swing mission, even though random Beelzebufo tried to stop me. The King of Swing mission is pretty much the same as Wave Race 64, except this time you're just swinging around the bog on a Bloodstalker. And I completed the Gamma difficulty and it was really easy, so I did the Beta difficulty and finished with only 2 seconds left. So yeah, you can picture how the Alpha difficulty went. Psych, I just did the Alpha difficulty again and beat it because I am the King of Swing. That was the corniest thing I've ever said. Moving on, I returned to my base and crafted 3 beds because all that swinging on a Bloodstalker made me really want one of my own. So I made a syringe and began extracting my own blood, dying a few times into the process until I had around 100 blood packs. And after that, I crafted a few grapples and set off on Kermit to find a low-level Bloodstalker I could tame. After only about a minute into day 8, I found a level 18 that will be mine. It's a terrible level, but I don't feel like farming hundreds of blood packs right now. And if you don't know how to tame Bloodstalkers, you kind of just get close to them and they suck you. Anyway, I teleported straight into the ocean biome after I tamed my soccer because I was already tired of living in the bog and I wanted to find a new place to live. And after looking around for a little bit, I decided on the tallest ocean pillar in the ocean simply because it looks cool. And after taming a little monkey to be my shoulder companion, I went back to the bog and began farming structures for my new base, such as foundations, a smithy, forges, and a fabricator. And after I cleared out the absurd amount of bushes that were on the area I wanted to build on, I placed all my structures. In the morning of day 9, I added some storage boxes to my base and then transferred all my loot from my old base to my new one. And after that, I've placed a few more general use structures before buying cryopods from HLNA and taming a few moss shops. You see, I wanted to tame a good breeding pair of Bloodstalkers because I was already sick of my bad one. But for some reason, if you just tame the Bloodstalker by yourself, you only get like 50% taming effectiveness, meaning you lose about 30 to 40 levels of potentially good stats. But if you sacrifice a few dinos like moss shops to them first, their taming effectiveness goes back up. I tamed a few more moss shops into day 10 until I had 6 total, and after that I had to spend the rest of the day extracting blood from myself so I could get over 400 blood bags so I could go tame 2 good Bloodstalkers and never have to do this again. It was torture for my in-game character and me in real life. I finished farming blood packs in the morning of day 11, and I then was off into the bog, and after that, not too long, I found a level 168 male Bloodstalker that would be perfect for me if I only knew what was to come. At first, I couldn't figure out why the Bloodstalker wasn't grabbing the moss shops and it was only grabbing me, but after leaving render and coming back into it, it finally picked up the moss shops and killed it, but it only gained like 6% taming effectiveness from it. It's at, dude, that only got it at 57. Are you kidding? After that, I spent another 10 minutes trying to get the Bloodstalker to eat another moss chops, and it actually went pretty smoothly this time. And so did the third moss chops, which was now up to 75% taming effectiveness. Day 12, and I just like to say this whole time I've been fighting off insect swarms. They were annoying, but they were manageable. But here is where they finally crossed the line. The Bloodstalker grabbed my 4th moss chops, but an insect swarm started attacking it, thus hitting the Bloodstalker, dropping the taming effectiveness. After that, I spent like 10 minutes just sitting there being angry before finally taming the Bloodstalker with only like 68 taming effectiveness because I couldn't be bothered to do it all over again. And I also tamed a level 156 female before returning to my base. And while I was at my base, I bred the Bloodstalkers and hatched the grossest sounding egg ever. Warm it up. Ugh, what is that sound it makes? Anyway, the Bloodstalker hatched, and it had pretty good stats, and I named it Venom. And for the rest of the day, I just farmed a few resources around my base because I couldn't go far because I had to imprint the baby. Day 13, and I need a better way of farming resources. I was farming some oil rocks under my base when my stream chat told me if I did the Gamma Ruffle Some Feathers mission, I had a chance to get a mining drill. So being faced with either spending a bunch of resources I don't want to farm to craft a mining drill or doing a mission for the loot, I'll definitely do the mission. Anyways, after leveling up my new Bloodstalker so it wouldn't be complete
butt cheeks if I got into a fight, I cryopoded my Rex and teleported into the snow biome. And when I first started the mission, I was a little bit confused about what I had to do, but I eventually figured out I had to follow these glowing tracks on the ground that led to a brute Uranus. And this brute Udy could throw down, dude. It had a bunch of health and did a lot of damage. And after fighting it a few times and it running away because it's a bit, I eventually caught up to it, killed it, and got my mining drill. And after that, I quickly went to the bog biome to farm what little metal my Bloodsucker could carry. I'll definitely have to raise a weight stalker soon. Day 14, I returned to my base and I got the metal smelting, as well as hatched the weight stalker and named him Carnage. And after that, I did another metal run, finished raising Carnage, and then did one bigger metal run with him at the end of the day. And I'm gonna start pushing for an industrial forge now, because running 10 forges at the same time isn't that fun. With me pushing for an industrial forge on day 15, I harvested the little crystal nodes on my pillar that actually gave a surprising amount of crystal. And after that, I went to the bog with Kermit to farm cementing paste from killing bugs. But it took about 10 minutes of me farming to realize I can buy cementing paste from the shop, and it was actually pretty cheap, so yeah, screw this. But before I returned to the ocean, I farmed a little bit more metal. And now I had the issue of polymer. I needed 400 to craft a forge, and I didn't want to spend another 800 cementing paste to craft a polymer and then need another 400 for the forge. However, to solve my problem, I remembered that Carno spawned in the caves in the lunar biome, so I teleported over to the hellish place with my Bloodstalker and began searching. And I spent the rest of day 15 there, and in the morning of day 16, I only managed to kill 2 crabs. I also saw my life flash before my eyes on day 16 when I nearly dove headfirst into a meteor. What? Whoa. And after that, I couldn't really find any more crabs, but it was alright because I got a little bit of polymer and I farmed a lot of oil in one of the lunar caves. Anyway, I decided to just bite the bullet and farm some obsidian in the volcano and turn it into hard polymer. And towards the end of day 16, I had my indie forge. But instead of farming a buttload of metal, to end off day 16, I started crafting narcotics. Day 17, I finished crafting narcotics and then proceeded to stare at the big thing in the sky for 20 minutes. Let me know if you know what this thing is in the comments. What I was really doing was eating. Anyways, after that, I finally put some of the narcotics to use when I knocked out a level 156 Dodic in the volcano biome. It's about time I get some farming dinos. The mining trail is good and all, but nothing compared to dinos. Day 18 was a day alright. It was indeed a day. I had found a level 174 Ankleo, and I was in the process of tranking it out when the volcano erupted. That's super close! Well, that wasn't exactly ideal. I managed to get my stuff and my Bloodsucker back, but the Ankleo was dead, and I quickly learned that the Dodic had died as well. But I guess the Genesis simulation felt bad for bullying me because I found a good level Dodic and Ankleo together in a safe area to tame them. But I had to go back and refarm all of those narcotics and trinkers again before I even thought about taming them. But when I returned, I trapped the Ankleo and made quite possibly one of the highest IQ plays ever to trap the Dodic. After that, I knocked out a Doid and Ankleo out before the volcano started to erupt, and let's just say I had a severe case of PTSD. Anyway, the rest of the day was spent waiting for the Doid and Ankleo to tame because they were both taming on Mayho berries, which take forever. Day 20, I was in the Arctic biome looking for a high-level Therizino to tame. I needed it to farm wood for me, especially since these mining drills farm thatch rather than wood, and farming wood by hand sucks butt. And it didn't take long for me to find a max level 180 Therizino, and after building a stone trap and it was unconscious, it was practically begging me to tame it. And so I did, over the course of 30 minutes. Because taming dinos on Mayho berries alone sucks butt. It was actually day 21 when the Theri tamed, and I named it Tickle Chicken. Anyway, I returned to my ocean pillar and farmed a lot of wood with it. And I figured out if you have your mining drill in your hand, you can transfer the wood from the Therizino's inventory to yours and reduce the wood weight drastically. You see, I really hate having all my dinos unorganized on different levels of land, so I wanted to build a giant platform to store all of my dinos. And I also farmed stone and then began to craft stone foundations to once again expand my base. Isn't this nice? I know it took like half an hour of farming and building, but it's just so visually appealing. Screw your nice house and other videos, give me a big flat platform and I'll be more than happy. Anyways, moving on, I did a metal run in the bog and volcano to keep my metal supply up. But if I want to keep crafting stuff that uses metal, I need polymer or cementing paste as well. But I now have a whopping 19 hexagons, so I can't buy any more cementing paste, so I decided to try and beat bog beatdown as my chat wanted me to do it, and it promised some decent hexagons. And if you don't know how this mission works, you're in an arena while waves of different bog creatures try and eliminate you, but they're weapons on the ground you can pick up and fight back. Now, another thing I should preface is that gamma, beta, and alpha difficulty of missions involving fighting are very different. In gamma missions, you do 5 times damage. In beta missions, you do normal damage, and in alpha, you do 5 times less damage. So basically, gamma is a piece of cake, beta is challenging, but it can be done, and if you do alpha, you will get dogged on. So that's why I was surprised when I got the actual life beaten out of me as soon as I started the beta bog beatdown. Gamma was so easy, and I literally had to cancel the beta mission because I was about to die. Anyway, after that, I returned to my base with my 2500 hexagons I got from the Gamma one and repaired my armor. And after that, I just did some Ruffle Some Feathers mission again on Gamma because I had enough of the bog for that day. Day 24 was also nearly traumatizing because my Rex actually nearly died to Ruffle Some Feathers mission because the Yudi would push me out of the fight zone and teleport back in the middle with more health. And with me nearly failing the Gamma mission, I decided I had enough of this bad Rex. And I wanted to tame a breeding pair of tech Rexes. So when I returned to my base, I started farming narcotics and trank darts with a long neck I made. But if I'm gonna go to the lunar biome to tame some Rexes, I'm gonna need medical brews to keep me alive in the scorching heat or freezing cold. But to make medical brews efficiently, I need an industrial cooker, which I actually had most of the resources for. So I made a quick trip to the volcano to farm obsidian for polymer, and I placed over 100 vertical pipes from the water up to my base. But by the end of the day, the industrial cooker was up and running. In the morning of day 25, I placed an industrial grill for better food production. And after that, I spent the rest of the day doing a few things around the base while I had narcotics crafting. It takes about 100 trank darts to knock out a max level tech Rex, and I wanted 2. So I need around 600 narcotics to make all the trank darts. Day 26, and it was go time. I farmed the Rex traps in the morning, and by midday I was in the lunar biome freezing my balls off, but it was for a good cause. And it didn't take long before I found the beauty of a tech Rex being a level 201 female. I then placed a trap, got her in, and unleashed 100 trank darts into her, and she was out like a light. But apparently she was out too cold because after I got back from the bog from farming prime meat to tame it, she was gone, straight phased out of reality. Now that I had just wasted over 100 trank darts, I decided to spend around the first half of day 27 refarming all of them. But I did manage to knock out a level 208 male by the end of the day. Day 28 the Rex tamed, and that's literally it because I tamed it on raw meat, and I was worried if I left it, the Rex would disappear like the other one. I had to return to my base on day 29 to craft another Rex trap, but after that I managed to successfully knock out a level 208 female tech Rex, and it then proceeded to take the rest of day 29 and half of day 30 to tame because I also used raw meat to tame it. The rest of day 30 was spent back in the lunar biome killing tech dinos for oil and electronics, and after that I placed my first generator, cables, and air conditioners before starting to incubate my first tech Rex egg. Day 31 and the tech Rex hatched as twins, but their stats sucked, so I killed them. I know I could have kept them, but I'm trying to get perfect stats on my Rexes before I start using them to fight. After that I crafted and placed a fridge and then hatched another Rex and killed it because it had bad stats as well. And after killing that infant, I did another metal run. And then another. Yeah, I don't really know what happened to my voice audio there, but as you can tell, the Bloodstalker did not teleport with me. So I dropped all my stuff in an item cache, died, spawned back in, got on my fighting Bloodstalker, and I had to drop a bunch of metal so I could get some back to base. And I then proceeded to swing all around the bog looking for my weight Bloodstalker, but I legitimately could not find it. I knew he wasn't dead, but he was basically dead because I couldn't find him, so I accepted its fate and decided I would raise another weight stalker. Day 32, and I started raising said weight stalker, which I just named Weight, and it actually popped out as twins, so I named another one Dude, and I would never use him. And I then hatched a baby Rex. Listen, if you want to be one of my Rexes, you better be born with good stats, or you're getting the old 1, 2, 3, there's a dead baby Rex in a tree, which is exactly what I did when my Weight Bloodstalker grew up, so I could get some weight points into it. And after that, I hatched a Rex that actually had the both good health and melee, so it got to live. I then made sure to get imprint on it before playing a round of Alpha Dodo basketball for some easy points. Day 33 started out with me crafting a stone trap to tame a Daedon. I wanted a Daedon to heal my Rex so I could start doing missions with it, and because I would probably need it to heal my future Rex army. And it didn't take me too long to find a level 156 in the bog, and I quickly put it to sleep and tamed it. And I named it Your Mom because your mom is a pig. Anyways, after healing on my Rex for a little bit, I hatched some more Rex eggs, which only one enough was good enough to live. So after my Rexes got some free levels, I traveled to the Arctic to do the Ruffle Some Feathers mission, which was a lot easier on an imprinted Rex. After force feeding my Rex an absurd amount of raw meat to heal it, I did the Ruffle Some Feathers mission again. And after acquiring some points and decent loot, I returned to my base and hatched another good Rex. So far, both of my good Rexes were female, and I really wanted a male so I could have a perfect breeding pair. Day 35 started out with 3 metal runs in the bog, which only filled up half the forge. It's not the most efficient, but it's all I can do right now. And after that, I lined up my Rexes to breed, and I finally got a good male with the good stats. And for the rest of the day, I started placing that shieldings under the main platform to place more air conditioners. Well, yeah, that was not a good start to day 36. I was trying to get the Rex down there so I could teleport to the bog to farm meat and levels, but that tree I couldn't see had other plans. But it's alright, luckily, because it wasn't the male, so I set out what I already planned. After that, I returned to my base and demolished and placed new air conditioners in the new hatching area. I was already moving the hatching area so I could build a little cage around it. And if you're a channel regular, you already know why. But if you're not, on this channel, I like to kill babies for levels. It's cruel, but it's efficient. Day 37, I connected the air conditioners to power and placed a few more. And after that I farmed stone with my Dodic and farmed wood with my third to mass craft railings so the baby Rexes could not escape their fate. And it took about 100 railings, but no baby Rexes would be escaping from now on. And the new hatching area worked great as I used it to hatch more baby Rexes at the end of the day. The first half of day 38 was spent raising the Rexes before I took one of them to the bog to farm meat, hide, and levels. I needed a lot of meat because when you heal dinos with the Daedon, it consumes meat like no one else. And after killing the Rexes again, I had to return back to the bog because the Daedon is basically a professional eater and literally ate everything already. Day 39 and I was healing my Rexes because I wanted to attempt the beta Ruffle Some Feathers mission. I was basically becoming addicted to having hexagons and getting good loot. So after throwing out 4 of my Rexes at the mission terminal in the Arctic, we were off. And after only fighting the UD once and my Rex getting to half health, I decided, yeah, this isn't a good idea right now. So I sadly had to cancel the mission and return to my base empty-handed. But I hadn't had enough of missions yet. I decided to try the Gamma hide and seek in the oceans, where you basically just look for little blue points in different locations. I didn't finish the mission at the end of the day, but what's cool about this one, it has a good chance to drop good Rex saddles. 5 minutes into day 40 and I had completed the Gamma difficulty. And I got a Ramshackle Rex saddle with 40 armor. It's not great by any means, but if I got this just off Gamma, imagine what I can get off Alpha. So after that, I did the beta and got a Mastercraft and Journeyman saddle. Now this really got me excited because I bet I can get some Ascended Rex saddles from Alpha. So after dropping the loot off at my base, because I was getting pretty heavy, I returned and the Alpha is exactly what I did. But I didn't get any Rex saddles. I got a few good Raptor and Woolly Rhino saddles, but those are pretty useless. Anyway, after that, I ended off the day in the volcano farming a bunch of obsidian for polymer because I wanted to start setting my sights on a Holy Tech Replicator. Just kidding, I placed vaults on day 41 for better storage. I mean, I do actually want to craft a Tech Replicator soon, but it's really expensive and it's going to be a pain to farm. Anyway, after organizing my gear into the new vaults, I went to the lunar biome because I wanted to tame a crab. I had crafted a simple Carcinos taming trap, and I had found a level 66 in the small lunar cave. And I wanted to tame a crab because they are overpowered for farming metal, obsidian, and crystal when given an Enki. But the crab is also really nice for farming element shards inside the volcano for when I eventually need a Tech Replicator. But I couldn't find a good way to place the trap in the cave. But someone in my stream chat then said I could craft a harpoon and then net the crab and then place structures around it to trap it. And that sounded pretty good to me, so I returned to my base, crafted a harpoon and 3 nets, and it worked perfectly. The crab was perfectly stuck between rocks and my metal pillars, and I managed to get a perfect angle on it and knock it out. And it didn't take long for it to tame, and I named it Crabulon from a suggestion in my chat. I had to travel into the bog for a second to farm fungal in the morning of day 43, but after that, I crafted the Carcinos saddle. But now, my friends, it's time to really set my sights on crafting a Tech Replicator. I found out you can craft element in mission terminal, so I traveled into the volcano to farm a few black pearls and element shards from these red crystals. No, but seriously, farming element is super easy on Genesis. You can literally walk in here with a pickaxe and get a bunch of element. I farmed over just 100 element to craft the Tech Replicator, and I began converting it into element one by one in a mission terminal. I say one by one because you have to individually click each time to craft one element. I was back in the volcano on the morning of day 44 farming more obsidian for polymer. You need around 600 polymer to craft the Tech Replicator, and it really sucks to farm. But after that, I slowly began transferring all my metal, polymer, and crystal to the terminal, and I can now craft the Tech Replicator. Turns out you need 800 polymer. So after spending a little more time crafting 200 more polymer, I finally had my Tech Replicator, and boy did it look good. Day 45 and I had actually spent all of my metal to craft the Tech Replicator, so I had to start day 45 with another 3 metal runs. But after that, I decided I wanted a Magmasaur egg. Even if I never use it, they're just kind of cool to have. And after swinging around the inside of the volcano and being terrified for 10 minutes, I finally yolled it, dropped down, and scooped up a level 114 egg. It wasn't great, but it'll do. Day 46, and instead of hatching the Magmasaur egg, I decided to do a round of alpha hide and seek. And it's good that I did because I got a really good mining drone and an insane Rex saddle. And after that, I did all 3 difficulties of Bottlenose Blitz. It's just racing underwater on an Ichthy. It's pretty easy, but it's boring. And for those of you who don't know, to start the end bosses, you need to complete a certain amount of missions for each difficulty. And to start the Gamma Master Controller fight, I think you need to be just under 60 missions. So that's why I do all 3 difficulties of missions if I can, because eventually I'll have to do all of them. Anyways, after that, I started the Gamma Cheaper by the Pack mission where you hunt a Brute Raptor in the bog, but I crashed halfway through it. But after I got back in, the mission was super easy, as all Gamma missions are. Day 47 was pretty boring. I just did the beta difficulty by the Pack mission and then raised some baby Rexes for the rest of the day. Day 48, I attempted the Alpha Cheaper by the Pack, but I was getting destroyed, so I had to cancel the mission. It's insane how big the differences in the difficulties are. But it's now time to do some real element farming. I took my Enki, Bloodstalker, and Rex into the volcano, and I obviously killed all the Magmasaurs with my Rex before I would run around on my Enki, farming all the element my Bloodstalker Bloodsucker could hold. And I also got a level 174 Magmasaur egg as well. I returned to my base in the morning of day 49 and used my tech replicator to craft 270 element. And with me having my tech replicator and some element, now I wanted to craft 2 tech generators and 2 teleporters. I wanted the teleporters to make farming a lot easier. See, right now I can only farm as much as my Bloodsucker can hold, because when you use HLNA to teleport, it teleports you in the middle of nowhere. But with a teleporter, I can teleport directly into my base, being overcapped with my crab, and put all this stuff directly in the replicator or forge. But before I did this, I wanted to expand my base again with ceilings and pillars, so I spent the rest of the day farming stone and wood for it. I finished expanding the base about halfway into day 51, and now that I have space for a tech generator and teleporter, I actually need the resources to craft them, and thus I farmed a metric butt ton of obsidian and crystal in the volcano using my Ankylo and crab for the rest of the day. The first 10 minutes of day 52 was spent getting obsidian and crystal from my Ankylo to my base. I had to transfer over 10,000 pounds in weight, so this is why I really wanted a teleporter. But the grind didn't stop there. I returned back to the volcano to pick up some black pearls real quick, and I then crafted 2 tech generators. And after crafting a little more polymer, I made my first teleporter, which I placed. But with me crafting those 3 structures, I was basically out of resources again, so I did another metal run to end off the day. Day 53, I was back in the volcano once again, farming around 300 element. And after that, I returned to my base, prepared my flak, and crafted more polymer, and then began crafting stone foundations for the second teleporter to sit on. Day 54, and I had the second teleporter, tech generator, and foundations. And I had decided to put the teleporter right next to the volcano spawn east zone. So after clearing out some rocks and placing their foundations, the teleporter was up and functional. This was going to make farming super easy. Wherever I was on the map, I could teleport to Volcano East and walk onto the teleporter. And moving on, I want to make a chemistry bench to speed up narcotic crafting. I was burning through my med brews when I would kill magma swords in the volcano, so I wanted more. But to craft that, I need more electronics, so I made my way to the lunar biome and massacred some tech dinos for a little bit. And just like that, I had my chemistry bench and medical brew production was good once again. Day 55, and guess what? I was back in the volcano farming a ton of element and obsidian. This time I brought my crab, making it super easy to get around, and I could farm all the element and obsidian my heart desired. And off that one trip alone, I managed to get over 450 element. And now that my element farming excursion went so well, I wanted to try the same thing with metal farming. But as soon as I threw out my Ankylo in the volcano, a Magmasaur began attacking it and killed it. So yeah, it looks like I'm gonna need to raise my own Magmasaur pretty soon. And before I went back to my base, I made a quick trip to the lunar biome to farm ambergris so I could actually raise a baby Magmasaur. I also had to craft a ton more air conditioners so the Magmasaur egg could actually incubate. Day 56, I did a quick metal run before it hit me. I had to start doing more Genesis missions soon, or I won't be able to start the Gamma boss fight at the end of these 100 days. So I did the Gamma Along Came the Pollen mission, which was actually pretty tough. But after that, I did the 3 variants of bog fishing, and I actually failed a few of them because I didn't know how fishing nets work. Even with my over 5,000 hours in Ark, there's still a ton of mechanics I know little to nothing about. I finished bog fishing about halfway through day 57, and after that, I did the Beta Dodo basketball game because apparently I went straight from Gamma to Alpha last time I did it. And even after that, I did the Gamma Hop, Skip, and Jump Away mission, and this one you just follow a frog through the bog to its home while defending it from dinos trying to kill it. Day 58, I even managed to do the mission on Beta, and after that I did the Spy vs Spino mission on Gamma where you just hunt down a brute Spino, and I didn't even attempt it on Beta considering how the Ruffle Some Feathers mission went. I started out day 59 doing the Swamp Placid mission, which is just hunting down a brute Sarco, and I then quickly moved on to the Web Search, which was hunting down and killing a brute Bloodstalker, and it was all going fine, business as usual, until it pulled me off my Rex and nearly killed me. Yeah, after that traumatic experience, I had enough of hunting missions for right now. Day 60, I did all 3 difficulties of Bog Rally and another Bog Hunt. In Bog Rally, it's just racing on a Capro, and in a Bog Hunt, it's the Bog's version of Hide and Seek, where you just have to get those little blue points. Now, I know this is a lot of missions, but you have to do these missions to fight bosses. Missions on Genesis are pretty much just a way of life. Day 61, and if I have to do all the missions on the map, I'm gonna need some underwater dinos to do underwater missions. I really want some Tusos because I'll have to fight the motor and do hunting missions, but to tame a Tuso, you need a dino to sacrifice to it, and I decided an Itchy would be perfect as it's fast and easy to tame. And it took me like 20 minutes to find and tame a level 156 Itchy because I just couldn't find any at first. But after returning to base and crafting it a saddle, I spent the rest of the day looking for a good Tuso but didn't find any. I decided to start doing some Arctic missions on day 62. First I did Built Fjord Tough, which is the Arctic's versions of Bog Beatdown. And at first I was struggling, but then I picked up this weird cluster grenade launcher and I annihilated literally everything. After that I did Dearly Departed, which is is where you hunt down and kill a brute Megalosaurus. It's really easy. I then did hide and seek with a Y. In this one you hunt down a brute Ferox. Pretty boring. But after that I did home is where the pouch is. It's like the hop, skip, and jump away in Mission and Bog, but this time it's with a baby Procoptodon, and sometimes it can actually be a challenge. And I managed to successfully complete Gamma by the end of the day. Day 64 I tried Beta, home is where the pouch is, and it didn't go so well. The baby died super close to the end, and I was pretty mad, so I just did some Mammoth on Parade, which is where you hunt down a brute mammoth. The art devs really got creative when making these missions. And I ended off day 64 looking for a Tuso again, but didn't find any. Day 65 I finally hatched the baby Magmasaur. I then started reorganizing my Rexes because they were getting in the way, and I had to stay around my base because the Magmasaur only got 33% each time, so I hatched a few more Rexes that I'll eventually use in the boss. Day 66 all the babies were growing up and the Rexes were organized. I wanted to get back on the mission track, starting with me doing ice fishing, but as soon as I landed at the frozen lake, this happened. So yeah, I did Gamma ice fishing while crying. Day 67 I was in the volcano with my brand new Magmasaur, and it was actually insane at farming metal. And after that I bred my Rexes and hatched the baby so my Magmasaur could get some more weight levels. Once again, it's cruel but efficient. And I ended off day 67 with a meat run in the bog. Day 68 I was doing the Mound Over Matter mission. In this one you have to follow a path where there's a bunch of burrows, and you search the burrows for 2 golden nuggets. Once you get the nuggets, you have to race back up to the terminal while an unholy amount of dinos try and kill you. And I know this from experience because me and my Rex barely finished and it nearly died. Day 69 I did all 3 difficulties of Sabertooth Salamon. I definitely did say that right, but it's fine because I beat the mission just fine. And to end off day 69 I did some searching in the Frozone mission, which is another one of those variant missions where you have to find the blue points. Day 70 I did all 3 variants of Rhino 500. And later on in the day I took a Rex into the lunar biome to do the hunting by moonlight mission. In this mission you hunt down a brute Giga, which is actually really hard to kill. But the reason I wanted to do this mission is because it drops decent tech rifles, and I need the tech rifles to shoot the master controller when he becomes available to damage. The mission was going fine until I got to the last stand with the Giga. It spawned in 2 Rexes to help it, and the 3 of them were on this tiny piece of rock that whenever me and my Rex got on it, we would just get pushed off by the Rexes. So after so long, I just gave up and canceled the mission. And after that, I looked through the ocean real quick for a Tuso, but to no avail. And after that, I decided to go on a metal run and throw up my Magmasaur with cryo sickness. It didn't take too long to wake up, however, and I managed to farm some decent metal by the end of the day. I got the metal smelting in the forge on day 72, and I then checked the ocean again and found the level 122 so. It wasn't great, but I was tired of not having one, so I decided to tame it. And after that, I returned to my base and crafted a saddle, as well as placed an ocean platform at the bottom of my pillar to house the Tuso. And when I was taking my Tuso on a leveling spree, this guy decided to show up. And I decided to tame it since I still had some black pearls laying around. But when I returned with my frog to tame it, I couldn't find it anywhere. And day 73 topped it off when I crashed. But I guess Ark decided to reward me because when I loaded back in, I found the level 180 after 10 minutes of searching for the level 168. I'm assuming I loaded back in before the level 168 spawned in, so instead the level 180 spawned. It took about another 10 minutes of struggling to tame it because it was half in the mesh, but it was worth it. Day 74 I did the Chasing the White Whale mission where you hunt down a white whale. It was easy but took the whole day because I was pretty bad at controlling the squid, so I kept missing the tracks I had to hit. Day 75 I did the Locked and Loaded to kill a brute Plesiosaur, and I also did the Moza Proposal mission where you kill a brute Moza. Man, I'm getting really tired of these hunting missions. But anyways, I pushed through and did the Aloe and Goodbye mission in the Volcano biome. Day 77 and I tamed a Lystro. I tamed this little dude to give my dinos double XP when they kill baby Rexes to hopefully get more levels, and it worked perfectly. But to end off the day, I started teleporting to the lunar biome once again to try the Hunting by Moonlight mission because I really need these tech rifles, dude. This time it was going a lot better. The tracks for the last stand led to a bigger piece of rock where this time I could throw out a second Rex to help me for this epic fight. So yeah, I guess I'm just really good at getting hit by debris. Anyway, I managed to get back to the lunar and get my stuff, but I was gonna bounce back because going into the end of day 78, I was gonna do the Hunting by Moonlight mission again. But this time, instead of dying to natural causes, I was actually getting dogged on, and one of my Rexes died before I canceled the mission. I don't know how I'm gonna do beta or alpha if I can't even beat gamma, but I have a plan. I had some more baby Rexes out, only leveled to 22k health and then all melee. The Giga does bleed damage, so this lower health should benefit them, but I did have to spend the rest of the day raising the Rexes. The entirety of day 80 was spent leveling up the Rexes and healing them, and I'm not gonna lie, their melee was kinda getting insane. Day 81 was pretty boring. I did a few meat runs to keep the data on fed to keep healing my Rexes, and I did a round of hide and seek to get more good Rex saddles. But day 82, today is the day. I will finally take down the Brute Giga and get my tech rifles. Well, now that I finally have my tech rifles, I need element as ammo. I have enough right now, but I don't want to be left with 0 element in 200 days. So I decided I need to tame another Ankylo, but first I have to farm narcotics. Day 83 and the Ankylo was knocked out, but we all know how taming it goes. Day 84 started with me taking out some baby Rexes on my new Ankylo for levels. And one baby actually managed to escape and get off the pillar. And that'd be the last time I'd ever see that baby again. Onyx. I'm trying to record a voiceover. And after that, I went down to the volcano with my newly leveled Ankylo and got me some more element. I started repairing some of my gear in the morning of day 85 because it takes a really big beating when finding Magnosaurs. And I'd also like to mention I have a full set of Mastercraft flak from doing missions. And I also crafted 2 tech canteens. I don't know when, but I did, and they're really cheap. And the rest of the day was spent doing the hide and sink mission for more Rex saddles. I wanted all of my Rexes to have decent saddles for the boss fight, so I need to do this mission a few more times in the future as well. After leveling one of my Rexes on day 86, I crafted myself a 2x2 stone trap. Now you guys might be asking, Grant, why are you taming something this late in the video? If you don't have every dino you need for the boss fight by now, you suck. Yes, I know, I'm gonna tame a Yudi Wrench for the boss fight, but not for me to ride. You see, if you've never done the Master Controller fight before, let me educate you. In the Master Controller fight, there are corrupted avatars and Dinotars that spawn in that you need to kill. And when killed, they drop code keys, which you have to pick up on foot and then put them into the code breaker, which either moves you to the next level or makes the Master Controller able to take damage. And since there's only one of me, I have to be on foot while my Rexes and Yudis run around killing the avatars and Dinotars while I pick up the code keys. But luckily, the Yudi comes with a feature where I can still courage roar when it's not mounted. So yeah, all of that just to explain why I'm taming a Yudi. Anyway, I went back to the Arctic biome and found a really good X-Yudi I wanted to tame, but I couldn't get it in the trap because it would just aggro on a random dino and then wander off after killing it. I finally realized I wasn't going to be able to trap the Yudi on day 87, so I made another trap and found another good level Yudi nearby. It was a pain to trap, and I had a few fails, but I managed to get it in the trap and start knocking it out. I say start knocking it out because I ran out of trank darts midway through the tame and had to return to base to make more, but it's all good because it was asleep by the end of the day. Day 88, the Yudi was mined, and you guys can guess what happens next. I killed babies with it. And I also had a Mastercraft saddle for the Yudi that I'm pretty sure I got in my first game of Dodo basketball from the beginning of the video. Anyways, after that, I finished the remaining time of the day off by starting another hide and sink mission because I need those good Rex saddles. And day 89 and 90 were also spent doing the mission, but now I have all the Rex saddles I need. Every single one of my boss Rexes has a decent to good saddle, with some of them being an ascendant saddle with over 100 armor. If these saddles aren't good enough, I don't know what is. Day 91. I'm eating a cheeseburger. This cheeseburger sucks. Day 92 was filled with missions, with me doing all difficulties of the gotta go fast and dead heat missions in the volcano. Day 93 I did the gamma hunting by moonlight mission again in hopes of getting some better tech rifles, but I didn't get any amazing ones. And after that I did a thick meat run to heal my Rexes and my Yudi with my day dawn. And I'm pretty much ready for the boss now. I have all my dinos ready to go and I have all the gear I really need. Which is why day 94 through 98 I just AFK'd. I didn't really want to do anything else because I wanted to leave enough stuff to do in the 200 days. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't make too many 200 days for a lot of my videos because there simply isn't enough to do. And I don't really want to be able to beat the boss by day 150 because what do I do for the other 50 days? Well, it's day 99. I have all my Rexes and my Yudi in the bog right next to the base where this all started. Here is where my journey started and here is where it may end. I'm only doing the Gamma Master Controller fight, but this is one of the hardest boss fights in the game. But that doesn't matter. If I win, I'll emerge victorious on day 100. That's one ugly looking dude. You don't get to watch the cutscene until I fight the alpha boss in 200 days. I'm back on Genesis and I only have 100 more days to raise an army, complete a buttload of missions, and defeat the Alpha Master Controller. So with me having no time to waste, I downloaded my character on day 100 and H-O-N-A was right there with me. If I didn't need her to teleport around the map, I would have definitely put a bullet in her CPU right now. Anyway, I spawned back in at my starter base where my Yudi and my Rexes were waiting for me. I'm pretty sure I only lost 1 to 2 Rexes in the fight, and honestly it's not too bad, but I know these current Rex stacks will not stand a chance in the alpha fight. Anyway, after that I returned to my base and threw out all my Rexes so that they could start to heal and place the flag I got from my victory. Oh, and also I was wearing the head of the Master Controller.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Moving on, I returned back to the bog with my Bloodsucker to look for a decent Bronto to tame. I had a lot of berry bushes on my pillar that I wanted to harvest to make medical brews, and my theory wasn't exactly cutting it anymore. Anyway, with a little bit of searching, I managed to find a level 156 by the end of the day and spent the rest of the day taming it. Yeah, the Bronto took about a third of the day to tame, but man, it was worth it. Just look how many berries I'm farming in one swing. And the majority of the day was spent farming and making the medical brews. I had basically taken all my stock into the boss fight, and I pretty much used all of them. But towards the end of the day, I crafted something monumentous, preposterous, and quite even lackadaisical. I don't know what any of those big words means, but I now have myself a tech skiff. And I didn't really know how to use it at first. There's a bunch of different controls, and the skiff has different hovering and flying mechanics. Ark's so complicated nowadays. I miss running around the beaches of the island. Now I'm trying to fly a tech spaceship in a simulation in a tech spaceship in the middle of space. Day 1 or 2 also started with me struggling with the skiff. I was trying to pick up my Ankylo, but it kept teleporting on the top of my skiff for some reason. But then I finally got it moving around with the beam of movement. I have no idea what it's called, but it moves dinos. Anyway, with my new skiff flying skills, I took my Ankylo back into the bog and farmed a ton of metal. The skiff has about 10,000 pounds in weight, so I can basically hold all the resources in the game and then some. But after only farming a few nodes with my Anky, I remembered I had a good magma sword back on my base, and let's just say I'll never have a metal problem again. I finished my massive metal run about a third into the way into day 103, and I had so much I couldn't even fit it all in the forge. But with that problem, I took some initiative and moved my fridge to make room for these 3 dedicated storages I crafted. And after that, I took my skiff into the volcano to check for element crystals if they had respawned since the last time I farmed them, and they didn't. I had troubles getting these dudes to spawn in for basically my whole playthrough. Maybe it's just single player being weird and wanting to only spawn the resources if I'm right next to them. I don't really know. But to end off day 103, I started farming stone for yet another base expansion. Oh yeah. But to craft stone structures, you also need wood. But with me having my new skiff, farming wood is a breeze. But anyways, you guys have seen me build a million times, so just watch this real quick. I started day 109 by checking the volcanoes for crystals once again, and there was none. Thanks, Ark. Anyway, after that, I crafted myself some more stone structures, but this time it's to tame an Allosaurus. I need a few Allos to join my Rex army in the hunting missions because their ability to do bleed damage really helps out a lot. And after not too long of searching the volcano biome, I managed to trap a level 168x Allo, which was super easy because I just grabbed it with my skiff and dropped it into the trap. But I had to return back to my base before I could tame it to craft more Trank Darts because X Dinos are on 23 scoops of pre-workout at all times and need a bunch of Tranks to fall asleep. But that doesn't matter because I had it unconscious at the end of the day. Day 110, the Allo tamed, and I don't know if it's good or not since I know nothing about Allos. All I know is I need their bleed damage, and I now need to find another to start a breeding pair. Anyway, with me spawning one in, me finding a female Allo, I now have a breeding pair. Also, the volcano erupted while I was taming it. I was far enough away where I didn't have to worry about it, but we all know what happened last time. I have severe PTSD from that moment. Day 111 started with me breeding the Allos and getting a perfect female on my first egg. And after that, I checked the volcano again, but no crystals, so I built a wall to keep babies escaping while I'm killing them. Yeah, that sounded really wrong. And moving on, my Rexes were now awake, so I arranged them in optimal breeding rows, and that sounded way better on paper also. Anyway, I crafted a few more fridges to store eggs in at the end of the day. Going back to killing all those babies, that's exactly what I did in the morning of day 112. And just look at all those levels for my Rex. And after that, I did the Gamma and Beta Kingslayer mission where you hunt down and kill a Brute X-Rex. And I then attempted to do Out of the Frying Pan mission where you collect those little blue points. But when I went to get inside the volcano to collect my last few, it started to erupt and I don't really want to get caught inside of it when it does. But on day 113, I did all 3 difficulties successfully and got some pretty good shotguns from it. Day 114 started with me doing the Allo and Goodbye mission. And remember folks, I have to do 168 missions total to even start the Alpha Master Controller fight. So if you think I'm doing a lot of missions now, You're in for a long ride. Anyway, I returned to my base and crafted myself some more bullets and a hollow scope for my shotgun. And after once again seeing no crystals to be farmed inside the volcano, I spent the rest of the day organizing my Rexes in the new expansion I made to my base. I can't say day 115 was too much more eventful. I started the day with some classic baby raising before experimenting to see if my magma sword can farm element shards from the crystals. And they cannot. But they're really good at farming stone from them. However, with this scientific piece of data now under my belt, I had an idea that dawned on my peanut brain. I can farm the element shards outside the volcano and make you watch this montage of me farming it. Day 116 and I managed to get myself around 170 solid element from the crystals just outside the volcano. But with that, I basically farmed all the element on the map, so I'm really gonna need the crystals inside the volcano to respawn sooner rather than later. But after that, I hatched a couple aloes and Rexes to replace the 2 that died in the boss fight and spent the rest of the day raising them. Day 117, I bred my Tusos and promptly killed the baby as soon as it hatched. I was trying to get a perfect breeding pair and there was a big gap in the stats between the parents. And I'm assuming you all know what kind of stats the baby got. And after that, I flew back up to my base and began crafting trank arrows. And I know all of you are asking why, because I have a decent long neck with some trank darts. Well, I want to tame a megalodon and you can't use guns underwater. Why did they have to make arcs so realistic? Wait, is that realistic? Can you use guns underwater in real life? Let me know in the comments, but if you blow up or something, you didn't hear it from me. Anyway, I spent the whole day searching the vast ocean until I came across the level 174 towards the end of the day. Day 118 started and the megalodon was basically knocked out already. You see, the majority of the real day 118 was lost because my power went out. So when I logged back in, the world had saved when the megalodon was already high torpor, but I lost all the footage because my power went out. Oh, and also I ruined the shark's taming effectiveness because I was still putting arrows into it when it was knocked out. Maybe the shark could have more of a knockout animation instead of just slightly putting their head down like a flaccid pea. Anyway, I made a quick trip to the bog to get some prime meat for the megalodon and tame it, and it came out alright, I guess. Oh, and I just realized I haven't explained why I need these guys. I need them because they do bleed damage just like aloes, but they're underwater and I can't bring aloes underwater. So basically, I'm gonna need them for hunting missions and for fighting motor. And moving on, I spent some time searching and found a max level female, and she will be mine. Day 19, nothing much happened. I tamed the megalodon and bred my Tusos. And the baby was once again killed because it came out with bad stats. Day 120, I hatched another Tuso and it got the good melee but bad health. I kept it, but I'll never end up actually using it. Hey, and guess what? After doing all that, there's still no crystals in the volcano. And that's pretty much it for the day. I really wanted to get my Tuso sorted out early in this 100 days so they'll all be ready to do hard missions towards the end of the 100 days. Day 121, I bred my megalodons and got myself a little megalodon baby. The parents had basically identical stats because I lowered one of their taming effectiveness and the other one just came out bad. But moving on, later in the day, I did the Gamma one hell of a treasure hunt mission. This is one where you have to search in different areas that lead you to find something and you have to escape before you get swarmed by dinos. And this time around, I had to kill an X-Trike and get its skull. It was pretty easy. Day 122 and my baby a megalodon was now all grown up. And I'm just now realizing I did the one hell of a treasure mission hunt because it gives megalodon saddles, so that's how I have the Mastercraft one. And I also did some leveling with my megalodon by killing, and it was very effective. And after that, I did some more squid breeding, which I kept the baby again because I was really tired of breeding them and then killing them. But I'd still later go on to never use these two babies. Day 123 was more the same. Chilling at base, raising baby aloes, living the good life. The majority of day 124 was spent in the volcano with my pack of 4 imprinted aloes, leveling them up. I don't really know why. I guess I was having a brain fart and forgot that I have a bunch of baby Rexes I could kill for levels. But when I finally did remember about halfway through the day, that's exactly what I did. Day 125, I was organizing my aloes and Rexes. I had about 6 Rexes and 4 aloes that were going to be my elite squadron to take down alpha hunting missions. And all my Rexes had really good saddles, but there isn't a good way to get good aloe saddles on Genesis to my knowledge, so they were all rocking primitive saddles. AKA, they were all going to die. But I was still putting these dudes all right next to each other so I could heal them up with my Daedon. And that's exactly what I did for the rest of day 125 and about half of day 126. The Daedon eats about 4,500 meat to get to full food each time, so I can effectively heal all my dinos. The problem is I had to do this at least 10 times to heal up all my dinos, so most of my points were wasted buying meat. I know I could farm it, but it takes a while and I'm already a fourth of the way into this 100 days and I haven't done that many missions. Anyway, day 126 and today is the day. I'm gonna try and do the cheaper by the pack mission and kill the alpha brute raptor. So yeah, yeah, I had to cancel the mission because my UD was getting shredded. I know I'm supposed to be towards the back, but the raptor picked me out of the crowd and was like, I'm gonna try and kill that UD and that UD only. So my next strategic idea to counteract this minor setback is to tame another UD, then breed them together so I can have an imprinted one. And I'll make sure to stand near the back next time, but 30% less damage taken will go a long way if it managed to get around my Rexes and start attacking me again. And after not too long of looking, a level 168 was spotted and I quickly abducted it with my skiff. Day 127, I knocked out the UD and killed a blue sheep to tame it. Nothing crazy happened, I just thought that blue sheep was cool and wanted to show you guys. Anyway, I bred my 2 UDs when I got back to base, and I had a little baby chicken Rex and spent the rest of the day raising it. I don't think I've ever raised a UD before because it took literally the whole day and I was flabbergasted by it. Anyway, once the UD finally did grow up, I killed some Rexes and put a bunch of health into it, and that's literally it, because it took the whole day. The first part of day 29 wasn't that eventful either. I had to farm a bunch of meat for your mom. I mean, for Daydon to heal my UD. But anyway, towards the end of day 29, my UD was ready to go, and so were the rest of my army. And it's now time to finally take down this alpha brute raptor. I did it! All 4 of my Allos and 1 Rex did die though. I expected the Allos to die, but not the Rex, which kinda worries me. But the rest of my Rexes seem to have done alright. I didn't get too much good loot besides a ton of really good pickaxes, which I'll never use. But for the rest of the day, I raised a few more Allos and a few more Rexes, because there's still a ton of hunting missions I have to do. Day 131 started with a quick round of hide and seek to try and get some more good Rex saddles. I only got 1 decent Rex saddle, but it'll do for now. And after that, I dropped some Rex eggs on the floor for the future babies to be murdered for levels. And precisely that occurred on day 132. And even in the midst of killing those babies, I noticed a mutated Rex with slight different color variations. And it just so happened to have a health mutation. And I know only 1 health mutation isn't crazy, but I'm gonna raise a whole new army of these guys because I need the best stats I can get for the boss fight. And anyway, I spent the rest of the day killing babies with my Allos. But with fully leveled dinos, you have to heal them a lot. And since I had 6 Allos needing to go from 5k health to 50k health, I spent literally the entire day healing them. And it went a little something like this if you're interested. Buy meat, give it to your mom, give the data on meat. Fly out a render distance on the skiff, fly back in render, heal the dinos, and then repeat that a million times over. Day 134 and I did the beta web search mission, aka killing an overstats Bloodstalker. I completed the mission, but I nearly got obliterated in the process when the Bloodstalker pulled me off my UD and nearly one-shot me. And I then had to return to my base real quick and repair my flak in case that happens again, because I'm gonna do the alpha difficulty. And yeah, basically all my Allos got to half health and the Bloodstalker only lost like 1/10 of its health, so I had to cancel the mission. So from now on, I think I'll have 6 Allos and throw out only 2 before each fight, because you really only need 1 to do the bleeding damage, but I'll have 2 just to be safe. Anyways, I returned to my base like a sad puppy since I failed the fight, rearranged my dinos, and then began raising the Rex with a health mutation. Day 135, I finished raising the health mutation Rex, killed a baby squid, and then bred the health mutation Rex with others. And I got a few more Rexes from a batch with the good health, and the others were quickly eliminated. Day 136 was pretty much the same as the previous. Hatch Rexes, kill bad Rexes, raise good Rexes. Day 137, I hatched a squid egg, and it actually had the good health, and I kept it just because I knew it was possible to get the good stats now. And you also want to know something? There's still no crystals in the volcano. And here is where my rage continues. Day 138, I thought I'd knock out 2 missions, the beta and alpha ice fishing mission, and I thought this would be really easy. I had a nice YouTube video on my other monitor. This would be a nice relaxing day, but it was not relaxing at all. I could barely get any fish to come to my line, and hitting the right letters to reel the fish in is oddly hard, and it took me to the very end of the day to only beat the beta. Day 139, I attempted alpha, but after hitting the wrong key and snapping my line so many times, I gave up and decided to do the beta and alpha searching the Frozone mission. I know I'll have to do the alpha fishing mission eventually, but it's a future problem for a future me. Day 140 started with an execution, but it also started with me placing a dino leash down to keep my dinos from swimming away. You see, my dinos kept getting attacked by road megalodons and electric eels, and then they'd get pushed out the sea. And that's another thing, ocean platforms are really cool, but there's no way to protect your dinos from what's in the water. I wish there was some type of underwater gate or a way I could protect my dinos from them getting bombarded all the time. Anyway, moving on, I hatched another Tuso, and I wasn't thinking much of it. Oh! Yeah, don't mind those crazy weird noises I made while saying thank you. It was late and I was going crazy, but I finally had the good Tuso I needed. The entirety of day 141 was spent raising and then leveling my new Tuso. I got 100% imprint on it and it was genuinely insane. I cannot wait to have a whole army of these things. Day 142, I healed my Tuso up with my Daydon before I spread it. Yeah, I don't know why I healed it. I didn't even do a mission or anything. And yeah, I didn't even hatch the egg yet because I had some important business to attend to in the lunar biome. Day 143, and that important business is doing all 3 difficulties of the Tokyo Skift mission. And now with all that action in a single day, I spent the rest of the day raising a few more Rexes with the good help to keep building my army. Day 144 was an interesting day because I was simply doing the hide and sink mission, and I completed the mission, but then I was attacked by an electric eel and a megalodon, which I killed, but I lost track of my bloodstalker in the process. And I couldn't look for it or else I would drown, so I just had to float up to the surface. And yeah, on my ascent to the surface, dude soundly drowned. I have no idea where, but he was a good bloodstalker and he will be missed. Anyway, I swam my way back to my base and got my Tusos breeding again before organizing my new boss fighting Rexes towards the end of the day. The majority of day 145 was spent raising the last few Rexes I needed to complete my new boss army. And then the interesting part of day 145 is when I played Space Jam, basically throwing a boob dog into a basketball hoop in space. And since I was uncoordinated with this low gravity, I really struggled to even complete the Gamma one. I eventually finished all 3 difficulties about a third way into day 146, and I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty challenging. I even failed the alpha version once before finally completing it. And after that, I did the Gamma to Boldly Go mission, which is just a space version of collecting all those little blue points. And I just like to say this mission is horribly designed, because when I tried to get some of the points, I would get hit by this green radiation stuff, and my bloodstalker would take a lot of damage. Day 147, I did the beta and alpha to Boldly Go mission. I don't know why it took so long, but it did. I'm gonna group days 148 and 149 together because I hatched and raided 6 Tusos, and I also leveled them to about 100k HP and over 700 melee. Day 150, and I'm gonna fight the Gamma motor. I've healed up all my squids, and it's go time. That was insanely easy. Day 151, and as I said, the Gamma motor boss fight was insanely easy. However, I wanted to knock out the beta one in the next few days to just get it over with. But honestly, I was kind of worried about how it would go since the difficulty gap between Gamma and beta is pretty monstrous. Anyway, I spent the rest of day 151 and about half of day 152 raising and leveling Megalodons in the hopes that the bleed damage would absolutely destroy the motor. However, for the rest of day 152, it was fight night. Yeah, so I still managed to beat the motor with no deaths, but all of my dinos still took quite a chunk of damage, so I'm really gonna have to work on getting them better stats to beat the alpha one. The first part of day 153 was spent getting my underwater dinos back to my base because Tusos have a huge turning radius and I kept losing them. Anyway, after I got my Tusos organized, I flew up to base and crafted another ocean platform, and I wanted another ocean platform to house my Megalodons and try and keep them organized, but as soon as one would get attacked, it was just straight chaos after that. I could never keep them in the ocean platform. Days 154 and 155 I spent raising Megalodons. It wasn't fun, but it had to be done. Now, as I believe I said earlier, when you raise dinos and pump a lot of health into them, you gotta heal them with a Daedon. But the problem was, I would buy about 5,000 raw meat every time to heal with my Daedon, and I blew through literally all of my hexagons buying raw meat. So after doing a meat run with my Rex to only have my Daedon heal my underwater dinos with like 3k health each, I said screw this and I'm gonna do something else. And that something else is the alpha web search mission. Yeah, so I had to cancel the mission. I made it to the second fight only because in the first fight the bloodstalker glitched and literally just didn't attack my Rexes. So now at this point I don't know what to do. I was using my best Rexes and Aloes and I still wasn't even close enough to being able to take down the alpha bloodstalker. And it's way too late in this video to try and get mutations on my Rexes and pump their stats up, so I have 2 options. One, I only do the boss fight on beta, which I know I set out to be all 6 maps on alpha, but it just isn't possible solo. And the second option is to recruit a few people and try and take down like 10 alpha missions and do the alpha boss fight. And honestly, even with multiple people, I don't see us be able to doing all the alpha missions and the alpha boss. So as much as I don't like it, I'm only gonna attempt to beat the map on beta as a solo. And if you don't like that decision, lick my nuts, dude. This is my video. Moving on, my Rexes still got their butt handed them even with me canceling the mission, so they'll be out of commission for a while. So I spent the rest of the day and half of day 158 leveling my boss Rexes by murdering baby Rexes. And for the rest of day 158, I spent it doing the beta chasing the white whale mission. And honestly, I'm kind of happy I don't have to do the alpha boss anymore, because I do not think my underwater dinos could take down any of the alpha hunting missions. Day 159, I finished the chasing the white whale mission and then did the locked and loaded mission on beta, and it went swimmingly. Get it? Because I'm swimming. I hate my life. The first half of day 160 was spent doing some general stuff around the base, but it is what happened in the second half that I think you guys really want to see. I did the beta bog beatdown, and if you remember from my first 100 days on this map, to say it lightly, I got my ass handed to me when I tried to do this mission. But don't worry, because I'm a pro now and took the mission down with relative ease. And after that, I made my way into the Arctic biome to do the beta built for tough mission. And the first wave was once again hard, but as soon as the second wave spawned, I got my hands on a cluster grenade launcher and it was all over. And I'd like to say it, I did it the American way. I finished the built for tough mission about a third of the way into day 161, and after that I got a few of my Rexes that were just lying around and then teleported into the bog, and I then did the Spino hunting mission, and the Spino actually put up somewhat of a fight, but he was still no match for my Rexes in Udi. And after that I did the beta Swamp Placid mission, which is just hunting down a brute Sarco, and once again it was really easy. But after that I did the beta Along Came the Pollen mission, and this type of mission is super stressful. You either have to kill or harvest something, then escape with whatever you got, which is fine except you get swarmed by dinos and you only have like 2 minutes to escape. And if you've ever ridden a Rex in Ark, you know they aren't exactly designed for quick movement. So basically, if you get stuck or pinned in the corner, might as well cancel the mission right there because your Rex will not be able to turn around. But anyways, I did manage to complete the mission because I'm the best Ark player of all time. Day 163, I did some classic baby killing for levels and then stone harvesting at the end of the day. And don't worry, I'm not adding another extension to my base, more or less just finishing the past ones. Day 164, and by that I mean putting walls around my platform so it doesn't look terrible anymore. And I had to go through the pain of farming and placing these walls, but at least I don't have to go through the pain of editing this montage. That's reserved to my editor. Sorry, bro. This is not gonna be fun. Day 167, I was finally finished being Bob the Builder. And to celebrate that, I checked the volcano for element crystals, and there was actually some in there. I mean, there weren't a ton, but they were slowly respawning. And if I waited a little longer, there should be enough for me to harvest. Oh, and also I didn't show it, but I ate a mind wipe tonic during the building montage, and these are my stats now. Anyways, I'm more than 2/3 done in this 200 days, so it's time to really start cracking down on some missions. But I only started the Mammoths on Parade mission at the end of the day because I had to wait for Cryo Timer to throw my Rexes out. Day 168, I completed the beta Mammoths on Parade and ruffled some feather missions. It was a good, simple, productive day. Day 169, I killed a brute deer and brute ferox, both on beta. And I also got a pretty decent Tuso saddle from one of these missions, which is pretty nice. Day 170, I was doing the Alpha Hide and Sync mission of hope of getting some more decent Rex saddles. I did manage to get some of those, but however, I also got some tragedy. I was collecting one of the blue points when a cyclone grabbed both hold of me and my Bloodsucker for a little bit. But it was all fine because the cyclone let go of me and the Bloodsucker, and I completed the mission. But I failed to realize my Bloodsucker was drowning and I couldn't make my way back up to the surface in time, and he bit the dust. So rip weight. You were a good Bloodstalker. So anyway, I had to swim to an island, teleport to Volcano East, and then teleport back into my base. But I won't let that stop me, because on day 171, I grabbed another Bloodstalker and leveled some oxygen into it, so that would not happen again. And just like that, I was once again doing the hide and sync mission until the end of the day. Now that I got a few more good saddles, I can get back to doing some more missions that'll actually further me towards doing the beta boss fight. And I only did the Gamma Hunt and the Heat mission in the entirety of the day, because I'm not gonna lie, it was actually kind of hard. All I had to do was hunt down a Magma Sword, but it was like over the volcano and through the woods, and it was just a big whole ordeal. Speaking of ordeals, I was doing the Gamma Hunt and the Heat mission on day 173, and it was going alright until I got gassed and lost all of my oxygen. And I was even spamming med brews, but it wasn't enough. I died and failed the mission. And now this is what we call a skill issue, my friends. But anyways, I made my way back to my stuff, restarted, and then completed the mission. And then after that, I did the Gamma We Will Rock You mission, where you hunt a rock. Day 174, I did the beta We Will Rock You mission, and doing all these missions make me want to quit Ark permanently and become a Minecraft YouTuber.
This is me, and this is Minecraft.
But I need money to keep feeding my cat, so I'll suffer through them. Anyway, after that, I did the beta One Hell of a Treasure Hunt mission, which is one of those missions where you have to escape with a prize. And this time around, there was an X-Triceratops skull, so yeah, it's pretty stressful just like the last time, but I got it done. Day 175, who hit the squid? No, I'm asking you, because I have to search and find it and kill it. And I did that twice, both on Gamma and Beta. Day 176 was pretty interesting. I was doing the Gamma, it's a bug hunt in the lunar biome. And in this one, you hunt Nameless, which I'm pretty sure aren't bugs. Maybe they're referencing Nameless as a glitch, as they aren't supposed to exist. Anyways, it was super easy until the last fight where a Blue Reaper came out of the ground to join the fight. And I didn't have a light pet or anything, so it was a long fight, and I had to throw out 2 extra Rexes just so I could kill it. Day 177, and I was pissed off, because once again, I attempted the Alpha Ice Fishing mission, and I failed, as you can guess. So yeah, screw that mission. I can't do it, I don't know why. It's not that I can't press the keys right, it's that there isn't enough fish. I'd catch one and then have to wait like another 3 minutes for another another to get on my line. Now, it's time to protect this little baby kangaroo right here. I brought another Rex this time since I failed the last time I attempted this on beta, and the baby died. But this time, the baby lived. It did not get aborted by a pack of dire wolves. But anyways, after that, I did the Mound Over Matter mission, which is also one of those where you have to escape with a prize. And I swear, I looked through basically every mound before I found the last golden nugget I needed and got absolutely bodied while escaping, but I made it. And I spent the rest of the day slowly throwing out my Rexes one by one to do some more hunting missions. And I spent literally all of day 179 doing the Alpha Dearly Departed mission. But I did it, and that's all that matters. Day 180, I was protecting a dolphin named Eco when I crashed, and I had to do the whole freaking mission over again. I also delivered some baby turtles to some bigger turtles on day 181, and they made weird noises when I did it, but hey, it's another mission down. Day 182, and I was doing the Technological Terror mission on Gamma, which is like Bog Beatdown or Built for Your Toe. And it's basically just a bunch of tech dinos and reapers trying to kill you, but as long as you get your hands on a tech rifle, you'll be fine. And then King of the Moon mission was up next, and it's basically just hunting a tech Rex in the lunar biome. And Gamma went down pretty easy, so I wanted to do the beta one, but I was running out of medical brews, which are a necessity in the lunar biome. So I returned to my base real quick to make some more medical brews and then moved forward in the beta King of the Moon mission. Then on day 183, I was doing the Captain's Conquest mission. Gamma was super easy, but then I got absolutely deleted on beta. I'm pretty sure it was a glitch unless these space whales can actually one-shot you off your tame. I have no idea. But anyways, I respawned, got my stuff, and then started the mission over again, and it went much better. Day 184, I protected some parasaurs on Gamma and beta so they could get to this blue orb thing. Yeah, that's like the most pointless mission ever. There wasn't even another parasaur waiting for them or anything. I'm back in the lunar biome on day 185, defending this little bulldog while he gets his teleporter power. Yeah, that dude makes you spend like 10 minutes defending him, then teleports away, never to be seen again. That is until you do the beta mission. Then you see him again. Collecting blue points on day 186. Not much else to say. Day 187, I bred my Rexes to get a few extra levels on my boss Rexes because who knows, I might really need them. But more importantly, I took my skiff back into the volcano and there was finally a satisfactory amount of crystals I could harvest. Day 189 does not exist. I cannot find a video file for it. I think I was just farming elements since we picked back up on day 190 and I'm still farming elements, so yeah, it wouldn't be a Grantee 100 days video without me losing a day of recording. But speaking of day 190, yeah, I finished farming the element and proceeded to craft over 500 hard elements, so now I have way more than I ever need. Oh, and also the volcano was erupting while I was leaving and my Rex didn't make it into the teleportation by that time. But no worries, because I promptly left the biome before the volcano erupted and it reset and didn't erupt and my Rex was still there when I got back. So yeah, I'm pretty lucky. Ark either has a really bad game design or single player settings carried me. But yeah, with that done, I'm pretty much ready for the boss. I just have to get myself organized and get a few more Beto saddles for my Rexes, which is what I did. Day 192, I cryoed and threw out all of my Rexes at my starter base. I emerged from the Gamma boss fight here almost 100 days ago. So once again, this is as good a place as any for me to do my last stand against Rockwell. Until Genesis 2. And the Rexes took until day 194 to wake up, and I had to heal a few of them to around 20k health, so yeah, the whole day was spent healing, because healing takes forever. Anyway, I'm just gonna skip to day 189 because I didn't do anything for the rest of those days. I've basically beaten the map on beta as a solo, and that's a pretty big accomplishment, and I'm pretty proud of that, but that doesn't mean anything if I don't beat this boss. And it'll be pretty embarrassing if I lose, because I set out to do all the maps on alpha, so I better not lose to just beta. Anyway, here goes nothing.
Hello? Hello? Wake up, survivor! Don't panic. All Little A's got ya. One sec. simulation. Welcome to the real world. The other survivors are still trapped in the simulation, but we're free. Bugger! The corruption's here too. Apparently it followed us from the simulation. But that's impossible. We might be the only ones awake. So let's get geared up and deal with the corruption before it spreads. It says here, tech suit for emergency use only. This definitely qualifies. Now that you aren't so squishy, we should figure out which part of the colony ship we're in. If we can just... Oh, that's not good at all. Well, fuck.
I just escaped from the Genesis simulation and I now have 100 days to beat Alpha Rockwell Prime. Day 1 in the real world and I spawned in with a sick looking tech suit. And I also had all my gear from my previous 100 days in the Genesis simulation, so I quickly dropped all that on the ground because apparently cheating is bad or something. Anyway, I've never played Genesis 2 before, so this will be a new experience for me. But what isn't a new experience for me are missions. And since I play on single player, all the hunting missions are already completed since you can't beat them on single player. It's kind of nice to see the art devs looking out for the players once in a while. Anyway, I'm on a tight schedule and I cannot afford to waste time. So after exploring Eden for a little while, I crafted myself a stone pickaxe and hatchet, even though they're pretty much useless since tech punching resources is way more efficient. And speaking of tech punching, I brutally beat a mod shops to death for a whopping 120 hide. And after that, I was still exploring the map because it looked awesome. And there was a white drop and I wanted loot. And it had some pretty questionable loot, but drops are overpowered on Gen 2. So if this is the worst tier of loot, I'm really excited what I get later on. Anyways, after that, I looted a few more drops, including ones in Rockwell's Garden. And that's pretty much what I did for the entirety of day 1. Also, about half of these drops land inside the map and you can't access them. Anyway, enough with my complaining because it's a new day and I was watching the sick animation of Genesis ship flying to a different star system. And after that, I was exploring the Eden side of the map looking for potential base spots my stream chat was suggesting for me. And after only a few minutes of looking, I found a small pond and I said screw it, I'm gonna build a lake house. And I then proceeded to place 2 thatch foundations, 6 refining forges, and 4 wooden storage boxes. And I then punched a few metal rocks and just like that, I had over 1,000 raw metal smelting in my forges. And I also had a campfire cooking me food, even though I got 90 cooked mutton less than 20 minutes ago. And now this is where my stream chat decided they didn't want me playing Ark the normal way, where you slowly build up and grind, taming dinos as you need them over time. And I was somehow convinced to try and get impregnated by a Reaper on day 2. It sounds horrible, and believe me, it was. There's a location in Rockwell's Garden called Rockwell's Innards, which are literally his guts and heart. And the best I can describe it as, it's hell. And with it being hell, Reapers, Seekers, Tentacles, and Summoners all spawn in here. And the way to successfully get a Reaper with no gear has about a 75% failure rate. You have to find a Reaper Queen while avoiding Summoners, Tentacles, and Seekers, then lead it into an acid pit below the boss terminal, get it to below 2k health, get it out before it dies, then dodge attacks long enough for it to impregnate you and avoid literally everything else getting out. But since I'm the best Ark player ever, this should be no problem at all. Yeah, I got ratioed by that Reaper, but it's a level 120, so you already know I'm going back for it. But this time, I'm coming back with some wooden shields and beds in case that happens again. And don't worry that I died, you keep the baby even when you die. So I found myself an explorer note, punched a few trikes to death, and then had my 75 levels just like that. I started day 4 building a stone 2x1 and giving birth to a precious baby boy who promptly killed me 10 seconds after birth. But it's great because I don't even have to pay child support because the mother is dead. That sounded horrible. Anyway, once the Reaper finally turned into a juvenile and didn't want to tear my face off anymore, I named him Discord Kitten in honor of natural causes, who basically carried me through the whole process of getting a Reaper. Moving on, I imprinted the Reaper and I was collecting some drops while I was waiting for it to mature, and I got 5 element and an Astro Dolphin saddle, which basically means I can tame a space dolphin now. And I also got a tech hover sail, but I was bad at controlling it and didn't like it that much. Anyway, my Reaper was now fully grown and nothing living was safe. I finished massacring innocents on day 5 and decided it was time to get a space dolphin. And to tame a space dolphin, you first have to pet it a few times, then chase it and feed it an element, then repeat. It's not too hard, except once in a while they give you a little peck and it sends you flying. Anyway, 10 minutes later I tamed myself a level 168 female Astrodelphus, and it was insanely fun to fly around on. And it's also fun to kill things on, which is what I do best. But anyways, another thing special about these guys is that they can go underwater, hence the space dolphin, I think. I don't know, I just completely pulled that out of my ass. Anyway, I went up to see the new space biome on day 6. And if you didn't know, they change every night at midnight, and the cycle was metal and element dust this time around, so not that great. Anyway, moving on to my main goal for day 6, Mutagel. Mutagel was used to tame striders, which are overpowered at farming basically any resource, so I went back into Rockwell's innards with my Reaper to try and get some. But the problem was, I didn't know what it looked like, and my Reaper was only at around 5k HP, and I for some reason thought this was a good idea, going into hell without healing. And I also for some reason thought it was a good idea to confront a summoner, and it freaked me out, so I just left. Just kidding, that would have been too smart. Instead, I threw out my space dolphin, but I realized you couldn't ride it in here, so I panicked and threw out my Reaper with cryo sickness. Now this was bad, but I was at a place where I thought nothing could happen, and by this time I was about 3 hours into my stream, so I really had to pee IRL, and I think you can see where this is going. While I was power washing the toilet bowl, a rogue Reaper King killed my Reaper, then nearly killed me. And once I finally got back, I threw up my space dolphin again, which I can't ride, remember, so I cryoed it again, then left and threw it back outside of the cave with cryo sickness. Yeah, I ended the stream after that one. Day 7, and let's hope today is not nearly as eventful as day 6. Beluga, my space dolphin, woke up about a third of the way into the day, and then I started crafting up some taming gear, which was necessary to tame 2 Maywings. And while I was waiting for the raw meat to spoil, I looted some red drops, but didn't get anything too crazy. But by the end of the day, I had everything I needed to tame the 2 Maywings. Day 8, and holy cow, that's an indie forge and a drop. Now, that was a really good start to the day, but even better, element was the resource and cycle now. Now, I don't have a tech strider to take advantage of all this element, and I'm sure it would be pretty bad if I harvested it with a pickaxe. So what am I to do? Punch it. So yeah, I farmed over 1,000 element by hand. Sure, it took the whole day of me mindlessly punching rocks, but this will be super useful from now on. Anyways, after that, I checked the space biome again, and it was metal and gems. And I'm still on the hunt for Mutagel, which can only be found in the space biome or in Rockwell's innards, which I obviously did not get last time. And since I'm not that smart, before I knew, I was back in the depths of hell with only me and my tech suit. And surprisingly, I got the Mutagel and got in and out without dying. Sure, I took a few hits, but it went way better than last time. And I can now tame a strider. But how do I actually tame strider? I found a level 18 that I tried to tame multiple times, but I couldn't seem to figure out the hacking mechanic. I just kept getting shocked over and over again until I rage quit. But when I logged back in the next day IRL, my stream chat helped me tame a level 54. Turns out you have to left click when those green boxes go over the middle line, and just like that, it's all yours. It's actually pretty easy once you figure it out. Day 10 and this thing is actually insane at farming, except I think I'm gonna crash every time I harvest something. I thought we nearly just crashed. And also, I named my strider Harvester of Sorrow. Let me know in the comments if you know where that name comes from. So as I was walking my strider back to my base, I spotted level 174 and 156 Maywings. So you know what's about to happen next. Oh, and I also bought some loot crates while I was waiting for them to tame, but the only good thing I got from them was this rhino chibi. Moving on, I now actually want to begin working on my base, but if I want to build any structures, I'm gonna need a wood harvester since the striders like to farm thatch over wood. So yeah, I gotta farm up some more taming stuff. Just kidding, my stream chat reminded me that I had gotten shocking trank darts from a drop, and I can now knock out basically anything with this good log neck I also got from a drop. And I actually found a max level beaver, so yeah.
You're coming home with me.
Well, beavers wake up really fast for some reason, so the narcotics I was farming didn't go to waste. And while I was waiting for the beaver to tame, I also spotted an otter, which I promptly tamed and named Kipper. And if you ever seen one of my videos before, you know that when I tame an otter named Kipper, it always dies. But I'm determined to keep this one alive. Anyways, right after that, I was still waiting for my beaver to tame, so I did some exploring and found an even better lake than my current one with waterfalls, so I'm moving there. And once my beaver finally tamed, I took it back to my base in Cryopod, uploaded my strider in a terminal so I can download it closer to the bigger lake. I wanted to build a base before I moved there so I don't have to build another temporary base to build the big base. Day 12, I crafted both my Maywing saddles, even though I'd almost never used them because I enjoy flying on my space dolphin too much. And after that, I got my strider to my new base location and had to relog because Arc is bad and didn't load anything in. Anyway, it's now time to build the best base you've ever seen. Day 16, and with my new base being pretty much complete, I returned to my temporary base and grabbed all my valuables and transferred them to the new one. And after that, I placed my indie forge front and center where I think it'd look best. And I then placed some more structures like a smithy and grill, but had to return to my temporary base at the end of the day to smelt up some more gas. Anyway, day 17, I have my gas, so my forge can now smelt some more metal, and I also have 2 metal shields. You can probably see where I'm going with this. I was already missing having a stronger dino that can kill basically anything, so I want to get another Reaper, and this time it should be easier, hopefully. I had better shields, I have beds and sleeping bags in case I die, I know what I'm doing now, and most importantly, I have Kipper. Just kidding, I forgot I had him on him, so I put him in a safe spot in the cave in case I die, because if I do die, so does Kipper. Anyway, after not too long of looking around and only getting jump scared by a summoner once, I found myself a level 156R Reaper Queen. It took like 15 minutes of her burning an asset and me dying a few times, but in the morning of day 18, she finally impregnated me and dug into the ground, never to be seen again. And after that, I killed a Capro and Spino on my way back to base, which got me all the levels my baby Reaper needed. And I then made a stone structure and gave birth once again, and the baby actually looked super cool. It had cyan colored skin and orange fins. It looked like it was either out of the movie Avatar: The Way of the Water or Vaporeon the Pokemon, so I named it Vaporeon. And I had to stay around my base for a little bit to get full imprint on the Reaper, but after that I was back in Rockwell's Gardens in his innards. Turns out I actually forgot Kipper in there, who was still on the little platform I left him on, but he was alive and well. I told you guys, I'm determined to keep this little dude alive. Day 19 and my Reaper is now fully grown, but just like last time, he's only a few hits from dying. And since I'm a good parent and learn from my mistakes, I'm gonna tame a snow owl to heal him up before I use him so he doesn't die like my last Reaper. And it didn't take too long of me looking to find a level 174, and I even built a trap, but I realized I still have these shocking trank darts, so I can knock it out in like 6 shots. And later when I tamed it, I named her Vladimir Hooten, as it's a name suggestion from my chat, and I think it's probably one of the best dino names of all time. Anyway, I returned to my base and tried healing my Reaper with the owl, but the owl can only heal like 5 seconds before being out of stamina. So I spent the rest of the day killing Rexes for experience so that gets more stamina into it. My owl could finally do some real healing on day 20, so I took about 5 minutes to get my Reaper up to a decent health amount. I then went on a little killing rampage around the northern mountains and eating to get some decent levels on, and after getting said levels on it, I was feeling pretty balls. So I then tried the Gamma life support mission, but I had no idea what I was doing and I had to cancel the mission because I was getting boxed. I made some campfires to cook me some more food on day 21, but I remembered I had an industrial grill literally 5 seconds later. And after that, I opened a purple drop and got an ascended minigun.
I'm like the thumbnail.
Anyways, I was really out in these mountains to farm metal. I was still farming metal by hand because I don't have a good way to get my strider around the map right now. And if I want to keep advancing, I need metal for literally everything. I was done farming metal on day 22 and decided to farm some drops. And it was all going fine until there was one yellow drop in Rockwell's garden that just so happened to have a carnivorous plant next to it. Yeah, after that, I got a few more drops, but they all really had a load of hot garbage in them. But then I remembered something. Before I started recording this 100 days, I watched a video where if you do the circuit chase mission and complete it, your loot quality actually increases. So you already know I'm heading to that mission terminal right now. And I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty bad at this mission at first, but don't worry, I'd get better as time goes on. But before I get better, something tragic happened. Yeah, so after the Gamma mission, Kipper fell through the map somehow. I don't know how I'm gonna get him back, but for now, let's try that mission again. Day 23 started with me doing some Gamma slide and glide mission on the Maywing. I completed the mission, but didn't do any more of it, instead doing the both beta and alpha circuit chase mission. Anyway, my loot quality is now maxed out for the rest of my 100 days, but I still have the problem of getting Kipper from under the map. I just decided to go into ghost mode to get him, and he was literally sitting right there, like 3 feet below the surface. I don't care what you say, I'm not letting Kipper die like that. And I spent the rest of the day drop hunting with my new supposedly boosted drop quality. But after spending the whole day getting the drops, I did not notice a difference whatsoever. Since my drop loot still sucks, I decided to move on to a new goal: getting a tech replicator. So day 24 started with me punching some crystal. And another resources you need for a replicator is black pearls. And you can get the black pearls a few ways, by either killing stuff that drops them, the pearls being in the space cycle, or the dead carnivorous trees, but I didn't know that just yet. So I spent a little time killing the underwater scorpions for an actually insulting amount of pearls before learning them I could actually get them from the dead trees. And my chat also informed me that a chainsaw works best, so I returned to my base, crafted myself a chainsaw, and proceeded to get folded by a capro, carnivorous tree, and piranhas. I sure do love art. But luckily, Kipper was alright, and I finally managed to kill the tree and get my black pearl. I didn't get any black pearls from it. I didn't even get anything from it. And to make things even worse, my game audio was glitching out. All I could hear was that stupid river and nothing else. I sorted out my audio on day 25 and finally found out that you get black pearls from the already dead trees. So I just fought and died with that tree for absolutely nothing. So anyways, after that, I took a little break to reorganize myself back in my base, and I went back out later just to realize that my method of killing these trees kinda sucks. The trees really only die to fire damage, and when I use a torch I have to get up close and personal, putting me right in the you're about to die zone. So I returned to my base towards the end of the day and placed a chemistry bench that I got from a drop to make propellant, which I turned into flame arrows. The video file for day 26 was lost to time itself, so enjoy this visual demonstration. I had gotten all the black pearls I needed by day 27, and the next resource I needed to farm was polymer. I didn't want to have to farm cementing paste and obsidian, so I decided to take the organic polymer route. So I grabbed my reaper and proceeded to massacre mantises inside Rocco's innards. This might be the best way to farm organic polymer in the game. Anyway, I made my way back to my base, and I now had everything I needed to craft a tech replicator. So I got all my resources in my inventory, flew to a terminal, just to realize I cannot fit all the resources inside the terminal. So yeah, it turns out I'm gonna have to farm all that hard polymer after all. So before I knew it, I was back in Rocco's innards killing bugs, this time for chitin to turn into cementing paste. Day 28, I had all the chitin I needed, and I then farmed an absurd amount of stone in 3 seconds with my strider and began crafting cementing paste. And after that, I spent pretty much the whole day farming obsidian by hand out in the space biome. Anyway, I had all that I needed to craft the hard polymer. It was just waiting for it to finish crafting because it takes forever. Day 29, and as I said, crafting hard polymer takes forever. And in that time, I dropped a deuce, got gas, went to the DMV, and became a grand master at chess. Anyway, I finally crafted the tech replicator in the terminal. And after placing the replicator, I demolished some of the railings on the side of my base because it's time to build an extension to house something very, very important. Day 30 consisted of farming, building, more farming, and finally more building. I'm building this extension with the same length and width of the bridge of the main platform, if that makes any sense. I did this so I can make other extensions on the other 4 sides and it'd all be even and look super cool. But it's now time to actually build what belongs on this extension of the platform.
All hail Kipper.
Yeah, I made a throne to Kipper. This is now where Kipper will remain for the rest of the playthrough, and now he'll be completely safe in my base. Anyway, I added some more railings to finish off the base extension, and after that I tamed a male space dolphin so I could breed the two and spent the rest of the day farming element because it just happened to be in cycle. Day 32, I had a dino leash down in front of Kipper's throne to keep my space dolphins in place. For some reason, when you dismount the dolphins, they tend to wander off a little bit, and it really makes me mad, so keeping them in this area will lower my angle levels by a ton. Anyway, I bred the 2 dolphins, and while I was waiting for the baby to be born, a Sarco attacked my base from the water. It could somehow aggro on the space dolphins, but just ended up biting my wooden floors instead. I might have to install some underwater turrets if this keeps up. Anyway, the baby was born, but got bad stats, so I promptly put it down. And after that, I tried the Gamma Starwing Strike mission, which is actually really difficult to control, and I ended up killing a dolphin by accident. I seriously have no idea how to do this mission, so for now on, it'll be a problem for future me. And I then proceeded to fail the Gamma Hover Sail mission too. Yeah, today is not my day. Day 33, I did the beta and gamma downriver run, and I barely completed the beta one on time, so I have no idea how I'm going to be able to do the alpha one. And this mission is known for making people rage, so this might be me later. Moving on, while I was at my base, my beaver actually died to a Sarco. I guess it was on passive or something. So I took the initiative and made a trap to go tame a Theory to farm wood for me this time instead. And I literally found the level 162 first try, so I guess Ark is trying to make up for it. But after I built the trap and got the Theory in it, I forgot the trank darts. So I had to fly back to my base in a tech suit because when I cryo my dolphin, it drops the element in its inventory and I forget to pick it up pretty much every time. And that's how I burned through most of my element. Day 34, I got the trank darts, flew back, and knocked out the Theory. And I then spent the rest of the day waiting for the Theory to tame and feeding it narcotics because they also wake up very fast. The Theory tamed about 5 minutes into day 5 and I named him Woody, simply because I'm only going to use him to farm wood. Don't get any other ideas, you sick. Anyway, I proceeded to get a horrible blue drop on the way back to base before pulling out my wood. Throwing out Woody, my Theory. Anyway, after that, I returned to Rockwell's garden to farm some silica pearls in this weird cave right above the southern space entrance. And I then farmed some metal and obsidian in the space biome on the way home. I needed all these resources to craft the skiff. Since you can't cryopod tech striders, the skiff is really the only way to get them around the map to farm the resources you need to farm. That and besides teleporters, but I'm way too poor to set up multiple teleporters and generators right now. Moving on, I had to farm a bit more metal for the skiff, and I'm glad I'm getting around to making this thing now because farming a roof source by hands really suck. And later on, I returned to my base, put the metal in the forge, and killed another Sarco that was attacking the bottom of my base. I'm seriously gonna have to put up some turrets once I get a tech generator. Moving on, sulfur was the resource in cycle today, which is a completely useless piece of information to you all. Anyway, what I was actually doing was farming fungal wood in Rocco's garden. I needed this wood to make fish baskets because I want to tame a shadow mane. If you don't know how taming a shadow mane goes, let me teach you with this visual demonstration. You first have to get a fish inside of a basket while somehow dodging piranhas, capros, and other shadow manes. And this just came can't be any fish. The better the multiplier of the fish, the better taming effectiveness it does on the shadow main. So anyway, once you have the fish, you have to feed it to the shadow main while it's asleep. It's pretty simple as long as you don't mess any of these up. Day 37, I returned to my base but didn't craft up any fish baskets just yet. I instead crafted a skiff. And also metal and gems were in the space biome today, and I wanted to farm some of them with my new skiff. So I grabbed my strider with my skiff, flew out to the space biome, and farmed a few nodes of metal before I realized I didn't have it synced to a dedicated storage. You see, the whole thing that makes striders really good is that wherever you are on the map, if they're linked to a dedicated storage, the resource in their inventory will deposit to the dedicated storage back at base. So basically it's an infinite farming glitch, but it's just not a glitch. So I returned to my base and I crafted myself 3 dedicated storages and tried again. But since I'm not that smart, I forgot to actually link the strider to the metal storage and it didn't work. And it basically took me the rest of the day to figure out how to actually link it. I was trying to figure out why my strider wasn't farming crystal on day 38. And turns out when you link the strider to a resource, it's only gonna farm that resource node and nothing else. And since I had the strider linked to metal, it no work for crystals. Anyway, after that, I fisted the crystal nodes. That came out wrong. Anyway, after I was done farming crystal, I returned to the space biome where metal and black pearls were now in sight. And let's just say I farmed more than a fair share of metal and black pearls. I think it's finally time that I get myself some medical brews. I have an indie forge, tech replicator, and my armor is basically like wearing hide at all times. So some medical brews would really come in clutch. So anyway, I placed some pipes and then placed an indie cooker I got from a drop. And after that, I farmed an absurd amount of narco and tinto berries in seconds with my strider. And while my med brews were crafting, I also made some tech canteens finally. And after that, I finally made my Theory Woody a saddle. And I also bred my space dolphins again, but the baby was ass, so I killed it. And I then proceeded to whip my Theory through a forest while also decimating it at the same time because I need wood for a big project coming up soon. But that's for later, as I end the day flying around the map with my space dolphin looking for our gigas. I don't know if I can bring gigas into the missions, but if I can, I'm really gonna need them. Well, I didn't find any gigas, which is alright for now, I guess. But anyways, I decided to shift my focus to taming shadow mains, as they will be my primary source of power to take down Alpha Rockwell Prime. So after making a trap because I'm gonna cheese to tame, I found a level 174L in Rockwell's garden. And after killing some local wildlife, I placed a trap, but I realized I probably want the fish baskets to be filled before I start the tame. So now enjoy this painful little montage of me taming my first ever shadow main. Shadow main tamed towards the end of day 41, and I named him Chubby after my beastly cat IRL. And now, since this is my first shadow main literally ever, I have no idea how the controls worked or what those icons and bar meant at the bottom. So I spent the rest of the day attacking the local wildlife, leveling up my shadow main so I could really just see how it works. Day 42, I found a level 156 female shadow main. And since you need 2 shadow mains to breed to make a boss fighting army, I'm gonna have to go through all of that pain once again. But at least this time I somewhat know what I'm doing and I have some leftover fish. So anyway, I quickly constructed a trap just to realize that I won't be able to get this one in the trap as easily as last time. You see, my current method was to have the shadow main do that teleport attack on me while I was hovering above the air and they'd just fall into the trap. But this time around there were 2 shadow mains in its pack, so having 3 shadow mains constantly teleported to attack me won't end so well. But anyway, I remembered I have a skiff back in my base, so I could literally just pick it up and drop it into the trap. So I returned later with my skiff, picked up the shadow main, dropped it into the trap, and I could have saved myself a lot of pain earlier if I'd done that last time. But yeah, another problem arose. I was running out of fish to tame it, and somehow it managed to aggro on me and attack me through the walls. And to make it even better, it glitched and now wouldn't go back to sleep, and I have to find a new one to tame. But no worries, because I found another level 156 female I was taming in the morning of day 43. But as I was nearing the end of the tame, a random level 30 shadow main found me and attacked me, thus making the shadow main I was taming mad, and it didn't want to go back to sleep, so I couldn't tame it anymore. But hey, the original one I was taming was still nearby, so I put it back into the trap, and maybe I'll actually be able to tame it this time.
Are you kidding me?
Luckily, that did not make the 156 untamable again, and I finally made it mine. And yeah, if I did have to find another shadow main to tame, I probably would have put a hole in my monitor by now. But anyways, to end off day 43, I threw out my shadow mains back in my base and began breeding them. Day 44, my first shadow main babies were brought into this world because I got twins. They were both males and had the good stats, but I still did not have a perfect breeding pair. But I have to say, these guys are really ugly as babies. Just look at that big face. Anyway, after I imprinted the two, I stayed around base because I really want to mess around on them when they're fully grown. So in the meantime, I farmed some stone for my upcoming project. Actually, hold that thought on me staying around my base because I took my Reaper back to Rockwell's innards to farm polymer. I think it's finally time I get a tech generator so I can use more tech structures like tech troughs and turrets. I returned from the polymer farming session in the morning of day 45 and crafted a tech generator and 3 more tech dedicated storages. And after placing the tech generator and giving it some element to power my base, another baby Shadowmane was born, but it didn't have the good stats. But after that, the 2 Shadowmanes I raised earlier were now fully grown, and let's just say I had some fun with them. While I spent most of the day running around the mountains of Eden killing stuff, it's finally time to begin construction. I want to build a massive hexagonal platform like the one I have all my structures on now, but way bigger. And on this platform, I wanted to house my dinos, breeders, and my future Shadowmane army. So I ended off the day by farming a little bit with my tech strider and then beginning to craft ceilings. Day 50, and I'm not done with the platform just yet. As you can obviously see, there's a giant hole in it. But I just simply could not bring myself to build anymore right now, and I'm sure my editor is probably going crazy. But with me taking this little break, I decided to go over back to Rockwell's innards to check out what I actually need to do the final boss in this series. And it's pretty much only missions and some mutagen, which isn't horrible, except for the missions part. But anyway, I returned to my base and got another Shadowmane baby I didn't feel like raising right now, so I cryoed it for later. Instead, I decided to try the Gamma Survive the Arc mission, and to say it lightly, I was getting clapped and had to cancel the mission. I think the problem is that the tech suit only has 20 armor apiece, so I'm gonna need to get some better armor to start doing these missions. So with getting better gear being my main goal, I decided I wanted to do the Shadowmane Prowl mission to make my dinos more powerful for other missions. But as I said earlier in this video, the hunting missions are already pre-completed for some reason. So once you actually beat the mission, nothing happens, and you can't actually beat it, you just have to cancel it. So yeah, cue me doing the Gamma mission twice to make sure it just wasn't a glitch. But yeah, I got nothing, it was a complete waste of time. But I'm not discouraged from doing missions, so I'm gonna do the Gamma Star Dolphin mission, which is basically its own boss fight. Day 52, and I did all that for 1800 hexagons, some bad armor, and an absurd amount of grapples. I honestly have no idea how I'm gonna do the beta or alpha version, especially because I barely beat the gamma one. Anyway, since that mission was surprisingly stressful, I'm gonna calm down and complete my dino storage platform. I completely finished the platform by placing railings on day 55. And don't mind the pillars sticking out through the floor, I know it looks bad, but I don't care that much. Anyway, I crafted a tech trough, but I need another one to fully cover my base and a generator to power it. So I spent most of the day looking for crystal, but didn't find any. But I could literally just buy it, and that's what I did when I got back to base. Sometimes I forget that you can just buy stuff. Day 56, I took my strider and skiff out this time, but I still did not find any crystal. I searched basically all of Eden and Rockwell's garden, but found nothing until I remembered YouTube was a thing. So after hitting a few keys on my keyboard, I found probably the best place to farm crystal on the map, and it was just basically a giant cave with only crystal in it, and I farmed all of it. I logged in on day 57 and couldn't find my skiff anywhere. I logged out in the sky on the end of day 56, and I was looking everywhere. Oh, it's literally right there on the ground. Anyway, after that, I returned to my base and finally placed a tech trough so my dinos can eat. And I then went back to Rockwell's innards just because I love it so much. Nah, I was actually just farming polymer because I need it for literally everything tech. And after farming all the polymer I need and getting chased out by a few summoners, I returned back to my base and crafted another tech generator to power the other part of my base. Taking a short break from farming and base work in general, I still have a bunch of missions I need to do. And I decided to knock out 2 of them, both being the Gamma and Beta Team Downriver Run. I'm pretty sure it's exactly the same as Downriver Run, except there can be other canoes if there are other people doing the mission. But since I record all my videos in single player because I don't have any friends, it was just me. But yeah, it was basically the same as last time. It was surprisingly stressful, I almost didn't finish it, and I hated it. Day 59, I had just gotten home from my first day of school, and it was time to grind out some arc, including missions. So I started the Gamma Choose Your Own Adventure mission, but I had no idea what was going on. There were a bunch of weird looking dinos attacking me, I had to use my own weapons, the mission didn't actually give me any, and I had no idea what what the actual goal was. So I had to cancel the mission, and then I logged off and took a nap because I was tired. And all of that occurred in about a span of 5 minutes. Eventually, when I logged back on later, I flew around the ocean biome for some reason, looting a few drops before I got a really good Rex saddle blueprint, which I'll actually never use. But getting the saddle blueprint reminded me that I want an R Giga for missions, and just because they're super cool. So I crafted up a classic Giga taming trap, but I realized I'm probably not going to want to knock out something with over 100k torpor with only normal trank darts. I still have some shocking trank darts from the start of the video, but I'm going to need way more. So I returned back to the ocean, killed some jellyfish for their biotoxin, and returned back to my base to begin crafting shocking trank darts. And ensued 20 minutes of me looking on day 60 until I found a level 156. And the rest of the tame went just about how you'd expect. Place the trap the Giga, and began putting all of my shocking trank darts into it. It was only on day 61 when I had this realization.
I don't have narcotics to keep it asleep.
Yeah, so I could get the Giga to go to sleep, but the problem is it would wake up way before I could finish taming it. So I flew back to my base, farmed a bunch of narcotics, and then turned them into over 1,000 narcotics as fast as I could. And once those were done, I killed an Ovis and harvested its mutton before heading back over to the Giga to actually tame it this time. And the Giga actually didn't lose too much torpor while I was gone because it wasn't in render. Single player can really come in clutch sometimes. Anyway, I finally got the Giga to go to sleep and spent the rest of the day making sure it would stay asleep and I could tame it. Day 62 and my new killing machine was tamed, and I named him Death. Not much more else to say. I mean, look at him. But once I returned to my base, I brutally slaughtered another Shadowmane baby because it didn't have the good stats. Not my fault it didn't have the good stats, I'm just doing my duty. Moving on, I took my Giga, who now had a saddle, to Rockless innards to do some bonding. And by bonding, I mean killing literally everything and harvesting polymer at the same time. And as I was walking out, I was getting chased by a Reaper King that I really didn't want to fight because they don't die that easily when you don't have a light pet with you. But the problem is, I crashed on the way out. So when I logged back in, I thought I would be inside of a Reaper's stomach, but luckily I was right next to my Giga and I managed to safely get out. That was a lot of unneeded stress. I started day 63 in that one little cave in Rockwell's garden that had some silica pearls in it. I needed the pearls to craft electronics to finally craft those turrets I was talking about earlier. So when I returned to my base, I crafted 3 tech turrets and placed them in the water surrounding my base. And after only 5 minutes, they were proving their worth very quickly. So after seeing that onslaught, I capped out all 3 of the turrets with shards, so they would now be keeping my lake water safe from now on. Anyway, after that, I tried the Alpha Downriver Run mission, which I said earlier is notorious for being near impossible, and I failed horribly. So for now, I'm making propellant because I got an insane flamethrower from a drop earlier and I want to use it soon. But to make flamethrower ammo, you need a combination of propellant and gas, and I have no oil to make the gas. And I really didn't want to spend the last few of my hexagons on oil, so I ventured back to the ocean and managed to farm a few oil nodes before I got chased out of there by a mosasaur. But I then returned a few minutes later with a Shadowmane because these dudes can swim pretty fast. But they're still not that great when you're getting swarmed by literally the entire ocean, so I only farmed a few more nodes before leaving. But it should be enough for now. But I actually instead spent the rest of the day breeding my Shadowmanes because I still don't have a good female after all this time, and it's really making me mad. Day 65 and I finally had my flamethrower ammo. And my first victim was this random Dilo right outside of my base area. The poor dude got his face melted off before he even knew what was happening. But sadly, the rest of the day wasn't nearly as cool. I just spent it raising 2 more Shadowmanes and a baby space dolphin as I finally got one with decent stats. Day 66, my babies were done raising, and I had a new goal in mind. I wanted to tame some Rexes so I can simply kill their babies and power level my Shadowmanes for the boss fight. And it didn't take too long for me to find a max level male Rex, which I obviously knocked out. I was still gonna tame high level Rexes so my Shadowmanes could get more experience. But the problem is it's kinda hard to find more high levels, especially because I needed multiple high level females now. And yeah, the male Rex tamed, but I didn't see any other high level females worth taming for the rest of the day. I was still looking on day 67, and I even took a stop in the Rockwell's innards to reread what the boss requirements were. Unlike the Genesis simulation, you need to complete all missions on whatever difficulty you want to do the boss fight on, not a certain number of missions done. But as day 67 dragged on, my standards lower and I ended up knocking out a level 114 female. I spent a little more time on day 68 looking for more female Rexes to tame, but I didn't find any worth my time. And after that, I spent some time back at the Silica Pro Cave farming more pearls. I wanted more of these shiny pearls to make into air conditioners. I'm gonna need a space to actually hatch the Rex eggs so I can kill them with my Shadowmanes to get levels. And towards the end of the day, I began crafting more wooden triangle ceilings because I found I can actually put layers of ceilings below my floor that isn't touching the water where the air conditioners will sit. And I continued crafting the ceilings on day 69, then moving to placing them. And after that, I crafted a buttload of air conditioners and then placed them as well. But moving on, I still want to tame a few more female Rexes because only one breeding pair is not going to pump out near enough eggs. So I spent the rest of the day looking around on my skiff and I found a level 156 which I knocked out and tamed in Rockwell's garden. Day 70, the Rex tamed, but I didn't return to base just just yet because I wanted to tame yet another. And after not too long, my wish was granted and I found another level 156. Day 71, I had my new Rexes breeding slowly to begin producing me fertilized Rex eggs over time. After that, I wanted to tame a Lystro just to give my Shadow Mane a 2x experience buff while I was killing baby Rexes. But the problem was I was looking for one on my skiff, and Lystros are smaller than a pair of balls, so it took me like 15 minutes to actually spot one. But after getting my little experience buffing Lystro back to my base, I gave the Gamma Slipstream Sweep another try. And I don't know why I had so much trouble with this one earlier. I completed it so fast, I even completed the beta one by the end of the day. But day 72, 73, and 74 were not nearly that great. I spent all 3 days breeding my Shadow Manes because I finally got a good female with the good stats. So I now have around 17 Shadow Manes, which I think should be enough for the beta boss. And you heard that right, I'm only going to do the beta boss fight because I definitely can't do alpha for a while and there just simply isn't enough content for me to do 200 days. But more specifically, you'll see why I can't do alpha in the next few days. I was back out looking for another female Rex on day 75 simply to speed up egg production. And after actually pretty long time of looking, I knocked out a level 114 Rex because it was the best I could actually find, and that's basically what I did for the entire day. Day 76, I had to do the Star Wing Strike mission, and there's no way to say this lightly. This mission makes me want to permanently delete my channel, road trip to the wildcard headquarters, and fight whoever made this mission. The way you control the dolphin is super weird, and it's oddly hard to get the depth perception, so you hit literally everything. And there are these weird doors that I don't know how to open, so I just fly into them and take damage. So by the time I'm about to finish the mission, I die to a random laser because I have no health because I took so much damage hitting all the doors. And I did this mission multiple times over for the whole day. I managed to beat them both somehow, but you guys have no idea how close I came to committing a crime. Day 77, and I lied. Turns out I need to breed 2 more Shadow Manes. So yeah, the whole day was spent doing that. Sorry. Day 78, I got Polymer. I don't know why. I didn't even use it for anything. And that's literally what I did the whole day. But day 79 is why I said earlier that I can't do the alpha boss fight. I'm gonna try and do the Gamma Survive the Arc mission. And I even brought 3 sets of flak because the Gen 2 armor is trash, so I'm more prepared than last time. But I was still getting dogged on. I was even slamming med brews, but my armor was getting shredded, so I knew it wouldn't last that long, so I just canceled the mission. I'm going back with 10 sets of flak. There were 10 rounds, so if I go through more than a round of flak per round, this is literally impossible. I literally died on the second round. What the hell? Day 80, I actually figured out how to do the mission. When you kill the dinos that attack you, you can get gauntlet credits that can be used to buy better weapons and other dinos to help you actually beat the mission. And I had a lot of success with Shadow Manes and the cluster grenade launcher, so I highly recommend that combo. And later on in the day, I tried beta, but I simply did not have the skills necessary to even make it past the first round. And I attempted it twice on day 81, but to no avail. I even failed the first round twice. And keep in mind, guys, these missions are supposed to be done with 5 people, and there's only 1 of me, so I might come back to it later. But as of now, I'm only gonna do Gamma, which really sucks, but I'm still trying to be a multiplayer map as a solo. But after that, I did the beta slide and glide mission just in case I still wanted to do beta, but I don't think I will. Anyway, after that, I started doing the Gamma choose your own adventure mission to get a feel for it, and I was actually doing pretty good at it. But for some reason, I canceled it on day 82 because I thought it was too easy, but I would later go on to deeply regret this decision. So anyway, I started the beta version, but I quickly canceled it because I forgot I needed more armor. And I then started it up again and made it to phase 2, but I quickly realized that I needed a tech sword to get up to different levels, so I had to cancel the mission for a second time and go back to Rockcold's innards to farm polymer with my Giga to actually craft the sword. Day 83 and I realized my Giga was probably going to get boxed by Reaper King, so I made a quick trip back to my base, grabbed my Reaper, and then farmed polymer with it. And after that, I returned to my base and crafted a sword along with preparing some of my gear. There should be no way I failed this time, so I restarted the mission and was actually doing pretty decent. That is until I got to the second stage and went through the wrong portal, so I got reset and then rage quit. I finally switched back to the Gamma version of the mission on day 84. Since I'll probably only be doing the Gamma boss fight, it just makes sense. But it basically took the whole day, but I did make it to the final boss with the summoner and macro summoners. After completing the mission on day 85, I returned to my base and then spent the whole day leveling my Shadow Manes with my fertilized Rex eggs. I didn't get all of them leveled, but I needed to take a break after that mission. I didn't put too much of it into the video because it's boring and I was raging the whole time. That mission was making me go insane. And I also did the same thing on day 86 since this process does take a while. Day 87, I did the Gamma life support mission. It was pretty easy, you just have to kill some stuff and match the pillars to the sequence on the wall, but it's pretty cool because at the final boss it was a mech riding a strider. The art devs actually got pretty creative on this one, and I'm all here for it. Just I don't think these missions should take nearly 30 minutes every time. And speaking of long missions, I still have Code Red to do. This one is really weird and you have to make your way through a bunch of tunnels and activate different terminals. And I canceled it the first time around because I forgot to bring extra armor again, and I actually failed the second time around really fairly close to the end because I wasn't watching the time remaining I had left. But I finally did it on day 89. It took the whole day, but I learned from my mistakes and managed to beat it. And I also brought a tech phase pistol with me this time, and I melted through the experiment giga. Days 90 and 91 I spent healing my shadow mains since they were all recently leveled and needed more help. But day 92 I had the gamma missions all done, so I can now do the boss. So I made some more med brews, got some gear, and I was pretty much ready. The problem was I had to wait for all my shadow mains to wake up in the terminal. And I didn't know this, but shadow mains take forever to wake up from cryo sickness. So I just farmed a little bit of mutagen while I passed the time. Day 93 didn't matter because I was still waiting for my shadow mains to wake up. But day 94, and it was finally time for me to face the big man himself for a third time. Anyway, I started the gamma boss fight. I know it's not the boss fight I promised, but since I started way back on the island, I'd say I've done pretty good for myself in the past year. Now let's just hope I don't end this series with a loss.
I will not allow you to spoil my ascension, my godhood.
Generations put all their hopes and dreams into this mission. You don't belong here, and we won't allow you to steal their future.
I am their future, damn you! Enough! This ends now! Your survival ends here!
Is that desperation I hear? Alright, I'm using all my reserves. The exomech is back online one last time. Get in, blast the bugger, and let's end this survivor. Should have calculated for this possibility. Missed a transform in the 15th statistical outcome matrix. Simply put, Rockwell's embedded himself too deeply into the ship's primary systems. They're failing along with him. There's only one way to ensure this all ends here. Sorry, mate. I can't come with. I always have time to back myself up. You'll do just fine on your own out there. You're a survivor. I'm here to help you end this nightmare.
You did this to me for wanting the same power she squandered. Well, I've survived worse. I promise you, I will find a way out of this, I will.
No, you won't. It's much too late for that.
It's so bright. Helena. I'm afraid.
She knew. Survivor, this is my last message to you, to be relayed in the event of my deactivation. I was only an artificial construct when we first met, just a shadow of someone who lived a long time ago. But in our time together, I got to become something new, someone new. Not Helena. HLNA. Thank you for that. I wish I could find the words to tell you how much it meant to me. Human language is so imprecise. But I need you to do something else here. Find your own path. Your own destiny. Build a new world here. A better world. And who knows? Maybe the two lost souls can still meet again somewhere, out among the stars. Goodbye, my friend.
Once again, thank you to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Make sure to go check out War Thunder in the link in the description or the pinned comment and gain a large free bonus pack on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox. Do it. Or no more chubby pics in my videos. Once again, head to the link in the description and download War Thunder today.